Boom. What is up, people? I know Nate is already here. Listen, it's going to be Ratchet Avatar mode today. We're going to be off cam, just reacting and listening to a podcast. So, I am a huge fan of Esther Perel. She's my relationship goat. Like Jordan Peterson is my psychology goat. If I needed a black relationship goat, I'd probably lean towards Professor Odie. He has the Antidote podcast. Y'all should check him out on TikTok, Instagram, whatever. Oh, shoot. Let me pause that. Thought I had that taken care of. But Bree is back here with me. Yella's got the, keys to the door. Summer's got them too. So somebody else may pop in. So you might hear the voices of God and his holy angels.
Hey, are we the host of heaven?
You are the host of heaven.
Host of heaven energy.
Yeah. So let me pull this up. Give me a second. Y'all, appreciate y'all for anybody that might come in and click this because Esther Perel, listen, people be struggling with these relationships. And I understand that they're hard. I understand that they're complicated. I understand that they're messy. But man, some of this stuff, we got to get a basic understanding. So we're going to listen. This is Esther Perel. I'm going to just hit play. I'll be waiting too long to get into it.
We are often drawn to a person who brings characteristics that we are trying to get away from.
Oh, and also, Brie, just tell me to pause it if you need me to pause.
Pause.
Are you looking for chemistry for a love story, or are you looking for chemistry for a life story?
He's a psychotherapist, author, and host.
A round of applause to welcome Ester Perel.
How do you turn conflict into connection? It's not what you fight about, it's what you fight for.
How do you know if a relationship is worth saving? Before we jump into this...
Nah, man, it ain't never worth saving. Now, this is Jay Shetty. I guess he has a podcast. Now, because, my algorithm be of a certain ilk, I have very specific tastes in very specific lanes. So I've got like this wrestling dynamic that Yella's brought. I've got my whole manosphere, red pill type stuff. Then I've got my psychology type stuff. Then I've got random stuff like science stuff. Like it's got a smattering of a whole news stuff. So I've got a very weird algorithm. I've never come across this guy in my entire life. But he has a very successful podcast, like over 2 million subscribers, whatever. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. But I guess he's had some very big interviewers. So I appreciate Bree for sharing this interview because I had not seen it before.
Really? You never seen Jay?
I've never seen him.
I think he interviewed Kanye, which is probably why he popped on mine. He did Kanye, he did Michelle Obama. I've watched those. So yeah.
He has some big people. I think they're getting ready to show it in a minute. I think they do a little clip up of people he's interviewed in a quick second. So I'm going to let it play some more. But I just want to say hey to everybody. Appreciate y'all for being here. Just going to listen to this podcast and react to it real time.
In this episode, I'd like to invite you to join this community to hear more interviews that will help you become happier, healthier, and more healed. All I want you to do is click on the subscribe button. I love your support. It's incredible to see all your comments. And we're just getting started. Woo! I can't wait to go on this journey with you. Thank you so much for subscribing. It means the world to me.
The #1 health and wellness podcast.
Jay Shetty.
Jay Shetty.
The one, the only Jay Shetty.
How do you know if a relationship is worth saving?
Shall I stay or shall I go? Is one of the fundamental questions. And here's the thing. Even if you decide to stay, or even if they decide to go, you may do so while at the same time having a part of you that actually holds the other side. If you think that the decision is 100% perfect, no doubt, no hesitation, then it's a setup. If you leave, you need to be able to leave while experiencing the loss of some things that may have been good, even if it's just a dream of what was. If you stay, you have to be able to grieve the part of you that will never know what it would have been like if you actually left. So the answer is not in the extreme determination, it's in the ability to hold the inherent contradictions. It's a complex question, and complex questions don't have easy binary answers.
And it's like interesting, isn't it?
I feel like I'm about to do the Willow Smith thing. I'm be over here like,
Wow. I'm gonna do the Korean wow. Wow.
Why?
Wow.
Yeah. But I like that though. I think a lot of us try to look for clarity on our decision making, even though we have like two competing. That's why we have to make a decision, because we have two things that we feel equally about. Like, man, I want to stay, but I want to go. I think that's something that we struggle with, and we be looking for clarity. But so we try to lean on other people. Like, hey, what do you think I should do? Trying to get that like confirmation. But like,
I'm the wrong person to ask that too.
We be knowing. We be knowing what to do.
Because we crave a binary, easy answer. We want it to feel. We often seek complete clarity when we're trying to make a decision, rather than accepting that a decision is followed by consequences and a number of different feelings. You use the word grief there.
Yes.
And I've seen research that shows how when someone breaks up with you, or when you break up with someone, you almost crave them like we crave an addiction that may.
Hey, do y'all grieve me when I quit all the time? Like, do y'all crave me like an addiction?
That's why you quit. You just want people to crave you. Just go ahead and say, I need to know you crave me. That's all you want.
Listen,
we already know.
Y'all already know that. I'm transparent out here.
May even be unhealthy for us at times. Why do you use the word grief? And can you walk us through both of those losses of identity that you spoke about on either end?
So grief is because I think every choice comes with loss. The consequence is the choice you didn't make. And even though you think this is the right choice and this is what I must do, the grief may be the fact that you were not capable of making this thing work, or that you had such high hopes and it didn't materialize, or that you have wished that you didn't make some mistakes that you made, or that you wish you had left sooner. There's lots of different ways, but there is no choice that doesn't have
them two together.
Loss and therefore some grief attached to it. And that is the nature of the beast. That does not mean that you didn't make the right choice. In terms of heartbreak, it's a different part. Yes, some people experience heartbreak with such an ache, with such a sense of longing and such a sense of fracturing on the inside that their longing becomes obsessive, that they are trapped in rumination, and that it experienced like a withdrawal. That is not all breakups, but that is the extreme kind of breakup, which has been compared to an addiction because of the intense sense of withdrawal and because it takes place in the same centers in the brain.
Let's say,
man, y'all be getting addicted to folks. I had
Stigmatized is real.
Man, y'all be getting addicted. Oh man, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had that kind of withdrawal from a person.
But you know, people talk about soul ties. I think that's probably that whole soul ties discussion is to some degree this thing. People are experiencing that kind of phenomenon. Yeah,
chemical things. I know. I kind of feel when I'm not compatible with somebody. Like I can feel it, so I don't really get attached. That might be a flaw on me. So like I'll kind of keep my distance to keep from committing. You know,
but I don't think you would feel that with somebody you didn't feel. You didn't ever feel attached to. It would be somebody you felt like you had a deeper connection with, I think.
But like even it's like, again, somebody I still love to this day. Love them, that she in my heart. But like I knew when it was like a rap.
It was Well, as the person who kind of feels like it's a rap, I don't think you would maybe feel that as much because you've like reconciled it inside. But if there's a person who hasn't had a chance to do that reconciliation process, they may go through it. And also if it was a deeply I think passionate relationships, maybe like if it's super passionate, like you could, I think
during that intense phase.
That very intense.
Because had it happened, if we had split when it was like really deep, I probably would have felt like that. You're right. Good point. Good point. I think we got another host of Heavenly Angel here.
Yeah, we're the host of Heaven today. Okay,
Whatever.
Yep, always late to the host of Heaven meeting. That's why you about to get kicked out with the next
always
fire.
not invited to the host of Heaven meeting. Can we talk
definitely invited because I definitely saw it in Discord. Kevin, we ain't doing that today.
You call me about like the second time you call me my government name.
Not the government.
We gonna fight, nigga. I will fight you in the streets. Don't play with me.
You're not invited. You was definitely invited. But I wouldn't invite it. Mm-hmm. But
Yes, what's up? Yeah, it was a last minute decision. I was sitting there, I started watching this. I probably got through the first 13 minutes, y'all. And then I was like, okay, I think other people need to see this. Everybody may not know about Esther Perel. I like Esther Perel. Everybody may not. So y'all might be introduced to her. Anybody that doesn't want to hear us talking over or pausing, I did drop the link to this video in the description. So it should be updated now. And Bree be snitching. For sure. That is in her makeup is crazy.
Yeah, it's part of my makeup for sure.
It's crazy.
If someone does want to save.
And Yella, if you need me to pause it, just tell me to pause.
Pause.
Relationship.
Oh, we the same.
Yeah, twins, man. Y'all really be twinning. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
She did the same thing?
She did the exact same thing. Immediately.
Make it work. What does that take on a deeper level from that individual? What have you seen over the years of what it really takes? I think we often think of saving a relationship as like, let's do more date nights, let's spend more time together, let's do more this. But what have you seen it really takes from a human?
So look, I work with relationships for 40 years. These are questions that I can answer in multiple ways. So I'm going to answer it in one way with you today. And somebody's going to say, but you didn't talk about that.
I hate that.
So I just want to preface that because there isn't a one size fits all. And when I'm going to highlight something now with you, because it's the first thing that came into my mind when you asked, what can we do to actually repair our relationships, strengthen them, fortify them, solidify them, enliven them? One of the first things I often think about is accountability. It's actually not asking the other person to do all the changing. Somebody's going to tell me, but what if you've done that and it hasn't made any difference on the other side? So I just want that to be mentioned. In general, in relationships, we often get to a place where we think, you need to change. Here, I'm going to tell you what you could do differently that would make this relationship better. And the hardest thing to do is to actually say, what can I do? Because if you change, it is quite sure that it will also create change on the other side, because we are interdependent parts. In a relationship, I start to do something which makes you do something, which makes me do something. It's a figure 8. But if I start to do something else, sooner or later, you cannot continue to do the same. If I no longer answer you when you say something, there's a good chance that at some point you're going to stop saying it because you don't get the reaction that you've been used to get. So there's no better way to change the.
Yeah, that was good. The interdependent thing. I like that dynamic I'm talking that I always say. I can't really know what I'm gonna do because I'm dealing with another person, you know. I think it's like important for people to realize that you're part of the, in a relationship, at least in most relationships, you're part of what you're experiencing equally. Yeah. So I just like that part.
Even if it's not equal, like there may be like a more dominant party who contributes more to the conversation, to the whatever dynamic it is, to the energy, because they're more just outgoing or they're more verbal or more assertive. Even still, the other person, they typically go into the mode of thinking they don't play a part at all because the other person does so much more. And I think that's where a lot of people fail, like not realizing they contribute, even if it's not. It may not be equal, but it's like an energetic exchange.
Well, you're
like,
choosing to be passive,
like,
so like
exactly. You allow for things to continue because the other person goes unchallenged in certain areas. And like, I don't know why they do that. And it's like, well, because they can, and why would they not? You haven't even said it's a problem. So,
well, they shouldn't do it. Well, they can do it. So most people will do what they can. So.
If I'm not part of the change, I don't feel the relationship is fair. That's good though, because some people want the other person to do the changing. They don't think that I'm not responsible. It's not me. But Bree did a conversation with Kendra Ann about a week ago, and it was along those lines. We don't even realize, even in conversations, how the words we choose or the energy or postures we take in a conversation influence how the conversations go. In interaction. So it's a really important point that people need to consider in relationships. especially like when you come in and say I wasn't even invited to something that I clearly sent an invite to. That's how you
you
knew it
finna
was
get
happening.
squared up, right?
Excuse me. Yeah.
But did you invite me? I don't care if you invited everybody. Did you invite me? That's
What?
the problem.
Okay. So here we go. Did you invite me? So I gotta invite him above everybody else.
I think you got to do a personal.
Yeah,
You know, it was the very personal. I cannot.
You added me into everybody like I'm everybody. Fuck out of here.
He did what? Oh
I think Yella missed the at Yella.
I think he did.
right beside at Kauai.
Yeah, and he definitely was added. Yep.
Oh, okay.
He's like, okay.
No, you added both us in the same. You added both us in the same thing. No, you invite her, then you invite me.
He had that face like on that Kevin Hart comedy special when he was like, "Now you gotta sit at the table with the 8-ass face." Like,
man, yep.
Yeah, I see you now.
Anyway, like 15 minutes before we start. That ain't an invitation. That's the last. You know what? No, just keep going. Just go play the damn video.
Hold up. Oh, shoot, don't do this.
Other than to change ourselves.
Hold up.
But that's not 100% thing. It's just a good principle to keep in mind. What is it that I can do differently? What's one thing I could choose that I know would improve the relationship because I've heard you or because I know us? And if I don't instantly walk out every time, but I actually stay and I listen and I pay attention, will that create something rather than thinking about, all the good reasons why I should get out or leave in that moment? So this accountability piece is very high on my list, but there are 10 other things about what makes us work on a relationship to improve it.
And you talked about there how, trying to change the other person isn't necessarily the focus, but for so many of us, that seems to be the problem. The problem seems to be the other person's behaviors, their attitude, their approach to life, maybe their aspirations. I hear a lot of people say things like, they don't dream enough. They dream too little, right? Like
too much.
Too much. Sorry, that's it. Yeah. I hear some people say they don't dream enough. They dream too much.
Yes.
I hear people say, oh, they have too many friends. They have no friends, right? I see people at both ends of the spectrum. We always seem to have issues with how our partners live. And what I've learned, at least in my own personal reflection, and I've found is that for a long time, in my relationships, I often projected the way I lived onto my partner. And we so strongly believe that the way we live is right. The way we were brought up is right. That we want our partner to kind of follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
And I always give this very small example.
You pause it, or just you dropping it
I'm just like this. He gonna explain the situation, and I'm just triggered because I'm like, that's my pet peeve. I hate that shared experience thing. It's not really a shared experience, just like them projecting that I think the same way about it that they do, and never actually asking me. It's annoying. It's
an assumption. Yeah, that's a big thing. I've dealt with that a lot, and I've done it a lot. I was very like I don't even know what to call it, like culture centric. The way I was cultured, I assumed everybody was until the more people I ran into from different places, I was like, oh shoot,
yeah,
that's just me, or that's just my family, or that's just my neighborhood, or that's just my city.
Right.
There's so many layers of culture that
because we in the same space a lot of times, like you still like assume, and more when you live with people, like we live in the same space, so you assume what I'm experiencing because you're like, oh, I was there too. But it's not the case.
That's a good point, because I know we've had this thing even on stream where we talked about don't tell me what I'm feeling, but everybody's experiencing you having a certain feeling, but you're not aware of your own feeling yet, so nobody can tell you about it. It's like that. Even that's a weird thing, because like everybody can realize that you're having a certain experience, but you're not willing to admit it yourself. You're not aware of it yourself, so it's like even that's weird. So, but that's something we got to be aware of. Kevin? Okay, sorry. Excuse me.
I was like, who is that?
Say it in my own home. I end this goddamn stream.
I thought that was Marge.
Say it again.
I thought it was Marge Simpson. You know who that was.
In my house, we used to eat, hang out, and then at the end of the night, we'd wash the dishes. In my wife's home, they used to eat, wash the dishes, and then hang out. And so when we got married and we started living together, and when we were having friends over or whatever it may be, in my mind, we're going to eat, we're going to hang out, and then we're going to wash the dishes. And in my wife's mind, she's thinking, we're going to eat, now we have to clean up, make sure everything's clean, and then we can hang out. And something as little as that can cause so much friction and bad communication and feelings of, oh, you don't care about me and you don't love me and you don't appreciate me or you don't value the work. And there's so much that comes from something. And that's just a very small example. But it's interesting to me that in that scenario, we both had not created a new belief system for our relationship, but were operating based on two old belief systems that we'd simply adopted.
Man, I love that part. I think we've talked about that on the channel like so many times.
With the right way, with the house stuff and the towels.
Yeah. It's like when people become a new unit, like when you become a family or a couple or something, you have to kind of recreate like what works for y'all as opposed to what worked for each of y'all independently. Like that's.
I don't think people see it as like this is what works for me. Like he said, it's like this is the way that it's done. I think
this is the right way.
Yeah, like saying that before, like what makes it the right way is because it's the way you want to do it. We were talking about towels or something like that. So yeah, it definitely, but it's not like people are like, this is what works for me. Because that's different language, I think. People say like, this is the way it's done.
True. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to feel like their way is the right way. So when it's something as trivial as like folding towels or like even just like you said, household stuff, even how you gonna approach raising the kids, or not even take kids out of it, how y'all gonna treat each other. You know what I'm saying? There's always this, well, I believe that, you know, people in this dynamic should be like this, so you act accordingly. You know what I mean? And it's like y'all said, it's I guess it sounds easier when there's two people coming together and making their own plan as a unit, instead of them coming in, well, here's my list of demands and here's my list of demands and here's how I want it.
Hostage situation.
Right.
Yeah, hold up.
Now you kind of walking around trying not to do the thing that you know what I'm saying, feeling like it's this extra pressure instead of y'all coming to an agreed experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And agreed kind of like, okay, this is what we're gonna do in our situation. You know,
and that's why I think
that also go back to Bree's power struggle thing. That's kind of what it is.
That's why I think that the word compromise triggers me. Not that compromise can't mean like the good kind of compromise. Like we've come, like Yella just said, we've come to an agreement. It usually feels like the hostage situation compromise, or like the CIA has been compromised. Like it usually feels like they got the bomb, and like if I don't compromise, they gonna blow us up. Like that's what it be feeling like. It doesn't feel like an agreement. It feels like a hostage situation most of the time.
And I think in a way, like that's true to a point, because everybody's coming in with their very independent sensibilities. Like I was actually going to use the toilet paper thing. So it's like, it can feel like these things are actually going to blow up the relationship. And like you said, it'd be something small because they're not just little things to us. They're things that are familiar to us, things that bring us comfort, things that give us a tie back to our family. So we have like a lot of our identity wrapped up in these things. So to give it up feels like giving up a piece of yourself. So I can see why it feels so loaded.
Yeah, it'd be feeling loaded. Like cutting them wires. We need to bring back movies where they had to cut the wires. Like I feel like that was...
And it just shows how much of the wrong shit we worried about in the relationship. Because I guarantee you, if you on the toilet and you need to wipe your ass in an extreme moment, I guarantee you wouldn't care how the fucking toilet paper is set. I guarantee you would. I guarantee you would.
You said you got the Hershey squirts.
Right. You on fire, if the house on fire and you need to wipe your ass, I guarantee you not gonna worry about if the toilet paper go over or under. You just gonna worry about if it come off.
Figure that shit out, right?
Right. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'd be like, that ain't towards the name. I've had to have that conversation with people. I was like, did the toilet paper come off the roll? They was like, yeah. I was like, then shut the fuck up talking to me and wipe your ass, because the objective is complete. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now this is a very much you thing, and this ain't a you needed to wipe your ass thing. This is a your feelings. Then this is like a you having a control or a power thing over how the fucking toilet paper is set up.
Right.
And those are the type of little microaggressions that would push the motherfuckers. That's those little microaggressions create that bigger space between people.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I agree. Because if you're willing to try to dominate me over something small,
right?
Yeah, I get you. And I've had that happen today. I've had people switch the toilet paper.
But see, people can't switch the. But people couldn't switch the. See, people can't just do it and be like, you know, over 20 years of switching the toilet paper around for 20 years because it's their preference. That shit gonna come out. Eventually, it's gonna come out. Like if you know what I'm saying? Like, especially for women. Like, yeah, okay, I'll just switch it because it's my preference. But let it be 15 years later and then he do something to irritate you. The toilet paper coming up, that he won't never put it the way you want it. You know, eventually it'll wear on you. That because then that's what usually happens. It starts being like, well, you know, I switch it around, so why can't you just do it my way? It always circles back around. Like, you know. So it would be nice if people could just be like, it's my preference. So if I want to change it, then I can change it and not feel any type of way. But like Esther said, what most people tend to do is feel a way about it as a reflection on how you feel about them.
Yep. And then I know you said preference is not necessarily control. No, preference is an internal feeling of preferring one over another or one over a number of others. That's an internal thing, your preference. When it goes external, when you start telling people that they can't do it this way, or that this way is the right way, or don't come in here with that brand of toilet paper because I'm going to throw it out if you come in here with that toilet, that's control. So when your behaviors start enforcing your preferences, that's when it goes from a preference to control.
Yeah, anytime you're imparting preference, your personal preference on a shared experience, i.e. living together or a relationship, that's very much control. You're trying to control your environment. You're trying to control your environment. That's why it's like that. When you hear people talk about their preferences and shit, like what they want him or her to look like, and they're controlling the situation because it's typically pro them. It's typically pro what they want the outcome to be.
I mean, if we all got preferences that we're willing to compromise, then it's moot, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have some that we're willing to compromise and some that we're not, and I think that's where people have a hard time. I guess like adjusting or fitting the pieces. The puzzle pieces not fitting because like okay, I won't.
Then that's not a preference to me. Then it becomes a value or a belief. You know what I'm saying? Because a preference is like
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
a preference is something that you prefer. But
yeah, it's I prefer strawberry, but like,
and some people have turned their preferences and they've like made them concrete. Like we hear this when people talk, like they're calling it a standard, but it's really a preference because it's something superficial. Like by definition, it's something that they prefer, but they've created a standard out of it that can't really be enforced.
Exactly. Like it's not a need. Like, yeah, and I agree with that. Like a preference should be, it's like it's not gonna change anything. It should be of little consequence.
Yeah.
But people treat it like it's not of little consequence. Ooh. And then at that point, I'm like, you're not treating it like a preference. You're treating it like a doctrine or a standard or a belief. Then if it has to be this way, then it's not a preference anymore.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that's what it be feeling like.
Summer? Yeah, we be putting a lot of pressure on a lot of stuff. I'm hoping to hold in the toilet issue trial, hoping to a fair loss of preference. Listen, I had to have that fight over or under. I had to get over it because I had a specific way I liked it. Then I realized, like Yella and Bree were just saying, it's of no consequence. Like it was a little bit extra, like on the pulling if it was under, which I hated. But what I did, my workaround was to get an external instead of the wall mount. Got something that's freestanding, and then there was no friction on the under. So over or under no longer mattered because they were both like almost like frictionless.
There you go.
Yeah, so that was my workaround.
King shit right there.
And guess what? The more annoying part is that no matter how the roll is set, you're still gonna wrap it around your hand.
Yes.
So Like so the motherfucker could come off sideways and you still gonna wrap it around your hand. So is the ass wiped or not?
Under these nuts.
Right.
Over under these nuts.
Okay, Sandra.
Walk us through whether you agree, whether you disagree, whether you can edit that, reveal more to us about. I find so many of our challenges exist because we project our operating system onto someone else rather than creating one with them.
I like the way you call it the operating system. So I'm going to take a sentence that you
Please.
highlighted and start from there. You said, here we were fighting about what's the right moment to do the dishes. But in fact, what we were talking about is you don't care, you don't see me, you don't appreciate me, you want it your way. And what you're highlighting here is something that I've actually talked a lot about in a new course that I'm doing on conflict, which is exactly that. How do you turn conflict into connection? And one of the things I say is that it's not what you fight about, it's what you fight for. You were fighting for recognition, you were fighting for power and control, you were fighting for respect, you were fighting for trust and closeness. Underneath the fight, there are usually 3 sets of issues that we are actually fighting for. And that is power, trust, and value. So you don't value me. You know, I worked on this dish, on this cooking. I made this nice meal. I prepared. I tried to be kind to your friends, and you don't value me.
So
Once
true.
you've understood that, what is the hidden dimension that you are actually fighting for, the fight, the dishes, the when to do them becomes a lot more clear. A lot more clear, rather than it's not just I'm imposing my belief on you and I want it to do my way because my way is the right way. You may think this way, but the question is what happens when you have to confront yourself with someone who is different? I mean, everything about relationships is about straddling sameness and difference. You know, and when you are a couples therapist, it's very typical that people come to you and they're like a drop-off center, right? They tell you, you know, here, my relationship, here's my partner. Let me tell you what's wrong with them, and maybe you can fix them, and I'll help you. I'll be your adjunct.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
on how to make my partner understand why my family's way of doing things is the best way of doing things. It's a very good way. And so then the question is, if you have to change your mind, does that mean that it's a loss of your identity? Or can you actually experience that as an expansion, as something that you let in? How do you let the other person influence you without being constantly in a defense of your, you know,
My autonomy.
This is my flag, and here are my values or my operations.
Don't start.
This is my autonomy. That's what she look. She held the flag up.
That's what she's talking about.
My autonomy.
Yeah, it's because it's crazy. But we plant our flag over some of the silliest things. Like, it cracks me up to hear what people make themselves. Like, that's not you. Like, and I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Like, Camden didn't use it, but I can't think of, like, right now in my real life. I can't think of Okay, I'll think of something from my real life. I want to think of something from my real life. I was having a hard time. I got into it with somebody over, like, sitting, like, how quickly the dish that I was finished with moved from the table to the sink. Like, it was like the moment you were done eating, it had to move. And I was like, you're kidding me. Like, I can't sit here after enjoying a meal for like a few minutes. Like, this is crazy. And then there was another time the same person, because they had something about their table. And I was sorting photos at the table. And every time I was like putting piles of photos, I was sorting them based on like which family they belong to.
Right.
And they would start moving my piles. And I'm like, you know that I'm here sorting photos. Why are you moving my sort? And they were like, had something about their table and they didn't like to see the mess. And I'm like, then why would you allow me to sit here to sort photos if you're going to stop me from sorting photos because it's on your table that you said I could sort them at? Like, you have to work through your feelings of what you want and what you want to see, because you've given your authority for me to do something. I think we give authority for people to come into our lives, to share space with us. I like what Yella said about shared space or shared reality. We're given authority for somebody to share our reality, and then we kind of constrict them. I'm gonna share this with you, but you can't do it this way,
and you can't tell me.
Don't say this. Don't do this. Don't wear that. Like, that's You can't do that. They're still a person.
All of that shit hurt me. Yeah. But when she said that, it was kind of what we had recently been talking about. And even Yellow had been saying, everybody's so self-centered, self this. Then when you come in a relationship, you been so self-building that you feel attacked anytime your partner tries to just fucking be your partner, which means influencing you to do things you wouldn't do if they weren't there. That's kind of the point. And that's kind of how you grow. Like she said, you expand. It's not a taking away, it's an expansion. You know, but I think so many people have pride. Like I see that too, especially myself, I'm independent. And it's like you can't even let your partner influence you because you feel like you're being stupid or you're being too naive or you're being too vulnerable. And we say, oh, men need to be vulnerable all the time, but I know women in particular struggle really badly with this. You know, like really not wanting their partner to influence them.
Yeah.
I can't speak about men, but definitely women. I know I've been there. Like women just be like, he can't influence me to do shit.
Yeah. I think we say it differently. I think the way we say it is she's always trying to change me. Like I think that's the way we say they're trying to take away our autonomy.
Yeah.
She just wants to change me. She just wants to change me.
She's trying to change me, yeah. And the women are just like, I don't even know I don't know how we say it. I'm sure y'all know, but we be doing it.
Yeah. Autonomy, losing myself, losing my identity. Like it's all them.
Some yap. Just yapping. Something self, something love, something unapologetic, something journey, something sense, and something yap.
Somebody's feeling the way today, and I like it.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah, but I did want to say on that one thing, and I know we've had this as part of conversation, even here on this panel, where somebody will say, "I'm adding to," like y'all talked about the expansion, and she talked about the expansion.
Yeah,
the expansion of you is an encroachment on them, though. Like because we're like it's a share, like that's what we have to also acknowledge. Like I'm just adding to what you said, but what you said adding to also took away from whatever they were saying. And we have to understand like that's it's a push pull. And I know she said something about like sameness and difference. Like there's a push pull of sameness and difference, like where we agree and where we disagree. And if we have a disagreement, like I want to go to an outdoorsy event and you want to do something inside. Well, my expansion of getting you to go outside diminishes your desire. I mean, diminishes like that goes against what you that encroaches against your will.
So we have to
admit, one person's expansion absolutely can feel like an encroachment on the other person.
Yeah. And I think that's what compromise really is. And that's why also, once again, when people use it, they're usually talking about that. We feel differently. So if whoever wins, whoever we get to give a little, I mean, that's usually the energy on compromise be on. Like we're on two different sides. And so whoever gets their way, you know, obviously the other person is losing something here. And very rarely you can actually find a true middle ground. And even the middle ground is still an encroachment, right? Like if I'm on one extreme and you're on the other extreme, the middle ground is an encroachment for both people. But it's almost like when people use it, they don't want to acknowledge that, like you said. And then there's like, if you still, I've had situations, not in my current relationship, but in the past where it's like we reach a compromise, right? But then like I'm not allowed to feel no type of way.
Yeah.
Like because we reached because we reach a compromise, I'm supposed to be so happy that we've reached the middle. And it's like, I mean, like I might be cool or I might just be kind of even keeled about it because I didn't get everything I want, but I didn't lose completely. And it's just like, you're not happy. It's like, I can't even be fucking mellow. I can't even be in the middle. Damn, I can't be. No, I'm not fucking ecstatic. I would have been ecstatic if I got everything I wanted.
Yeah.
You know? So that's always been that's annoying too.
Yeah.
System.
Yeah, I really relate to what you're saying. And I love how you've broken it down to what we're fighting for versus what we're fighting about. I think that's brilliant. And that's from your masterclass, right?
No, this is from my own new course.
Oh, this is from
that
your own
I
new course.
am coming out
Got
with
it.
very soon, and that is really about
Tap into
letting
her
people have a
Patreon.
very different view and set of skills for handling conflict. Like this one.
Yeah.
You know, at first it was a
$9.
nice thing you didn't fight about. You just said.
You said what?
I said it's $99.
$99. I mean, did you look? Are you? For
Yeah, I
real?
looked. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I would say somebody.
I mean, I would say read the books first.
Yeah.
Like if you can probably get some of this and just listening to her. But I mean, honestly, if I was in a relationship and I really was struggling with conflict, I would pay for it because I know Ester's stuff is transformative and can change you if that's what you really want. So I'd rather buy it from her than some nigga on YouTube who just got a podcast.
Nah, that's real. Yeah, I probably would buy her. I mean, I
40
said
years
that. I
of
said
couples
that
counseling.
wrong. Her course is worth it. The people learning this to invest in the people ain't worth it. And that's the problem. You need to find people worth. We need to find more people worth investing that $99 in.
Damn, you said I ain't gonna spend $99.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, she seems solid. I mean, I like Ester, and wherever her experience is, like I haven't heard her be like so far off and misleading. And I think that's a lot of problem with the YouTube space. You might get somebody that's making a lot of sense, and then all of a sudden it just goes left. I've seen that happen a lot because they're like understanding of something isn't complete, or they're like getting information from somebody else, and like it's just kind of interesting the way I've seen people like the gurus and coaches online kind of they feel so grippy. I know we use that word a lot.
Umar, I was just watching. Yeah, he did this to the T. He was the sound. It was like great. It's like this is amazing, and then boy. He hit that left. I was like, hold on. How did we get here? So yeah, that way.
Umar is definitely one of them.
We do it. Oh, that's so interesting. No, let's do it now. No, let's. And then slowly, because you couldn't come into a unified agreement, it became a point of contention. And then that point of contention became the go-to every time you need to talk about your backgrounds, your values, your style, your priorities, your way of doing.
I think we feel so robbed, or at least when I speak to people about this, they feel so robbed, as you said, of their identity. But also, as you said, people feel robbed of their power. That if I give in to this other person, my partner may be the more powerful one in the relationship. Or if I concede, then in the future, when we're making decisions, they're going to think I'm going to concede. And often that is the case, that people get into relationships because they think the other person is submissive or conceding to them or agrees with them on everything they say. And then one day that person goes, wait a minute, I didn't realize I just gave up everything I care about for you. And so how does one learn how to practice that humility and giving up of power? Or is the solution a unified agreement, as you called it just there? What are we trying to unravel? How do we do that? Because I think that.
But you just betrayed yourself in the question.
Okay.
Your whole question is framed in power terms.
And before she goes into that, because I like where he was going. It's really hard for somebody who has, I guess, learned to be passive, and they're giving up all the ground in the relationship because they don't know how to advocate or stand up for themselves. It's really hard to then start to reclaim power because you're the one that's changing the dynamic. The other person completely accepted the dynamic. You accepted the dynamic, and internally you were struggling with it. And then suddenly you're starting to speak up for yourself. Suddenly you're having wants and you're trying to reinforce it and establish boundaries. Like you're absolutely the one changing the dynamic. And I know a lot of times they'll villainize the person who's been dominant, but it's like you can't villainize them and call them narcissists now, like because that's kind of what you accept. It's crazy, but it's like you sought that out, you accepted it, you were fine with it externally,
right?
But inside you were becoming resentful, and now that you're switching up, it makes sense that the other person is going to give you some pushback because they're being blindsided.
Right.
But it's also fair for you to want what you want. It's also fair for you to want to change a dynamic. Like that's how you feel. You want something different out of the relationship, and now you're speaking up. But it's important for people to acknowledge they're flipping the script. Like you're changing the program. Like don't act like this other person was oppressing you. And
you can't have you switch up. You can't respond negatively to me switching up. So much control. It's so much. It's such a control thing. It's just the weirdest thing. You switched up, and then they have a reaction, and it's like, you're trying, like you say, you're trying to control me, and it's like, I mean, I don't know. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
The question.
But she's getting ready to go into the way, even the way he framed it. So this is important to listen to, y'all, because of language. The language we use a lot of times gives tales to our state of mind.
Okay.
Your whole question is framed in power terms. Concede, acquiesce, give in, loss of self,
and that's how people
loss
feel.
of power. Yes, some people feel this way. That is one frame for some people to enter into a relationship. But if I actually change the word power, I could go like this. In every relationship, you will find that there often is one person who is more afraid of losing the other, and one person who is more afraid of losing themselves. One person more afraid of abandonment and rejection, therefore more likely to acquiesce, to pacify, to placate, to say yes, until maybe one day not. And one person more afraid of suffocation, and therefore they fight for their ideas, their ways of doing it, the timing of the dishes. And that is less about power. That is more about the nature of connection. The majority of power struggles in a relationship are not power struggles. Power is the defense. The control battle is the way people are defending, trying to get something for something else that they are worried about. It's the surface behavior. You know, some people, when they're afraid, they fight. But the issue is not fighting. The issue is that they're actually afraid and they're trying to deal with their fear by gaining control. So don't just go for what you see, because what you see isn't necessarily just what it is. Go always looking at a level below. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of this.
Yeah, exactly. And so you're encouraging those people that feel that
was
way.
Good.
Man, I
like
dope.
That part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Because you can just cut through a lot of bullshit if you can see it.
Yeah.
Like it not in the sense of like you could save yourself a lot of trouble if you can start to see that like they're coming. I think that was like the trap. Like when I was talking about Shy, like we were talking about how you even approached the situation. You feel a way about it, but you try to get an authoritative position to empower yourself because you feel like you have to protect yourself in that way. But it's like helpful if your partner can understand that dynamic and then understand that you're coming in this way, not to like try them. Like on the surface, like I'm not trying to try you, but like you understand that there must be a vulnerability they have there that they're trying to like protect by coming at you that way. And then you can just kind of cut past, you know what I'm saying? What they're trying to make it seem like, and just be like, I kind of hear it under there's something going on, you know. You want to tell me, or we gonna pretend that it's really about this thing?
Right.
I mean, if you want to pretend it's about the thing, then okay, I'll play along. But I mean, we could just talk about how you actually feel. But
I don't like having to go through that other thing. If I know it's another thing, what I really hate is you're gonna make me talk through this fake thing, like the toilet paper. I know it's not about the toilet paper. Like it's not really about the toilet paper, but you're gonna make me talk about the toilet paper. And halfway through, even though I asked you what the real problem was, halfway through the toilet paper, the real problem emerges during the argument or the conversation. Like that's what really irks my nerve. Like I already asked you that. So now this is what we're really talking about. Thank you. I'm glad we're here. I'm so glad we're finally here. Now I wish you wouldn't have made me go through 15 minutes of toilet paper argument. Like because now I'm ramped up. Like you don't rev me up over the toilet paper. Now when I'm really engaging in the thing that you're truly worried about, now I'm on 8, 9, or 10.
Right.
Like that's where the problem comes in.
And aggressive.
So now instead of starting me when I'm reasonable, I can really think about what your problem or concern is. You get me worked up over something is non-factorial. It does not matter. In the grand scheme of life, it does not matter, but you've made it a thing. And now what you're really concerned about, you're going to receive my hostility or anger or dismissiveness or annoyance or whatever my feeling is Now you're going to take that as being towards how you really feel. And then you're going to feel unsafe being vulnerable to me because you've introduced something that did not matter as the crux of the argument. And then when you finally got to your true feelings, now I'm in a state. And that's kind of unfair too.
Yeah, they gaslighting you, but they'll say you gaslighting them. Like, that's usually the first people. You're gaslighting me. It's they want to know you fucking gaslit me. Because you really made me think. You really made me think we were sitting here arguing about this, and my senses told me we weren't, and then you forced me to kind of accept your reality and play along with it. That is textbook gaslighting.
Yeah, I was watching Let's Talk to Better Black Life the other day, and they started throwing around gaslighting casually, and I'm like, you got to be, everything's not gaslighting. Y'all somebody just disagreed with somebody else. A disagreement is not gaslighting. Yeah, Risa did. It was hilarious. Risa was there. It was somebody, I think on the panel, Bolo, I think disagreed with OG Patrice, and the term gaslighting got thrown out. I'm like, he just disagreed. He just said like somebody was wrong. That's not gaslighting. And as a matter of fact, even if somebody lies to you, that's just called a lie.
Yeah, that's not gaslighting.
It's not gaslighting.
No.
That's like, I wish we would quit throwing around
being elusive
these terms.
with your language is not even gaslighting.
It's like, no, if you're trying to make somebody think that they're crazy over a period of time, like, no, I've never streamed. No, this is my first stream ever. Like, if I kept that up and told y'all that this was my first stream ever, and y'all like, no, but you've got these other videos up and I'm seeing you. And I'm like, no. That was not me. I promise you. I've never streamed before. This is my first stream. I don't know who that was.
That was me.
If I kept that up, if I kept that lie up over a long period of time, that is gaslight.
Yeah. I always give my children gaslighting drills. So they know what it's like to be gaslit. so they can stand their ground against it. You know?
How does that work?
Like, I'll do stuff and then they'll be like, I'll be like, that was me. Straight face. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Just to see what they do. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, it wasn't me. And I'll just like walk away. And then she'll be like, no, like I saw you. What are you talking about? And then like eventually I'll be like, yeah, you got me. It was really me. I don't know. I just do that to them sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I just need you to know.
It's called terrorism.
It is terrorism.
It's called terrorism.
But you got to stay ready, Stay ready and have to get ready. Yep. But it's like our sense of humor. It's kind of like the family thing. That's how we joke with each other. We kind of just be like, oh no, nope, it wasn't me. That's like our thing. But I think it's a good exercise because you got to be able to be uncomfortable. I'm the parent, so it's like I want them to be able to say, no, you're lying. Like my reality told me this. So I think that's why I do it because I don't want them to just accept it because I'm mom. Like don't let me gaslight you because I'm your mom.
And that happens to a lot of people. We go in that dynamic. Yeah, I'm with that. That's what's up.
To look at that layer deeper, the context of why they're partner
makes you lose your identity. Where did you get that idea? Who did you have to fight with? That you had a sense that if you don't go all the way and with fists, that's the motion of fighting, right? It's not this. But you enter the relationship with that, and yet you live it with this. So what happened to you that is making you continuously interpret every situation as a fight, as a power struggle, as I have to stand up and hold on because if I give in, this is the beginning of a slippery slope. That's a frame. That is not the truth. Now, maybe you picked somebody with whom this...
Gonna lose myself.
I can tell you why, because motherfuckers is imposing they imposing their need for struggle into the relationship, or their identity is so tied into their relationship, especially for us, like especially for black folks, because we got to be black in everything we do, even in our relationship with other black people. So we even got to treat the person we deal with as if they're our oppressor. That's why we sit up here and we look at black women and say this about them. That's why we look at black, because even our partner got to be an oppressor, so we can feel like so we can be the one who asks for the most. We carry our black identity into relationships with other black people, with another black person.
It's always an ism to make your partner your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he a man. He black. He this. It's all you can always make somebody an oppressor if you really want to.
Yeah. And then the things that have to be done, and the certain level of excellence that's supposed to be reached in a relationship is it's always predicated on the identity of the individuals and not the purpose of the relationship. That relationship doesn't carry your individual identity. That relationship is your agreement with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people do so good. And well, you got to be by yourself. You got to learn. It's easy to love yourself when you agree with yourself. It's easy to love yourself that way. Nigga, you ain't got nobody to disagree with you. So you impose, we impose a lot of our own identity. I'm glad she kind of said that in that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's one of the things that
You be
really
showing the fist with the struggle. I was like, I think, when we were talking about it, because she does get into like challenge later and stuff like that. But like you were saying, it's cool if it was like, I love you and I'm also going to challenge you. But a lot of times it just feel like got you in the fucking sleeper hole.
Yeah.
Whole relationship, me try to break out of a sleeper hole. Like, God. Yeah, I feel that.
This is sometime what is going to happen. So then you ask this person, what happens if you don't get your way? For you, the question is, what happens if the other person gets their way? And for you, the question is, what happens when you don't get your way? Can you still feel confident even if you don't trample somebody?
Yeah, and I think the questions you're asking that we all need to reflect on for ourselves, I almost think they're as important to ask our partners, like to understand what happened to them, like why they're in that position,
Absolutely.
why they get afraid. And
I
think that curiosity is so often lost in romantic relationships where we don't understand why someone is the way they are. We just assume that it's about us. Like we make it personal. We don't recognize that they have a whole history of relationships, of family, of parenting, of experiences that have made them that way. And maybe they are dealing with a deep fear or a deep challenge. Does that resonate?
Yes, you know, this thing about curiosity is the most important shift we try to make. Curiosity about yourself and curiosity about your partner or friend or coworker, whoever the other is. Curiosity is on the other side of reactivity. So everything dealing with conflict is about helping us shift from reactive to reflective and curious. But more interestingly,
that's
what you reminded me of
Can
is
you pause right there? That's really good. Because that's what I was seeing with the man in the corner thing. Like if you were curious about it, it went one way. And if you were reactive to it, it went another way.
Yeah.
And I think that was good
That's
language.
a good point.
I think that's what I was saying when people are like, even with small talk, like a lot of people are reactive to small talk. They're not curious about the person they're talking to. They're just reacting to the stimuli of a person asking them a question. They're not
based
actually
on what they're already keyed up for. Like, it's a threat. What do you want from me?
What do you want? So now it's like you're just reacting to what the person is asking you. You're not actually curious about them, which is why you're getting a certain outcome.
Yeah.
So I thought that was good when she said reactive and curiosity are on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah. Nah, that is really good. Because I know we have a hard time accepting that dynamic. That I've seen a lot of people deny this. They're like, I felt one way, but I didn't act out on it. People have a hard time accepting it. Even if you don't say anything or think you're doing anything, people pick up on your energy. Like, it's
the vibes is a thing.
Yeah, the vibes is a thing. Like you can feel when somebody's really not feeling something, or they don't really understand. They might not have thought that they motioned or gestured or had a face or something. Like sometimes the body posture, the tone when they respond to you or ask a question, like we betray ourselves a lot. Kids even pick up on this stuff, and we think we're being strong for the kids or whatever. We think we're lying, but people pick up on it, and everybody won't challenge you.
Right.
When they realize that you're not being consistent or your words and your actions are incongruent. But I think we need to be more attentive to that.
especially if you're reactive. I already see you reactive. I'm definitely, I might not even challenge you. Oh, you gonna cut the fuck up if I challenge you? You already reacting. So yeah, I thought it was good.
Yeah, that's good.
I talk about in the course that's called fundamental attribution error.
This is the one I love.
If you are nasty or reactive or bullying me a bit, or even just simply if you're late, whatever you're doing, the tendency is to think that when you do this, it's because you have a negative personality. But if I am nasty or short or cutting a little bit, then it's because I had a tough day. Mine is circumstantial and yours is characterological. And the loss of curiosity in relationships is because we tend to think that we are more complex than our partner. And that's what makes us not ask, what is your story with this? Why do you need to get things your way all the time? Why do you have to drill it in until I finally say, whatever you want, dear, we'll do it your way? Because unless you got it your way, you think that you are, on the floor.
Yeah, I think people, and
I think that's an important point too. Like a lot of people think they're better than their partners.
Oof.
Like she said, more complex, but the way that comes out is you're better than me.
Yeah, y'all don't
I'm
think
better than you.
Y'all don't have emotions. Y'all don't feel them. You're not experiencing anything.
I'm the better person. I'm the better person. That's why my reactions don't ever come from a bad place, while all of your reactions come from a bad place.
Ooh.
Yeah,
she was spinning right there because I finally found the language for that. I wish I had seen this before I was having this whole, but I found the language over the course of learning about the dynamics and how I learned this stuff right before I saw this, and I was like, this is perfect what I've been saying and what I've learned about myself. But it was like that question did come up, like, okay, I had this reaction, and so you just decided it was because I'm an asshole or something. Like, why didn't I think that was the truth of the matter? Like, at the core of it, I was just like, had a moment, like, why weren't you curious to know, like, what was going on with me? Like, why'd you just, you know what I mean? Like, what made you just not explore that? Like, you just decided I was just being a jerk. Like, and I just thought that was like a bad thing to do. Like, like it felt, well, that seems not great because, at the beginning of a relationship, you would want to know that, or, you would, we were dating or you were getting to know me. And that's why I was saying, like, we were talking about the small talk in relationships. And I think that's what I was saying. Like, long-term relationships, you have to have small talk. You still have to be curious about your partner, because when you stop, then you really don't have anything to talk about. If you're not curious about your partner because you think you know it all about them already, you're not going to make it. And I think that's what I was trying to get at with the small talk. You can tell when your partner has lost curiosity about you. If you've been together for a long time and you start talking to them about the weather or small talk and they have no interest in engaging in it, they're just reactive to it. They're not curious about it. And I think that's kind of the energy I was feeling when I was talking about that, or talking about.
I get you.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. I still kind of feel how I feel.
Yeah,
but it's like I still feel like the small talk that I'm talking about, like the weather.
Yeah,
like I'll engage in it. I think that is a more reactive thing. But I think the curiosity from your partner about your partner wouldn't come into like a small talk, talking about the weather, talking about mundane stuff.
Like after a long time, it does. I think a lot of men struggle with it. It really does. Like if you,
I swear it do.
It do, because you living together. You may not be having that many different experiences, like activity wise, to talk about. So it's like a lot of the conversations do start as like small talk ways. And then if you're not curious about your partner, you'll just be reactive to it and kind of treat them like they're interrogating you or blow them off. And that's something a lot of women talk about.
And contrary to popular belief, you're not making life-changing decisions every day of your relationship.
Right.
Some days it's just mid. Some days you're just not doing shit. And the way you, damn, man, you see it snowing outside? I didn't even know it was snowing. I didn't even know it was, man, you see that? Damn. What's the name on the news? Damn, look at this.
It's colder than the beach out there. Like
you, okay. So like the The not so obvious form of small talk in relationships would be something like sending each other Instagram reels.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's
you see what I'm
classic.
saying?
Yeah.
So that'll be you bored. You want to talk to your partner, but y'all ain't really got shit to talk about. You've talked about everything yesterday. Say y'all talked about everything yesterday, but you bored. You want to talk to your partner. You send them a reel and y'all conversate about that. And that sparks a conversation. That might lead to y'all talking about something about y'all, but it's a non-important subject starter. Like it's a non-important conversation starter.
Okay, so y'all talking about icebreakers.
It's not really like an icebreaker, like we don't know each other. It literally like
point. But I'm talking entry point. Like obviously y'all know each other. Y'all talking about long-term relationships. Like don't take me literally if y'all know kind of what I'm. I know the situation.
No, I get what you're saying.
Like, but it's an entry point to engaging with your partner. Like with Esther, she would talk about a bid for attention.
Yeah, it's a bid for connection, but that's what I was saying. Like, I think a lot of times we only look at things in a vacuum, and I think most small talk, unless somebody's trying to sell you something or get you to talk to them so they can sell you something, even with strangers, like let's say you work with somebody, that is, it's still the same function. Like it's still a bid for connection, even in the not romantic way. So it still has the same functionality. It just may not be to the end of a romantic relationship, but it still has the same use case, I guess is what I'm saying. Like a coworker who I'm working with who just starts small talks with, that's a bid for connection. Because we're going to be working together. And so it makes it more comfortable to work together if you have some sort of connection. So it's still a bid for connection. So that's what I'm saying. It still does have the same use case. Romantic partnership doesn't change the use case of small talk. It's all the same. It's a bid for connection always.
I mean, and even in like platonic relationships, like if me or Sean work together and we both watch wrestling, right?
Yeah.
Probably every day I greet you, I'm gonna be like, man, you see what's her name? Such, yeah, I saw that up there. And then progressively as the day go by, the conversation ain't gonna stay on wrestling. It might go to some other shit. Man, look, I'm having this type of issue or something like, you know what I'm saying? It'll progress, but that small talk is what going to initiate our interaction for the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might start off with wrestling, it's going to start off with a standard kind of like, this is what we're talking about. Unless the topic is dire, then it's like, hey man, I need to talk to you. But if it's just like a everyday interaction, yeah, it's probably gonna start off with something mundane, something that don't even matter. Shit.
I think we lost the real meaning of it because we don't use it as much. I think maybe because it doesn't stay. It shouldn't, like Rashawn was saying, I get irritated when it stays there, and it shouldn't stay there. But true small talk never stays there. So I think if it's staying there, I think that there's a problem in the exchange because it's not supposed to. In its very nature.
I also think it comes from a lot of people thinking that their information is that fucking important. Like thinking that somebody would like, how can I put it? We've become so guarded about information that the average person wouldn't give a fuck about or be able to use against you. You know what I'm saying? We're guarded of things that anybody should or could be able to know. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was doing the small talk bot and they asked me if I liked the Cubs or whatever, and I mentioned that it wouldn't harm me a bit to tell anybody that my grandma used to like the Cubs. But people feel so guarded about certain information like that information, because it's like you said, main character syndrome.
Reactive, like Esther was saying.
Right.
It's reactive response.
Like everybody thinks they're the one in that hot seat. In reality, y'all talking to each other. You know what I'm saying? But it's this guarded antisocial kind of stance that we take, and we've kind of romanticized it.
And it's made its way into relationships. Right. Like this is for longer term relationships. I'm just saying that I brought it up more so to the point of this is something I've heard a lot of people struggle with in a long term relationship. Is like talking, connection, staying curious about each other. And I know that a lot of times is this, because I know a lot of the men I know, I'm sure there are women like that too. We've seen that, but they don't get it. You know what I'm saying? They don't get that it has the use case of it. It's like, why she coming over here asking me shit, and then it's like a reactive response, or you're just, riding along in it, and so it never really gets to do what it's supposed to do. So then it becomes an annoyance. But I think I just had a conversation with King like that this morning. It started off with just stupid small talk stuff. I think we talked about the weather. I think it started with the weather because it's cold right now. So I just like to put that out there, because I think a lot of men, like, for the longest, we struggle with that in a relationship. I would start small talk with him, and because he's good at it with strangers. So I know he can do it, but he didn't seem to realize that I'm doing the same. We're doing the same thing. So he would just blow me off or just get annoyed. Like, what do you want? Just like, I just want to talk to you. Why? Oh, well.
Why would I want to talk to my partner?
Well, I mean, but that's how people react. It's the same
Yeah,
reaction, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. It is the same. And maybe with strangers, you're like, well, yeah, there's some stranger small talk, but you will still need it. And it's good to understand that, because there was a lot of times I felt rejected because it's like, why are you talking to me? It's like, because why wouldn't I talk to you? Mm-hmm. And then it's like, why are you asking me about the weather? Because it's cold outside. You don't have nothing. You don't want to talk to me? I mean, I don't know. What are we going to talk about? I don't know. Yeah,
I'm with y'all. There's something, and I've got something that's sitting wrong with this, but I don't want to do, there's something with that I have a fundamental disagreement, but I haven't found the words yet. Yella said something close to it, but I'm gonna go ahead and hit play, because I'm gonna figure this out soon. Within the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna figure out my problem with that.
Esther, you've done this for decades now. Like, I'm sure you feel that what we're really addressing here, which I'm so happy that we've kind of gone in this direction. It's beautiful. And I'm so happy that we're there, that this idea of, are you curious about yourself and why it's happening and what happened to you? Are you curious about your partner and what happened to them? Are you not making it personal? Are you thinking about working as a team, building unified agreements? All of this language is so positive. And I genuinely believe that what we've just covered is so often missed in relationships, because we're so busy pointing the finger and pointing the blame and pointing the responsibility, that, as you started off with, there's a lack of accountability. And that being such a brilliant shift to even just start with.
It's liberating.
Yeah.
It's actually liberating for people to say, let me check myself for a minute. The fear that people have is, why me? Is it my problem? Why are you blaming me? No. Taking responsibility is liberating, because the only thing you can really change is you. There's a lot more freedom to do something about yourself than to go look for your partner on the other side.
Man.
I had a moment like
that's why we ain't free.
recently.
That's
so
crazy.
I was on the phone, and I was a little...
I mean, because you're not free if you're not the person taking responsibility for your own actions. The person, you're under somebody's control. If somebody else is responsible for what you did, that's your parent. Like, that's your guardian. That's your better. Like, you're under their control. If they're responsible for the way you acted, you made me do this. Okay, well, that's the person you belong to.
Right.
You don't belong to yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's why we still fighting for freedom. If you feel like you stay fighting for freedom, then that means you're not taking accountability. Maybe if you start taking accountability, you'll feel free.
Quite possibly. That size of the coin. Is it the circumstances, or is it your choices? Because, man,
you can't always be oppressed and accountable.
Man.
Just saying.
Little agitated talking to banks and people and administrating bureaucracy, which gets me agitated. And then my partner said, you too? And then my husband says to me, I have a headache. I said, what happened? He says, you've been so yelling here next to me in the car. And I'm like, I'm trying to solve these problems. And you can't just say to me, that's really frustrating. These people were like keeping you on the phone for an hour. You think I wanted to be on the phone for an hour with this? And I just felt like a little lack of empathy, please, a bit of sympathy, some support. And on top of it, I'm getting scolded now for my attitude. And I sat there and I began, brooding. And I said, okay, I'm not going to talk to you. I thought, if you don't want to, if I'm that unpleasant, well, then I'm not going to say anything. And then I sat in there and I'm thinking, I'm married almost 40 years. I'm thinking to myself, am I going to go do this one again? Why am I doing this? Why do I feel so upset? Why don't I just simply say, I can imagine that it was unpleasant to. So he says to me, why don't you say something about the fact that it's really annoying to sit next to someone who is so agitated? And I'm thinking, why doesn't you say something about how frustrated it is that I need to be so agitated? And this could have turned into a real fight.
Yeah.
And luckily, a little bit of humor takes us out of it very quickly. It's like it became like, how many minutes are we going to do this?
Yes. And where was that coming from after all this time?
I don't know if they're getting ready to address this or not, but I think it's important to understand that both parties are looking for empathy. Like both people are having an experience. Just because you're having a negative experience doesn't mean the other person can't be having a negative experience of you because you're having a hard time handling your experience. Like, okay, I'm sick of these phone calls. I'm yelling beside you in an enclosed space, and you're not allowed to be annoyed by my yelling because it's giving you a headache. Like that's how we get in our heads. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm laughing about it because it's so true. Like you say, it's just like ever present, the victim mentality. Like once I'm the victim, you can't experience me negative because I'm the victim. So that's kind of what she was saying. So I'm the one being
she's
hurt.
gonna give him she's gonna withdraw connection from him.
Right.
I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to give you the silent treatment. I'm going to stop being your partner in essence, simply because I don't like the fact that I impacted you negatively. And you had the nerve to voice it. Like you had the nerve to say something. How dare you when I'm feeling negative? Like that's crazy. But she saw that it was problematic thinking. So that's good.
This is like her. This is what she does. She's like a professional, 40 years, married and helping couples. And she's still.
Yeah, you're always gonna have the problems.
Yeah.
Just can you catch yourself?
This time, like you said, you've been together for 4 decades. You love each other. Like you trust each other. You've worked through so many of these things. What do you think it is that we're still fighting for in that moment? Like what is it? Because it doesn't go away. You're right. Like
we have two answers.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have very different answers to your question. First of all, just so you understand, I will tell you, I sometimes hear him talk in a situation like this, and he's could you explain to me why this is? And I'm thinking, tell them that this is not right, and he says afterwards, he hangs up, says, I was very angry on the phone. And I'm like, excuse me, that is good, so I don't think I get much further by being more, confrontational. Then actually, I don't think I'm any more effective. I think these situations are frustrating whichever way, but we get into an argument over which of our approaches is the better one to talk with the bureaucracy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And
he thinks I should be nicer.
Right.
And I think he should be a little more direct.
And what are you saying? Are you saying that neither approach matters and we're arguing about something insignificant, or is it no?
Here's the thing. You're in a situation where you are bound to not necessarily be successful.
Yes.
You're bound to experience some helplessness. It is frustrating. The situation is frustrating. Instead of dealing with the frustration of the situation, you start to blame the other person for the fact that they didn't get to the result that you wanted. Instead of this kind of situation where you go back week after week with another person on the phone, automated thing, and instead of aligning together against the situation, you start to project onto the other. Why are you not competent so that I don't have to feel so helpless?
Now, okay. Now, y'all may not rock with me on this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But she just walked into the whole gender war thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like the reason men and women are attacking each other. Like this is that. If you want to call it systemic racism, when she talked about that, this is the bank. She's talking about dealing with the bank. The bank is a power structure.
Right.
And the bank is causing some sort of inconvenience or harm to both of them. And they both have different ways to try to get things handled at the bank. And she's saying both of our methods are equally insufficient because the bank is the bank. They don't have to do anything they don't want to do. So in our frustration at being unable to influence the system, whether that system is the bank, white supremacy, the patriarchy, whatever system you feel like you are up against, you can't really change the system from your position.
Right.
So like when I played that Dr. K video the other day, you can't take that anchor out against the authority because it just doesn't land. So then you take your anger out against the person that is a safe place for your anger. Not safe because you're actually safe. It's safe because it's somebody that cannot fight against your anger. They cannot stop you from expressing your anger on them. So you turn it on each other. So they end up fighting. That's what the gender war to me is. The men and women who can't change the systems that are making them both incompetent to have a successful life. Because I hear the women, and Yellow talks about this too. Like the women will complain about the way things are set up, and then they'll contradict themselves in that same autonomy, agency, identity. They'll then contradict themselves by saying, I want a provider person who takes care of everything and makes all the decisions and teaches me how to do this, that, and the other.
Yep.
That's the opposite of what you were just saying. So you're saying, it's what we end up hearing, and this is what we're interpretation of what's saying. I'm trying to live this life independently. I'm not competent to do it. I need someone to step in where I'm incompetent. And I need a competent guy to come in and lift me up. And then at the same time, the women will recognize that the guys are incompetent. Now, the guys already know that. We've been told that all our lives. We can't get the jobs. We can't get this. We can't get that. Everything's wrong with us. We understood that. So we already knew we were not competent to get the job done. We can't buck the system. We're going to be a part of the system, or we're going to get stomped by it. We know that. But those are the choices. And it's like, instead of us being able to fight the system, we end up fighting the women because that's the only safe place. What is she going to do? And the woman's doing the exact same thing. What is he going to do? I'm going to but we still need each other because we're still paired up. Men and women are always going to be with men and women. Well, obviously there's homosexuality.
We need relationships. Right.
We're going to seek out relationships, even if they're the sole source of expression of our anger because of the futility of life. And nobody in the gender space is actually talking about how our economic system is really the problem with our relationships. Because if everybody had money, nobody'd be complaining. That's really the biggest thing. If men had money.
It's been very clear to me from the beginning, because money always comes up. It's like money makes a lot of the stuff that people are fighting about kind of not go away. More money, more problems. But the stuff Black relationships are right. Capital would help a lot. Not millions of dollars, just shit. Can we each make 70, 80,000 a year? I'm not talking about crazy numbers, but capital would make a difference. Which is why it's always like the like you said, the stress of just living every day is causing you to eat yourself. So I actually agree with that take. That's what I heard when she talked about it. Same.
It's crazy. I just think it's more critical for Black people because we're at the lowest end of the economic spectrum. But I wish people could see, like, money won't save you, because even her has money, has access, has some influence.
It's always
she still experiences the same emotion of helplessness in the face of a bureaucracy or whatever. And even though she has enough money to cover whatever the problem is, still frustrated and still will take it out on her partner. Even with her years of expertise and experience, it's still a thing.
Woman make a lot of money. Husband make a lot of money.
So the only thing that can change is, like she said earlier, is you. The only thing that you could change is you. That's where your power, like you talked about, the accountability is where your power and freedom is. That's the only place where you have true autonomy, is over your own actions. And you can choose not to be an asshole to your partner.
Dang. But we want to topple the system instead. Good luck.
Yeah, just end up toppling our relationship. Like that's it. That's the only thing we
take accountability for yourself, but you're gonna topple the system. Okay. That's a good use of your energy.
Yeah. I'm gonna take down the patriarchy through my boyfriend. Like, I'm gonna take him down. I just had a kid with him, but I'm gonna overthrow him.
The only patriarchy we take down, the nigga in your house.
Yeah,
the patriarchy.
I'm throwing the patriarchy out. Like, oh God. Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
the patriarchy. You really
Right, thinking
house.
thinking that you topple the patriarchy because you got somebody who wanted to do things for you to do things for you.
Or treating
Somebody
him
who's
like
there
shit.
voluntarily to be with you, doing the things that you asked them to do. You've toppled patriarchy. You've wrecked the system by getting a willing participant to participate.
Man, it's crazy.
Oh man, it's
Yeah,
funny.
we down bad out here. Let's go, Esther.
Yes, yeah, wow, yeah, exactly. And I can relate to that. We had a similar one, kind of inverse to what you just said, but a similar interaction where I remember my wife would often say to me, "I've had a really tough day."
Ooh.
And I'd take that as an opportunity to say,
I had a tough day too, and mine was tougher.
I would go further. I'd say I had a tough week.
You really
I'm like
upped it.
really up to like, you know, and it's like I'm using her opportunity to be vulnerable and to share how she feels with me and to feel comforted and supported and just heard, to be heard. I'm using her opportunity to be heard, to hear myself.
Yes.
It's kind of like when you were looking at me, looking at myself earlier. It's like that idea of, she's saying, hey, just sit with me for a second. And I'm saying, well, no, sit with me for a week and think about where I'm coming from.
You have it tough.
Yeah. And then now it just
you.
turns into a competition as to whose life is tougher.
Right.
And making the other person feel like their pain is not valuable or that their stress that they've gone through is insignificant compared to mine. And all of a sudden you're fighting for something that you don't even want to prove to your partner. Like, I don't want to make my partner feel like their pain is not valuable, but because I'm not honoring my challenge and my stress and what I'm going through, I'm expecting to use their space to do that.
You just explained it very well. But sometimes,
yeah, please.
I mean, the effect is the same. You topping her, you know, in such a big way completely says to her, you have nothing to complain about, which is not necessarily your intention, but it is often the way the other person registers it. And then the question to you is, do you ever say to her, I have a tough week, without her prompt?
Yes.
Because part of what happens is that you get prompted by the other person and it suddenly says, oh, if you give yourself the permission to say, to complain or to just vent a moment, then maybe I get that permission too. And what changes it is to just, you know, is to acknowledge what has just been said and then to say, I have that feeling often too.
Man, I'm gonna say, as a dude, I think that's a place that we struggle. Because I don't think we feel comfortable introducing negative emotion. Like I'm experiencing something negatively, my boss, my health, whatever. Because I think we have a fear of being judged for being vulnerable or weak and all that stuff. So we won't even come into a conversation talking about that kind of stuff, like she just said, unless the partner has already, like she said, I can't remember the verbiage she used, but she already broached the subject. You've already introduced, like you've already made space to express your feelings. So it's like, oh shoot, yeah, this I can say this now. But I think that's the thing that I think guys run into, and I think it feels like they said, almost like one-upsmanship. It's just like that feels like the only place where it's safe for us to unload it. Like, oh shoot, we're talking about that now. Boom. But it's not to minimize what she's feeling. It's just like I've been saving this up. I didn't know we could do this. Like it's been a tough week. I just didn't say anything. So I think that's something.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Hello. I don't know. My mic did something weird when you was talking, but I don't know what
it silenced itself like it's supposed to.
I was already on mute. It was like your voice was like weird, like a robot.
Ooh.
But I was gonna say, that is something I noticed a lot of men don't do anything. I was having a conversation with somebody. I think we were talking about AI because in AI language you prompt, that's how you get
prompt. That's the word.
Yeah, you prompt. And I was saying, when we were having a conversation about the implications of people having AI relationships, and I was saying that I said, well, if a man is threatened by a woman talking to AI, it's because y'all niggas act like AI. That was the language I used in the conversation. I said, because most of these dudes won't say shit unless you prompt them. You got to prompt to get anything. It's like no expression a lot of times. It's not an expression of any internal dialogue, any internal thoughts, any internal feelings, whether they're positive or negative. A lot of times, none of it's getting shared. They just stay inside. So that was interesting. She said that about you don't do it unless you're prompt, because I noticed that even positive things aren't necessarily just expressed unless prompted, which is why we come and then we prompt with random things because we learn that's the only way to get them to express.
Yeah, I can see that. Like I can see the pattern of learned behaviors that probably are the least direct path to the outcomes we're looking for. I think we need to switch something up.
Yeah, because if we say I just want you to talk more, it's like I gotta talk, I gotta share.
Because that's loaded. That's
right.
It's
loaded,
I want you to talk more.
I want you to talk to me. I want you to just talk to me. What about what? You know, even if it's not even like the we gotta talk, because we all know what that means. But even just I want you to talk to me more about what? It's like usually what we're talking about is that. Like, I want to feel like you desire to share yourself with me, like share your thoughts without being prompted or interrogated or pushed to the point where you just blow up and word vomit them out, you know?
Yeah.
That's usually what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying by loaded. The society has already trained us that everything that we say is being judged. Like, there is no, like, we're going to get judged. Everything's an ick. Everything's a problem. You may not tell me to my face. It'll just come up at some later time. Or you'll go and tell somebody else, like, I asked him to talk and he said this. And I'm like, ew, I can't think of, I can't see him the same after he said that. So it's like in our heads,
the fear
everything's already like prejudged.
Yeah.
So that's tough. It's tough to just get us to want to just be expressive, because you have to get to a place where I just don't care. If you're willing to leave me for this, if you're willing to leave me for this, then okay, bye.
So that's a self-confidence, self-assured thing. You know, I'm the prize. Yeah, I'll be all right.
Yes. Yeah. It takes a while, because you don't want to. Who wants to lose relationships? Who wants people to walk away from them? So if you got abandonment, fear of abandonment, or stuff like that, you're not going to want to put yourself out there. You're not going to want to express, even as a guy, because yeah. So you just have to get to a point, and it's hard. It took me a while to not care.
That you're going to be all right.
Here's the second part. Here's the second side of that, though, and because guys are more concrete, and I think this is something women can't probably relate to. When I don't care, I don't care. Yeah. So when I get to the point that I don't care what you think, I don't care what you think.
Right.
So if it's not safe for me to express while I do care what you think,
right.
When I get to the point where I emotionally can't care what you think because it's not safe, then I no longer care what you think about what I say, which is also a problem in a relationship.
Well, I think where she's saying like the curiosity needs to be there. Because it can't be, you know, you should be curious. You're going to have to be. And I think that's like a lot of times what people feel when they're like having these problems, because you should be curious about me. Being curious about someone means you're interested in them, you know? And so it's not necessarily this thing of like, it doesn't have to be loaded, but oftentimes that's the only, everything becomes utilitarian or functional for men a lot of times. Like once y'all get into the relationship, a lot of times it's got to be very utilitarian or functional, right? I need to know that I'm doing the right thing to be safe for everybody. And so it just, you know, it's just something when she said you got to be prompted. I'm like, yeah, most of these niggas, I mean,
yeah.
You got
prompted. I'm just saying on our side,
boyfriend
we don't feel
GPT.
Safe emotionally. Yeah, we don't feel safe emotionally expressing to y'all.
Right,
y'all some terrorists.
Boyfriend GPT. Do I look nice today?
You know, yeah, you look beautiful.
Right. You know, terrible.
Yeah.
But it is the competition. It is the you suffer, I suffer more.
Yeah, absolutely. Now something that's really helped me.
Do you use humor now?
Yeah, my wife can make anything funny, so I rely on her to bring the humor in, because she's just
very useful.
Yeah, she's hilarious. She's a comedian, so not professionally. Yeah. She's just a funny person, and so she can always add that. But now what really helps me, and this is more what I'm like, is I'm kind of preemptive of stress. And so I'll sit down with them and be like, hey, I've got a really stressful week coming up. I just want you to be aware of that.
Yep.
And so, you know, if I'm a bit shorter, I'm running around.
Man, I do that now. Man, that's crazy.
fully present. I just want you to be aware I've got a lot of stuff going on. And if you need me, of course, I'll be there, but just know. And I like to set that up and communicate that, because to me, it gives me space to at least let her know where I'm coming from, rather than to catch me in a bad moment. And then I end up behaving in a way that I'm not proud of. Whereas now she's aware. So now she's mindful of that too. And she doesn't have to tiptoe around me, or she doesn't have to be unaware, but it's the idea that she's conscious that I get it. He's got 3 crazy days coming up, and we can talk about something maybe the day after.
Can I take this one a
Please,
step further?
I'd love that.
It's probably one of the most useful things I have.
Heck yeah.
Because I can respect that. The issue that I have with that is that you don't get to preemptively tell people you're gonna be a dick to them either.
You'll like what Esther says. You'll like what she says in response to what he just said.
Okay.
You will like how she said it should be stated.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad that I kind of jumped out, because I didn't want her response to influence without. Okay, cool. Yeah. Hopefully,
I ain't heard this part, but when I was listening to him, all I heard was Yella saying, you can't use that as an excuse to just be an asshole to somebody.
You really can't, though. Yeah, you really can't. I'm telling you now, I'm going to have a real stressful week. So if I'm short and I'm being a bitch to you, you'll just have to get the fuck out of here, bro. Because if you're that self-aware of it, if you're that of it, bro, then it shouldn't happen. If you're that self-aware of it, then it shouldn't happen. Then I shouldn't have to walk on eggshells because you feel like, for the next 7 days, since you told me it's going to be a stressful week, or since you told me you're in a certain space, you get to be a certain type of way. I still spaz the fuck out on you. Don't think that's the case.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I want to hear how she answers.
Yeah, and before she answers that too, I'm gonna say, because I'm on his side of this. I do that same behavior now, and it goes back to that same thing I told Greg when I was talking about the degradation kink. And I was like, even if I would be better at that if I actually don't respect you. Just because I don't respect you, and I'm not in a relationship, obviously I respect the person, but just because I'm having a bad day doesn't mean I'm going to act out of character. I'm just saying that you may not get a typical response from me. Maybe it might be a time when I'm typically jokey and I'm not jokey, or maybe a time where I really engage in conversation and I seem distracted. There may be something that is atypical, but I'm not going to go out of my way to be an asshole or excuse myself to be an asshole. It's just saying I may be different than you normally experience me, and it may seem inconsistent, or you may get worried. I'm letting you know what you might have picked up as something you worry about beforehand. It's this. It's mundane. It's routine. I can handle it. I'm not going to be an asshole, but you may experience me differently. So that's why. That's what that means to me.
And I think it's also a strange phenomenon, especially to do that to your partner who you're with, long term, because I see it. I don't, it's just kind of weird. It's a weird phenomenon to me, because you either have to be so detached that you feel like I understand that you go through your own stuff, but he's talking about maybe I had a busy work week, right? career wise, yeah, I see, I'm going to see that. I can, you know what I mean? I'm going to,
some people don't see it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You would have to be detached there would have to be some level of detachment for you to be going through something that stressful, where it takes you out of character for a week, and they don't have no idea you stressed. You know what I'm saying? Especially with his kind of job. So it's always been a weird thing to me. For instance, even when I worked, as a nurse, King didn't go to work with me. But if I had a cold or something like that, something that really knocked me off my usual, he may not know it was a cold, but he usually can pick up that I'm coming home with some heavy energy. And I think a caring, being a understanding partner, or being curious about your partner, you may ask them, or you would just give me space if you know that that's what I need or what I'm asking for, or because emotional intelligence, I would just then, if now that I'm here, if when I get home from it, I'm hey, I just need 2 hours to decompress. Right? I need 2 hours to decompress. I've thought about this. What do I need in this moment? Instead of just being I had a bad day at work, so if I snap on you, I'm just you got to deal with it. I'm just saying, that's what it feels like when somebody say that, instead of just being this is what I need right now. I need 2 hours. I need to be left alone. I need time alone. Instead of communicating a need, it's just like, hey, I'm just saying, I might cuss your ass out this week. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Like,
right, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I can understand, motherfucker, you need to distress from today, but guess what? Your week isn't going to determine the other things that happen in this situation.
Yeah, like
you have your week. Right, you have your week planned. That doesn't mean you get to check out from what's going on here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So guess what? If a stressful situation just happened to arise during your stressful last week, and you know that's the case, then you need to be able to check out of that. You need to be able to tap, you know what I'm saying? You need to be able to tap into all of it.
And communicate your need in that moment.
Right.
Like when you're like, I'm beyond my level of stress right now. Truly.
Right.
This is what I need.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then that just sounds like, well, I'm going to take the next week and check out of all responsibilities in this situation. So I'm going to be a dick. I'm not going to be helpful. No, you still need to accomplish your thing. You still need to accomplish your responsibility here. You know what I'm saying? Because your responsibility anywhere else is only self-serving. It's only self-serving. And I'm going to be the only one to receive that, because I'm in that position. So I'm going to be the only one to receive you in this mode, because you're not going to do that to other people, because they don't have to be as understanding about it as I would in the relationship with you. So I'm really the only one getting all of this from you this week, because you got something going on outside of me? Hell no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what they say, because I'm firmly planning on the opposite side of y'all, because y'all projecting.
Yeah.
I have seen changing in a relationship. When you do what you just do, you're attentive, you're caring, you let her know, you're apologetic. And being apologetic is very beautiful, but it still says, my life is very important. And I just want you to know I'm not going to be there. The step that really changes it around is when you say to the other person, I'm so thankful that you are here, because your being here is what enables me to go take care of my busy week. Absolutely. Because once you say it like that, you make the other person very important, and not, my life is so important, thank you for understanding it. You come after. I'll be there if you need me, but you come after. The thanking reinforces the interdependence. And it's true, because you couldn't go and attend to your life the way you do without having the other person do whatever it takes for you to be able to be absent for a while. And when you acknowledge that, it makes them feel like they're part of the story rather than they're on hold while your story unfolds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And I've always found that, at least for me, doing that separately in different contexts has at least helped me, when it's not tied to the same context. But I love that idea, and I fully agree with you. Like, you know, I think
it's a nice.
Before he goes, I like the way she framed it, because that's emotional management. Like, it's weird. It's weird because I feel like, man,
it's it's one of those subtleties of language again, of like what Yellow was saying. Like, you're picking up that this is a self-centered approach, and Esther pointed that out without saying that, by saying that when you're doing that, you're putting me on hold. You're not going to be there. That's what.
But here's the thing. Nothing changed. So that's not the reality. Like, the reality is that he's still going to go to work and he's still going to take care of his family. The only thing is how the people perceive it. And that's why I say, like, this is emotional management. So this is framing your words so that the other person has an experience of you that is more favorable to them. You are feeding into their selfishness as opposed to allowing yourself to be centered.
But I think it's actually, the difference is understanding the effect that your selfishness has on your partner and acknowledging that instead. Because you're gonna, like you said, this is me knowing myself, right? It's not like me a demand, right? It's like, I just know myself. If I have a stressful week, I might tap out a little bit. I might not be as plugged in, right? So that's a knowing yourself, which is great. Like, you know yourself and you're communicating that you know yourself. But at the same time, a lot of people know themselves, but can't acknowledge the effect that the self in a negative space affects the other person and what that means for them. And so I think that's what the language change does. It's like, yeah, I'm probably going to be an asshole for a week. And I'm also simultaneously explaining that I understand that that's going to put more on you this week. I might mentally tap out this week, and that's going to put more on you this week. So instead of focusing on how I'm just going to be tapped out this week, I'm also acknowledging that that's going to put more on you. And I appreciate that. Like if you can preemptively say that you might be tapped out for a week, you could also preemptively just be grateful for what your partner is going to have to pick up off what you're offloading on them for a week, basically, and being appreciative of it. And I think that's what the change is good.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a great tool. That's super. That is super effective. I'm gonna call it emotional man. I'm not gonna call it what it is, but it's emotional management, and I like it. That's a great frame. That's a great way to frame that situation.
And making offloading like a good thing, because people like offloading. It's like, yeah, that's a relationship. Sometimes you're gonna offload, and that's like an offload. Like, I might check out this week because I just got a lot of shit going on. You're offloading on your partner, and that's fine. We can be thankful that they allowed you to offload.
Oh yeah. You should be.
Plus, it kind of framing in a way if you're asking your partner to be this thing for them, not telling them, "Hey, look, finna be some bullshit. You better get ready." You know what I'm saying?
Y'all killing me.
No, because I'm saying it's like that's what I'm saying. It's because you made a good statement. You was like, well, that's just playing into their selfishness, but you can't look at it like this though. You can't override their need for self-worth with your selfishness either, because this is all about you. This whole stance is to make the situation better for you. So in turn, this person should want to be there to support you through this tough time instead of you telling them, well, this is going to be tough, you're going to have to deal with it, because they don't. You see what I'm saying? They don't have to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like the certain perception of telling them that this week is going to be tough. I understand people having tough weeks, and I can understand people not being available, but people also think because I warned you of this tough week, I'm going to lean into it as well.
Yeah, that's the part where I agree.
Right. I'm going to take advantage of your want to be supportive of me. I'm going to take advantage of this leeway to be as bitchy as I want to be or as pissy as I want to be because you've already agreed to it. So the idea of being like, hey, I appreciate you doing this because they are doing you a favor. You know what I'm saying? They are staying there through this week or so that you finna have. Because after 3-4 days, no matter how willing they are, that shit's gonna get irritating to them. But they're the one that has to kind of shut up and be quiet through it while you get to express all of your frustration in the moment. And that person never gets to blow off that steam. They essentially have to eat it, because it's not like after that week they get to have a week where they rage out about your week of you raging out on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, y'all be on some toxic shit.
Right. They just have to eat that. You know what I'm saying? They got to eat that week and never even and act like it didn't exist, because when you're back to normal, they have to be grateful that you're back to normal.
Oh, wow. Great for your week. And I know in their dynamic specifically, too, they also have like kids and stuff. So that's even more so, like, yeah, you off, you're going to I'm tapping out this week. So that's more, that the other person is picking up. So I think also that language is important for the self. Less so than like your partner has this like emotional need. Maybe your partner, like he's saying, it doesn't sound like his partner necessarily needs that. She hasn't asked for that. This is their system. But also, I think it helps you not lean in, for some people. It helps you understand that that the other person is being affected by your behavior. I think when you frame it that way, it sets your mind up to not be an asshole, even though you may, but it sets you more up to understand that my behavior is affecting my partner and they're taking on more in this time period. So instead of leaning in, you probably would be more likely to still try to manage it, because you set the scene for your mind that even though this week is going to be stressful, I understand my partner's picking up more. So you're less likely to lean into the bad behavior, and more likely to kind of be grateful.
So let me be the curious partner here to the both of y'all. So instead of me ascribing the trait that I'm perceiving from the two of you, I'm going to ask, why are the both of you adding him being an asshole and tapping out of the family? Why are you adding that dynamic to what he said? Because he clearly said,
right.
I'm still available.
Yeah.
I'm still handling my tasks. I just may be more short than usual. But you guys continually say, be an asshole. I'm gonna be snapping on you, not handling my responsibilities. So let me be curious. Why did the both of you keep adding that to what he stated?
For me, I think a lot of times when people communicate and they're being mature, it's just to understand through lived experience what that actually feels like. And I think the language is harsh, and I'm not saying that like he's going to be abusive or anything like that. But the reality of it is he's sitting here, you're on you're posturing a certain way, and you're like, I'm an understanding partner. I'm a partner. So it's like, one, if it wasn't going to be what you yourself already deem as bad behavior, right? Because it's less about what I think is bad behavior. You already deemed it to be unacceptable behavior to some degree because you're forewarning me about it. Right? Like, so I'm not saying I don't even know what that would look like for him. I don't know what snappy looks like for him. Yeah. But the fact that you felt the need to come up to me and be like, just so you know, I might be off this week. So there's something inside Jay that understands that this is between him and his wife, not acceptable, not typically behavior he would exhibit, and it's negative behavior. So you already know you finna be on some negative behavior, or you wouldn't have felt the need to come forewarn me. And then also when you, like, he I think he says later, like, if you run up on me in the moment, I will say something and feel like I didn't handle that in my best self, or I would feel shame about how I dealt with you in that moment. Right? So I'm just listening to how he's communicating it. And of course, I'm using my own language, but I'm listening to how he's communicating his experience and why he does this. Because when he didn't do it, he would go too far, he felt like, and treat her in a way that he felt bad about later. So that's why I'm saying that underneath it, you're giving yourself permission to be an asshole. You're giving yourself permission to lean into not being your best self, or giving yourself an excuse to not be your best self. So I'm just kind of listening to what he's saying, and that's why I'm ascribing, and I'm being a little bit more like to drive the point home as the other partner who has to experience this. I'm just kind of being more extreme with the language. But from Jay's own admission, this is shameful behavior he's exhibiting during this week. So that's kind of, you're putting that on your partner to actually emotionally manage you in that week. Because when you didn't put it on her to emotionally manage you, you went too far. So that's kind of what I'm just listening to what he's saying and just kind of picking up on the subtleties of it.
All right. What about you, Yales?
I mean, I'm kind of in the same place. If you are that self-aware of how your behavior is going to change the dynamic, then you should be that self-aware to prepare for it not to happen. Asking for the leeway to go as far as you need. Sure, we would want it to not become anything that's just like game changing, but there's also no governor on how far this could go. You know what I mean? And then, like Bree kind of said it best, telling me you're about to do this because you know you're about to be in a place that I otherwise would not deal with. You know what I'm saying? Something that I wouldn't necessarily want to have on a daily basis. Something that you probably shouldn't be putting out. You know what I mean? So it is that, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna be short this week. I mean, well, I understand you're gonna be busy, but you also not finna be walking around this motherfucker with attitude, because whatever you're dealing with ain't here. You see what I'm saying? It's not here. So if you're telling me that even what you're dealing with out there can't be put on pause when you get here, that's something you want to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I be like, self-awareness. A lot of people who think they self-aware just like sounding self-aware. Because like Bree said, he said it like, oh yeah, I'm this understanding, self-aware partner. And like I'm saying, he probably ain't no bad husband. He probably ain't no bad dad. But he said it in such a way that he felt like he was forewarning his partner, when in reality, he's telling her that you're going to get a shitty week from me and you need to manage this. You need to deal with it. You need to find a way to be okay with it, because it's not my problem to make sure you're going to be okay with this. And that's not necessarily fair to whoever's on the receiving end of that.
I hear you. I think, man, my point of divergence on this one, like with the self-awareness, it doesn't mean perfection. Like even like Esther earlier talked about how when she was going through something that frustrated her, her partner experienced her negatively. And it was not her intention to be experienced negatively. It's that she was having her own negative experience. That's no different to me than this. This guy saying, I'm going to have a week of possible, not even likely or going to. I might have a week where I'm going to be experiencing negative things on my side. So you may experience me negatively because of my negative experiences. I may not be able to mitigate or hide everything because my tolerance may be lower. Because people, whether they like to admit it or not, do have a finite amount of physical, mental, and emotional energy. And if you're diverting more of your capacity in a different lane, you're going to have less for the others. Now, ideally, we could take everything on one side and go home and just be hunky-dory. That would be wonderful. But that's not the reality. Hold up, Brie. The last thing, like I know Yella said something like this week, the work thing was for that's for you, like the selfish thing. But the work thing ain't for me. The work thing is for us. I don't want a week at work. I don't want that. That's not for me. But I'm dealing with that so that we have a source of income to take care of us. So it's not selfish. It does serve the self, but it serves all of ourselves in the family unit. It's an us serving thing. So we all make the sacrifice in that regard. But the last thing I'm gonna say on that, being an asshole intentionally, like that's why I like the language. Like it's like picking at a scab for me. The being an asshole intentionally, that's abusive. Like that's an abuse. Like so, being an asshole, like just because you gave somebody carte blanche, nah, or gave yourself. I mean, you gave yourself carte blanche. Nah, that's not okay. That's abusive. And tapping out of the family dynamic simply because you're having a hard week, that's neglectful. Like I don't think you can just set somebody up for you to abandon them for a week emotionally or to be abusive for a week. I don't think either one of those are okay, which is why like the language for me was like something that was like, I want to click, but I hear y'all's points. I just have a difference. But go ahead, bro.
Oh, I had ants on my microphone, but right. I'm like, where the fuck they coming from? So I'm trying to figure out. That's what I was doing. But I did want to say, I think in his example, he's Esther brooding. He's Esther brooding. That's in the example. Gotcha. Like when she said earlier, that's what he's saying. Like it wasn't that I'm experiencing this negative thing. So like she said, it happened naturally. She experienced a negative thing. So therefore she had a negative aura to herself. What he's saying is, I'm gonna brood this week. Like when she said when he experienced her negatively, she brooded. Like that's kind of what he's preemptively telling you, that I'm gonna brood, because it becomes brooding when the stimuli is removed and you're staying in the space. Like not even in the and brooding is kind of normal. Like some degree of brooding is like, just processing it. It got to kind of wash off you a little bit. But that's I think in that example more of what he's saying. Like I'm brooding. Like I'm gonna be in this space because of the bureaucracy. And like if you experience me, if you say something to me, like I might stay. So that's what I'm hearing more so. That that's what makes it kind of like, you don't have to say that because, the bureaucracy irritates you. And I know the stimuli is coming to you and you snap, maybe, I will give you the benefit of that. Or I might still express that I experienced you negatively in this week. Or I might say you're snappy this week, just like her husband said, yeah, I got a headache, So I think you preemptively saying it is a method of control. And so I think that's kind of what Esther was picking up on in his language, which is why she turned it to empower the other partner, because he's setting the stage to have control over the situation. And so that's a power play he kind of did in a way, if that makes sense.
Now this goes back to the thing where I said about y'all asking us to express is loaded, because then him just saying, I think I'm going to have a hard time dealing with the things that are going on at work this week. I feel it's going to be challenging. It's going to be stressful. And now it's a power play and a bid to control. So now I can't even tell anybody that I'm already anxious about this week at work.
Well, you didn't say that, though. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's what Esther's saying. And that's what I mean. Right. It's not, that's how you throw it into a power struggle instead of like just being vulnerable and expressing. Like, though, and that's like the subtlety of the language that she picked up on. That this is a power thing. It's, instead of you coming in and saying like, man, I'm just really nervous about this week. Like, I'm super anxious. Or maybe even expressing to your partner, leaning on them, saying like, I'm just real nervous about this week. And, or like, just some bullshit this week, the schedule, blah, blah, blah. You're not just relaying your experience or what you're feeling. You're telling me what I need to do. Like, he didn't say that.
But he also didn't say what she needed to do. He said, I might be.
Oh, but he implied what she
he
did.
It's heavily implied. It's heavily implied.
So how is it that we can have an implication on what she's supposed to do when he didn't say that, but we can't have an implication that he's having a feeling of anxiety or nervousness about this? So why is the implication only go one way? Okay, but he also didn't say that she had to do anything.
That's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. If he can be as self-aware to tell you that he's going to be short, he's going to be distant, he's going to be all the negative things this week, he could probably work on trying to find a way to say, hey, look, I got a week coming up. I'm super nervous about it. I'm anxious about it. And then in turn, that gives how can I put it? That empowers your partner to be that supportive partner, because now they know what to look for instead of just being on edge of you snapping already. So what's happening is like a pre-apology for it's like writing a blank apology check. I'm gonna apologize, but there's no limit on what I'm about to do this week. But I'm going to pre-apologize. So it's like telling somebody, look, don't get mad, and then telling them some shit that they're guaranteed to get mad at. You know what I'm saying? Or telling them that they wrecked your car or some shit. So the implication that she would have to do something is him preparing her for how the week is supposed to go. But there's almost like a hall pass on any type of negative behavior. Right. So if you're constantly doing that, and every time you have a bad week come up, you're constantly, hey, look, I got a bad week coming up. That shows me that you're not really working on preventing those bad weeks from affecting you here. You're leaning into it every time this situation presents itself. Therefore, this is more about you being able to feel like you're in the position to express and be your complete self while I have to manage that. And not feel any type of way about it, not take it personal. I can't take it personal. I can't internalize it. I can't help with it, and I can't prevent it. Just have to accept it and take it all in stride.
She got to kind of fall back that week. She's not
right. I can't come talk to you.
Leaning. Mm-hmm. She's got to either leave him alone, like he said, like, if you need me, I'm here. But like that implies that I'm gonna fall back. Obviously, if you really need me, you can come tell me. So it's like that language that he said there tells
I'm still available.
I'm still available,
but I might be consumed with work during a tough week.
No, but he is. I may be so stressed out that like that's always the implied. Like, you're always there if I need you. So you wouldn't have to say, "Well, I'm here if you need me." It's like.
Right.
There's an implied, there's underneath that communication, there's something there. That because you had to tell me that I could still come. You had to give me permission to still come to me
because of his demeanor and his workload.
Right. So
because we know people get standoffish.
Right. So that means he's isolating. He's pulling back that week, right? That's
we don't know. Again, we don't know what that looks like. But in some way, either his attitude is more standoffish,
right?
Because he's in his head,
right?
Or his actual proximity. Maybe he's locked in his office. So either it's physical distance,
right,
or it's mental distance, which is going to come across as emotional distance. But there's some distance there.
Yeah.
So if you're saying I'm going to feel distant to you, but I am still available, I can still tap in if needed. That if that's not responsible, if this is negative, like I mean, because I hear that y'all it's sounding very negative, but if this is the standard that we're going to put on people, that even when they're saying, hey, I might be in a state that may allow you to experience me negatively, I may even experience myself negatively,
right?
And because I don't want to do any irreparable damage,
right,
I am going to focus in on this week to get my financial stuff, economic stuff, make sure my job and all this is in order. But I am still a present partner.
But you're not.
That's the whole point. Absolutely not. Because you spent Sunday telling me how you're not going to be a present partner. God.
But this is the thing. It's okay if you can't be present while you're going through some shit. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
Distant and present are. Go ahead.
But it's okay if he pulled back. That's what I'm saying. He feel a way about pulling back. Like, it's okay. Like, you might pull back, Jay. Like, you stressed, so you might fall back. It's like you coming in, putting all this stuff like, I'm about to do all this, so you don't feel good about it. Like, people who stress, isolate, they pull back, they get a little distance, they be in their head. Anxious people do that. Like, I'm not saying that he can't have a negative aura because of the negative thing he's going through, but you're pushing me. You're like, instead of just feeling okay with that, like, you gotta come and give this vague, like, I don't know how I'm gonna respond this week. And it's like a anxiety written statement almost. I don't know. It's just the way he said it. Like, and that's why Esther, I think the way she turned it, took it out of that space, because it's like I'm gonna need your support. It's just a difference in like pushing the partner away to dealing with your shit versus like, we're a team and I need your support. Yeah. So I think that's ultimately the biggest difference, is that with the original way he put it, you're pushing me away. You're isolating. You're like, because I can't trust myself, I'm just gonna isolate. I'm gonna pull away. I'm gonna pull away. And I understand a lot of people deal with it that way because they don't know how they're going to handle it. But if we're in a relationship and we're supporting one another, you like, you don't push you. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a difference in just like you falling back because you going through some stuff instead of trying to find a language for what you're dealing with, and understanding that I'm here to support you. Like, it's just the difference in how you communicate. It tells a lot about what you're actually going through and how you actually feel about your own negative experience. Less about me, still about you.
But there's still a you in the. Okay, go ahead, Yella. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Nah, because I don't know why this is so important to me, but it is. I know Bree keeps saying that, we keep saying that he feels bad. That's why he feels the need to say something. We also don't know if he's not saying something because of something she's expressed in the past. He may not feel bad about what's going on. It may be his natural mode, but she's expressed that when they might have had an experience where he's had a tough day a week, and she's like, I've experienced something with you. I don't like the way this feels. So he's like, oh shoot, I didn't intend to do this. So we're making an assumption by saying that he's feeling bad about this. We don't know exactly where this was introduced in their relationship. So it could simply be, oh, I've done this before, and I'm trying to get ahead of her feelings. I think he even said that. Somebody said something about being preempting her feelings of her negative possible experience of him. It may not be that he feels bad about what he's getting ready to do, because it may be the way he's operated the entire time. And I'm not even saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that could be a possibility. And I don't want to assign he's already feeling bad about doing this, because then why would you do it? Like Yella saying, if you're so self-aware and you feel bad about doing this, why would you do the thing that you feel bad about? So that would be a whole sidebar. But he never implied that she couldn't take it personal. Like Esther's husband was there, like you said, Bree. He was able to speak up about the headache that he got from listening to her scream. I feel like this is the impossible standard that we put on men, and I feel like it goes beyond unfair. But men are already known to not be great communicators. We're alexithymic. Men don't have words for language. All this stuff that men do not have the capability of doing. Not even tapped in on their own emotions half the time. Not aware, not emotionally aware. Okay, cool. We already got that baked into everything we say about men. But then he's emotionally aware, like Yella said, he's emotionally aware enough to be like, man, I'm getting ready to have a tough week of work. So like even Yella has said, he's that emotionally aware. We don't know what level of emotional awareness he is, how far in his progress of emotional awareness he's gotten, but we know he's at least emotionally enough aware to realize that when he has a tough week, he's either unpleasant in the eyes of his wife or he feels unpleasant himself. One of those two things has happened in the past, so now he's aware of it. So he's getting ahead of it. And yes, he centered himself in his experience, which, again, for me, I expect a person to center themselves, not 100% of the time, because there's still a couple. But in this moment, I'm getting ready to have a tough week. My experience is getting ready to get stressful. I'm going to have a tough week. To me, y'all kept saying about the implication and the inference. That implies a level of anxiety. That implies a level of stress. If somebody says I'm going to have a tough week of work, I don't need to hear them say, I'm afraid of what's going to happen this week. I don't need that. Now, that might be me. Other people might need to hear everything articulated. But again, we're talking about a man who we already know and hear and have said do not have the level of awareness and articulation. He's expressed it to a certain level. I know I'm going to have a rough week. How much higher is the standard going to be where he has to be so completely expressive and vulnerable in every moment? I'm having a bad week and I'm anxious about what Greg is going to say at the office, and Tommy might not get his side of the project done, and blah, 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 blah. I might not be able to have that level of vulnerability and prepare myself for the week. Now, again, I don't know what his week is going to look like. So if I'm in this situation, depending on the task ahead of me, I might not have the emotional resolve to both prepare myself for what I'm getting ready to experience at work and go through this level of expressiveness and openness and vulnerability. Yeah. Like, I feel like that's just an unfair standard. Now it's an ask to say, hey, center your partner's experience. That's an ask, and that's a level of emotional awareness that's even deeper than the one he's reached to get here. Which is fine to hope somebody gets to, but putting it as an expectation to me is extremely unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're having a conversation from the point, just like Esther pushed him past, like saying, that's okay, this is what you're doing. Let me push you to do it better. And then she's going to keep talking about making your partner feel important. So you'll hear more about it. But it's the same thing we're doing. I'm not saying that most people don't communicate this way. I'm not saying that that's expected. I understand he's doing what he thinks is the best way to communicate with his partner in an emotional state, in a way to make sure that they don't have toxic communication or run-ins that can hurt the marriage ultimately. So that's not to say that what Jay is doing is bad. And even when me and Yellow were talking about it, I understand we were talking about his example, but this is in no way me saying that anything Jay is doing is what I'm talking. Like when I say, oh, he being an asshole, this and this and that, I'm just being like, we're just using our language and kind of relating it to our own life experiences. So that's maybe why they sound a little loaded. But as far as what Jay said, it's like, yeah, that's a reasonable accommodation. Like you said, maybe the wife said, you're an asshole when you have these weeks. So he's like, okay, maybe I'll just warn you ahead of time. That way you can kind of avoid me if I'm going to kind of be in this asshole space, right? Like, let's just say they had that conversation. I'm going to be snappy. I'm going to be rude. You feel hurt when I do that. So maybe I'll just tell you that I can see the storm coming so that you can just avoid the storm, right? Fine. Like, I'm not saying that that's not communication and that's not what they've agreed to. But just like Esther reframed it, because she's like, you're still self-centered here. You're not acknowledging the partner. You need to center the partner. I feel like that's just the conversation we were have. How could this be better? Why even though he's communicating, there's still problems with the way he communicates. It's still not the best way to communicate.
But hold on, real quick. Let me interrupt that.
Not communicate.
You said it's not the best way.
I was
go
going
ahead.
My word first. I was going to say not communicate. It's not the best way to breed the type of it's figure 8 that Esther was kind of talking about in the seeking that you want. Is not the best. It's a good way to communicate his experience. So that's why I changed the word. But it's not the best way to achieve that feeling like we're kind of both interdependent here and we're having this middle shared experience. So that's why I was going to say. That's why I was going to change it. But
I get you. But here's my pushback on Esther, even on this moment too. If he's getting ready to experience an elevated stress event in his life, having the wherewithal to censor your partner in the moment where you're going through the event, that's a heavy ask. Now I'm saying, like, as far as if we were like to put this in college, like as far as like relationship 101, this is advanced. Like, so I mean, I get that she's talking to Jay Shetty here, but like, I just wonder, like, this is a lot to ask on somebody when you're going through your personal event. Your mom's the one with cancer, but then you need to, you're stressed out, you're worried, you're going through the anxiety, you're afraid about what's about to happen to your mother, and then you're like, hubby, I'm really thankful for your support right now. While you're going through it, people may not always be in their highest emotional awareness state. Like they may not be in their highest order self. And I think a lot of us, I'm not saying accept abuse. If somebody's being an asshole, you can call them out. But what I am saying is, if somebody's just like, hey, listen, man, I'm having a tough time dealing with my mom's health right now. I just like, if anybody calls for me, just tell them I'm not available. And I'm gonna try to figure some stuff out. And their partner could, because they hear you expressing, I'm going through a high stress event. I'm going through a high stakes event. I would like the partner to then be the person to explore the curiosity. Is there anything I can do to take some pressure off of you while you're going through the high stakes event? I think it's unfair for the person that's going through the high stakes, high stress event to also be the person responsible for the other person's emotional reception of my messaging.
But like, he's doing this preemptively. He's not going through it right now. And I think that's why Esther said that. He's not going through it yet. No, he's not. No,
listen. No, Bree, listen.
He preemptively said it. He said,
listen, Bree, let me say this. If I'm preemptively saying something, that means it's on my mind. That means if something's in my mind, it's real to me. People have anxiety that manifests physical changes and physiological problems, like things that they think are having heart attacks. Nothing's happened yet, but it's happening to them. So if somebody's worried about something that's happening, coming down the pipe that has not happened, it's very real, even though it has not occurred.
But that's like when we're talking about like anxious people or people who have panic attacks, right? Like it's real in their mind, so they're going through it now. All he said was, I look at my schedule and I see that this work week is about to be crazy. So he's just saying, like, I know over the course of this week, this stress is going to build up on me. And so I'm going to go through it. So his language, he wasn't saying that when he's coming to her on Sunday and saying, look, Monday I got a meeting, Tuesday I got a meeting. He's not actively in that space. That's why he's communicating now. So he's not actively in the space. So he's just saying preemptively, like, shit, by the time Tuesday run around, Wednesday run around, I know myself. I'm going to be stressed out. I'm going to be snappy. He's not currently in that space from what he just communicated. You're not currently in that space. This isn't an anxiety thing. This isn't a looming, like, oh, I feel like I'm stressed right now. He's talking about a work week where he's looking at his schedule and he's seeing that it's a lot. So I think that that's why Esther talked about it, like in that way. It wasn't in the moment, I'm stressed because I just got off a work call. And then she's telling him to center his wife. So the difference between the Esther and her husband situation and the Jay and his wife situation is Esther and her husband were actively in the moment. And the husband she was dealing with the stimuli actively. He saw the stimuli actively. Jay's situation, the stimuli hasn't come yet. He's just have the awareness to know with the schedule he has, he's about to be there. So I don't see those two situations are as one for one, because he's just telling you ahead of time. And I think that was Esther's point. Well, if we're preemptively talking about our emotional states and what we're going to be doing, then it wouldn't hurt to also acknowledge the partner on the other side. So I think that's the difference in why she said that. And I once again, I think they're going to talk about it better, and you'll get a better feel of what she was getting
But I hear you. I hear you. I'm just gonna make this last point and I'll drop it. But if we can acknowledge that y'all said that he was emotionally aware. So the words emotionally, which implies an emotion, and aware means he could perceive. So he could perceive an emotion enough to preempt the problematic week. So he was aware of an emotion about the week to come. The reason he sent the messaging is because he saw the week ahead and had an emotion about it. So he had some emotion. I can't say to what degree he had an emotion, how intense the emotion was, but there was some level of emotional awareness, which means there was an emotion about this week that had not happened yet. So even though he was not in the week, he was having an emotion about the week, or he would not have had a reason to tell her about the week, because it wouldn't have mattered. If it was just the week and he didn't have a feeling about it, there's very little reason to mention it. Again, I can't say to what degree. It could have been like, oh, this may be a thing, and it never rose above that level emotionally. Right. But there's some level of thought there, because we were also able to infer that he felt bad. Yeah. He felt bad, or he wouldn't have sent that message. So if we can infer that he felt bad, that's why he delivered the message. I think it's also safe to infer that there was some level of emotion about that week that has not happened yet.
And I think he said self-aware.
Self-aware.
So that's awareness of the self, and how you experience things and how you handle them.
And that's kind of where my stance on is it, because there's not a, hey, I'm about to have a stressful work week. You know what I'm saying? There's a, you have to deal with my stressful work week. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So, and to his point, he did mention that how he would act in those stressful moments affected his partner. How they affect, he did mention that it affected her negatively. My thing is that if your self-awareness can put you in a position to where you have to preemptively tell your partner you're going to have a stressful week, then you should also be working to get into the point to where that week doesn't stress you out like that, because you're not going to, you shouldn't have to ask for leeway to be short, unavailable, this type and the other whenever stress at work presents itself. Because you use the example of my parents being sick. That's a once in a lifetime moment. That is the, oh shit, this stress is going down. But you have a business, which means you're going to encounter these weeks far more frequently than you are your parents being sick. And if you can't manage that, even with this level of, I'm so self-aware about how I'm going to be, I'm going to tell my partner she has to be, no, you should probably use that level of self-awareness to figure out how not to let these weeks get you that fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not working towards that. You're okay, well, I'm not going to change how I respond to this week. I'm going to ask my partner to change how she responds to me not being able to handle this shit. And that in turn is completely unfair. And it's not a men thing either, because I notice everybody like this. It's the same thing with women.
Women do that.
It's the same thing with women. When they get on their period, they bitch, you 40. You've been had a period since you was 12. You don't know how to handle your disposition when you got a period. You know what I'm saying? Or stressing out at work, or these type of things that are mundane after a while or are repetitive. Like you can't feel as self where you're going to tell somebody you're going to be a certain type of way. If you know that's problematic, you should probably be working at changing that instead of trying to prepare them for something that you're probably going to go through again. And then we're going to be back in this cycle again.
Yeah.
And see, I would just say I'm and it may be a fault in me. I'm willing to accept it. It could be me, but I'm 100% on the opposite side, because even to Esther's point about the bureaucracy thing, some things that are in life, you're just going to have to deal with complicated matters. They may even be routine matters that are unfavorable, that cause negative emotion. Right. And you have to work out a system between the partners that accounts for that. Like, you just have to find a way for the two of you that can allow space for the other person to have negative emotions from time to time. So like, maybe it's like, babe, like for Esther's example, I know Bree says not a one-to-one, but still, babe, I'm about to be on the phone with the bank. I'm gonna take the call out the car because you know how I get. Or something else, like, babe, I'm getting ready to handle this call. So you know how I get on the phone. I'm not even taking it out the car because it's cold outside. I'm just letting you know. That way, if you want to get out the car while I'm yelling, but that needs to be something that the two partners work out based upon their temperament and disposition. But I'm saying I have to make room for you to be a human and to have a human experience, and not for you to. I can't expect you to always 100% carry your emotions in the way that I see is comfortable for me. Like, there's going to be some times where you're just like an asshole. And I get that. Maybe I just tell you, like, hey, babe, you're being an asshole. And you're like, okay, let me calm down. Maybe I'm tripping. But that's got to be a trust thing built up.
I see the point of split here, because I don't think, in the situation, it's just like you said, she said, we just want empathy. We both want empathy. So she's just pushing him to actually express empathy to what his partner is going through when he's going through a bad week. That's all she's pushing him to do. Instead of talking about what you're going to do and what I'm going to do, she's just pushing him to be empathetic to his partner's experience of him being negative. And so that it's pulling you in, because everybody avoids, and they go to their own corner to be negative. Instead of, like, a lot of times, if you're just empathetic, like you said in the car, like her husband was just like, well, you can be empathetic to the fact that I had to share this space with you while you were on the phone, and so I have a headache. And she said, you can be empathetic to the fact that I have to deal with the bureaucracy. And, so it's just, you don't necessarily have to run away. You don't have to leave the car. And that wasn't even like, no one had to leave the car, right? It was just empathy to your partner's experience of you going through negative things, and in turn having a negative energy. And so when she pushed him, I feel like that's what she was pushing him to do. Like, you're having you're going to have a bad week. You don't have to, like, maybe you snap, be empathetic to the effects that your bad week has on your partner. And that's for you. Like, and so when people hear this, I don't want people to think that, like, oh, you have to be the perfect communicator. But a lot of times in therapy, a lot of the stuff they're teaching you how to communicate is for your own mind. Like, to help you frame your own mind to the self. So it's just trying to pull in a little bit more empathy is all I hear her saying. Pull in a little bit more empathy, so that then your partner can maybe come in and support you truly. Because I don't think a lot of us give our partners really a chance to support us. Just like with the whole period thing. Like, yeah, I get snappy on my period. I don't go hide in the corner because I just, I'm snappy, so let me go to my room and you stay away from me and you avoid me. It could just be something like, oh man, my period's coming. Like, I really, I'm gonna want the snacks, I'm gonna do this, and just being very specific about how your partner can support you. I think a lot of times would be helpful, instead of just always going to your corner, or they can go to their corner and avoid. So a lot of times, like, yeah, I get snappy on my period, and I just say, yeah, like, I know when I be on my period, I be a little snappy, and like, I love the fact that King doesn't run away from me when I'm on my period. Like, I have said, I'm so happy that you don't feel like you got to go to the other side of the house when I'm on my period. Like, I love the fact that he can be around me going through a negative thing I have no control over. Even maybe I'm negative, but I've also communicated to him that I know that it affects him. And I think it just has given him better places to be able to come in and, like, have me lean on him in those moments. I think too many people just avoid. And I think the behavior Jay is showing is kind of like, it's not that he's avoidant, but it's going to breed more of that. You go to your corner, I go to mine. And that's going to affect you both at the end of the day. So let me pull y'all back into understanding that y'all are sharing this together. It's kind of a different way of saying what I think she wants him to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying if you're telling your partner, I'm gonna be short, I'm gonna be snappy, that's not preparing them to support you. That's preparing them to avoid you. That's preparing them to create space with you where they don't interfere with you, so they don't get from you. Like, I get what Esther's saying. You put your partner in a position to where, because you want them to support you, but they're getting anybody to support. They're getting somebody snapping at them. They're getting somebody being short. When it ain't like throwing the shit across the room. I ain't talking about abusive, but being snappy was his words. Being short is his words. So he understands that there's a certain level of aggression that he exerts to her when he's in a certain place. That's going to get harder and harder to support when you're not getting, when you're almost getting the, hey, I'm about to punch you in the face this week, for lack of a better term, or I'm about to be difficult to deal with, instead of, can you help me deal with this? Right? And it's not an in the moment thing. This is something that's going to happen for a couple days. It's not just them in the car and they had a moment. No, this is about the.
Did he drop out?
Bad day. I'd be good in a couple hours. I probably did. We've been clippy. I don't know if
his mic cut out.
But
you back.
But I go back to saying it again. Like, this ain't just a case. What he's presenting isn't a case of, well, we're just in the car and we're in this moment, or I had a bad day on the phone. Give me a couple hours, I'll be cool. No, this is about to go on for a couple days. This is about to be nonstop for a week, right? And you are aware of this as you're going through it. So to tell me that I'm about to have to endure this for a week is not necessarily the most sensible way to put it, because that person does not have to endure that, right? Even if they want to be supportive of you, they don't have to endure you being short or not there when they need it, or checked out, or not available for the week. You know what I'm saying? So it is asking them to deal with a certain level of that anger and frustration over an extended period of time. You know what I'm saying? So I get in a moment, or like something happened, that's cool. But this is a thing that and like I said, I'm really on the idea of, if this is something that's consistently happened with him to the point to where now he's got to warn her, then he should probably be more aware to the point of, well, how can I make sure my work weeks ain't, let me not book all of this shit. Let me not pile all these work obligations into the same week like that. Because I realize that if I'm doing this, that, and the other consistently for a bunch of days in a row, I become a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? I do this. So I shouldn't have to count on my partner to deal with that, because I know it's preventative if I do this, that, and the other. It's this idea that we're supposed to push ourselves to the level of frustration to make some type of sense of it. And that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, that ain't cool to sit up and put your partner in a place of anxiety with you and expect them to support you, because then they're no good. They're on edge, you're on edge, everybody around you on edge. So instead of helping you over the coals, they walking across the coals themselves, trying not to upset you.
Yeah, I hear you. I still definitely disagree with you, but I'm gonna let it go. We're gonna keep. We're gonna let see where Ester goes. And what's up, Greg? I don't know if I greeted you. What's up, my man?
Nice switch.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's a tweak that really changes the power dynamic in the relationship in a small move.
Yes, definitely. It's switching the significance from yourself to this relationship and the support that you each provide. Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that. I love what we're talking about. And you've probably heard this a million times, and that's what I think it's important to address. a lot of people will say, I want to talk to my partner about these things. I want to be curious about them. I want to ask them about their past. But every time I do, they shut down. They go quiet. They don't want to talk about it. If I get curious and say, hey, you know, when we're not arguing, but when we're just talking, and I say, hey, you know what? I just wanted to figure out, like, is there anything that scares you from your past? Is there anything that worries?
Hold up, Esther. I think Esther's French. Esther Perel.
I think she's Dutch or Swedish.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
One of them.
I think Greg doesn't like, and they had the question: being in the car may be a peace space. Would all peace spaces have to always be with our lover? I don't think. Again, I think that would have to be the dynamic of the individual couples. Like, because I know I value space more than the average person does. So being in a couple with me would require some places of space or times of space. But some people, you may get, you know, like Esther said, a dance of sameness and difference or something like that. If you got two people that like being up each other, like up under each other all the time, they may not want any spaces apart. So, I mean, that would really depend on the people involved. But I know I need some kind of space for myself and some time for myself. What y'all think about that, though?
I think that, yeah, I think that space is good, but I think when there is a hyper fixation on this has to be a defined space for me, I think that what I would like people to do is unpack that for themselves. If you talking about in a relationship, that's what I will say, because it still feels like that fighting, like there's an anxiety there, and that's cool. Like, you don't have to get rid of you can't get rid of who you are and your past and your traumas and stuff you went through and how you were nurtured. But I just wish people would get to their anxieties about it instead of control, because there are some people with a hyper fixation on space, and that is used. I wouldn't say used, because I don't think people are conscious of it, but it creates the power struggles Esther's talking about. Because now something is becoming a thing that shouldn't even be a fucking thing. It's the toilet paper roll, but now it's your space. Now it's your space instead of the toilet paper roll, even though we live together. So I'm a person who likes, I kind of go inward when I'm highly stressed as well. So I'm not saying that I don't understand it. But I think sometimes when I listen to what people make a thing, and depending on what they make a thing that has to be announced when they come in the room, yeah, I'm kind of like, it's something under there. Whatever you choose to announce, it's something under there. So it's just kind of weird when I hear.
And this is kind of my armchair. This kind of my armchair kind of quarterback thing of it. I hear people say that I need space, and they want room to be able to check out of the relationship. They want the ability to not have to be in that space that they agreed to be in. Because that can be kind of implemented whenever. That need for space can kind of be implemented whenever. You know what I'm saying? And it typically includes completely checking out.
Yeah, so, I agree. The space is always that I need to check out here.
Yeah, I need to completely check out.
Check out in some way. In some way, maybe.
Yeah, in some way. Yeah. I need to not be responsible for this, or I need to not be in a place where I have to deal with this. But the problem is that once you finish that, you still have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? You still have to be a part of it. So I'm not saying like I'm not saying that people don't need to kind of do their own thing or have their own things that make them happy. Bro, I hear it all the time, and it's a bit cringeworthy, right? The need I need my own space. No, you just want to be able to check out at your convenience, which is fine, but kind of makes you an unreliable person to be around. Makes you real unreliable.
And your partner may respond to that a certain way.
Right.
And
because you might decide to have space when they need you to not have space. You know what I'm saying? When they need you, you might want to check out because it might be too difficult for you to deal with. It might be above your. Then you're essentially useless to them.
Okay.
And, yeah, to Anya's point, Nae's point, I think that's true. Yeah, I think we understand that when people say it, but people don't say that, and that's the whole point. I think that Esther's getting to, like, people say stuff, but it's not stuff. And it's like if you're like, "Hey, I have insecurities, I have trauma, I have things. When I can't check out, I get overwhelmed and I want to kick puppies. Or when I feel like you're irritating the shit out of me, sometimes it makes me want to punch walls. How can we not get here?" Like, it's never that. It's just this what I'm about to have. And if you come over here, I'm gonna rock your shit. Maybe not.
Y'all so extreme. Y'all so
I'm here.
extreme.
Look,
y'all
I might rock
teens
your
for
shit,
sure.
but if you really need me, I'm here. It's like, yeah, okay.
Right then,
Okay.
why would I come approach you then? Like, why would I? If you need me, I'm here. Oh, fuck off, mad, frustrated, unavailable, unapproachable. But yeah, I'm here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I mean,
like you're not.
Yeah, nobody's saying that, but when it's so vague like that, when people, that's one of the things I do in real life. When people use vague language and don't realize they're using vague language, I would just put the most ridiculous shit in there, like plug in their sentence with the most ridiculous thing, because I think sometimes people don't know they're communicating vaguely. And I think that people assume, like they say with the projecting, we project our experience on our partners. You project that I'm gonna plug into that what you just said, what you plugged into what you just said. And I think that, like Jordan Peterson says, be specific with your words. I think it's good to be specific for that reason. Not to say if you love somebody, obviously they're not gonna rock your shit. But if I could actually plug in rock your shit and what you said to me doesn't negate it, then maybe you should be more specific. That's all I be saying.
Yeah. Man. I'm with that, and I do think people do get fixated because they've had like the life experience that has kind of forced the imprint on their mind where something is like paramount. What's up, Mrs. She Said in the building?
Hello.
And shout out to Greg Bryant for the Cash App, man, for the cancel the French. So thank you so much. Are we talking about dating or after living with someone for years? So we're talking about long-term relationships to marriages. So that, because it is, I'm a person that I am a believer in space, and I know they just shitted on anybody that wants space and needs space.
Yeah, fuck y'all space, bitch.
It's necessary for me, and I would communicate that. I would come in the door with that, like they said. I would open the door like, "Hey, I need space," and that's not me saying I want to be a reliable partner. But what Tua Yella said, it is saying I do need to check out sometimes. I need my mind. My mind requires, and I've learned this about myself. I require difference. I require contrast. And if I'm always seeing you, I will grow to, I don't want to say resent, but that's probably the best word. It's like if I don't have a space, now typically it's gonna be like work. Work will get you away from your partner. And your partner and home will get you away from work. So you have contrast that's kind of built into life most of the time. But if like you absolutely like if you worked with your partner and then went home with them, or like y'all had a home-based business, so y'all 24/7, I could not do that. But I know that about myself because I need some difference. I need variance in my tasks, in my day. Like I need things to variety. I need something to be different. So that's why I would need space, is to keep me from getting to a stagnant mentality where I start making stuff up. I'm about as patient as it gets. There's nobody on this planet I am incapable of getting sick of. Resent is what I would go with. If you're always there, you are going to get resented. Yeah. So again, that's how I handle it. And I also understand that's another reason I don't get into relationships, because my needs are so specific. My needs are so specific, and nobody's going to give back what they want in fair exchange for everything that I require. So it's like it doesn't even make sense to do to anybody. Why would I even pull somebody into the badness? It doesn't even make sense. But that's why I'm me, and I leave people alone, because it's an impossible ask. But
worries you, or is there any challenge you're going through? Like, how can I help you? And the other person goes, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm dealing with it. And people often feel like they get shut down when they're trying to be curious. I'm sure you've heard this a million times in sessions. And how have you dealt with that?
If you've tried to ask your partner a certain set of questions and you systematically get the same answer, change tactic. The point is not doing it one more time, hoping that this time you're going to get a better response. It's a little bit like Moses and the rock. You know, the water won't flow.
Yes.
So what I like is not to be so direct. You know, somebody told me recently that they had gone to an offsite at work. So it started in a different context, but it's a good example. And she organized this whole offsite. And she took a card from the game, from Where Should We Begin? And the card was somebody who impacted your life and doesn't know it. And the whole group went through this question. And basically, people spoke that you knew nothing about, people who never talk, and people who you thought you knew that came up with stories that you had no idea about. Try to do it in a more playful way. Try to do it sometimes as part of a dinner conversation. Try to do it with a question that is less on the nose, you know, and that invites you to then start from anywhere you want. This is an interesting question that you can answer at so many levels of depth. There are many of those. If you just say, tell me about your past, no. You know, you saw this movie and you saw what happened there. It's like, anything of that is familiar to you, and you tell your story. You need to create a context.
Yes.
For many people, digging deep into the past is traumatizing, aversive, scary, uninteresting, you know, or they don't have the vocabulary for it. It's the other thing. So that's why people have used the arts. Books, movies, plays, songs, poetry, they speak our human experience with, and we only have to say that's my thing. So sometimes I say to people, you know, how about you find some songs that express the stuff that you don't know how to talk about?
That's good.
And that's a much lighter lift than tell me about your past, you know? A character that represents the parent that you grew up with. And you go and find into a series, a television series, one of these characters. They've all been written about. Use other mediums, other vocabularies to open up stuff that people don't necessarily want to be in therapy with their partner.
Yeah, I love that. That's such great advice. And I couldn't agree more. I always say, everyone who's listening to me, I always say to them, like, please don't force my book onto your partner. Like, please don't. Like, you may love my book, so you may love my work.
Put it on the night table.
Please don't do that. And I always say to people, like, it's about speaking the language that your partner connects to. And
you say what?
That's the fucking worst. Have somebody send you a book or put a book on you that you don't even.
Oh, you're already like.
Oh my God! Talking about. I'm gonna send you a book. You should read this, and there ain't even some shit that I fucking agree with. But because it made you feel something, I have to feel something.
Oh shoot!
Language that your partner connects to.
Hey,
your partner
connect with your partner.
You speak the language that your partner connects to, not send them the book you connect to.
Right, not right. Not send them the thing that made you feel a certain type of way. Because now you just want me to feel how you want me to feel about it.
Yeah, I think
it's connect.
It's not, especially in my example though. It was super egregious because it's something that I don't even I don't even fuck with. You know what I'm saying?
So triggered that I can't even hear what you hearing.
One, it's a book. One, it's a book. Bitch, I don't read. Two,
exactly.
It's a book about some.
Hey, we are.
Some shit I don't even believe in. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So now I'm sitting here looking
Bible
at you like,
Yella.
Oh my God, dude. Let's just keep going.
And that's what you're saying. The language could be music. The language could be art. The language could be movies. And I always talk about one of the reasons why I love having my podcast is because I get to speak to so many different people from so many different backgrounds, so many different walks of life, talking about similar things.
You read a book a day.
Yeah, exactly. And what I find is someone may relate to athletes more. So if an athlete is opening up about their mental health and their vulnerability or a challenge they have with a parent,
I read
your
3,000
partner may
books.
respond to that more
Yeah.
than they would a coach, a therapist, a psychologist. Or one of your partners may respond to academics and scientists more than they would
Agreed.
to a guide. And it doesn't matter how they open up. And so I love that you said that. And I love that you said sometimes we're just trying the same strategy for too long. And, you know, like you said, on the nose, we kind of approach it in a very
linear,
linear,
literal way. Like, tell me about, you know, you're doing this. What happened to you before? You know, like a cause and effect. There was you know, play with it.
Yeah, you're trying to be their therapist and you can't.
I think play is a good thing. I think movement is important too. Many people talk much more easily when they're walking, when they're hiking, when they're, you know, on a ski lift. Don't just sit and try to do face to face. There's a reason that fishing is so good, because you do parallel play. Everybody is looking forward. Nobody has to lock eyes, and it allows me to think out loud and to answer a question here and there. The other thing is sometimes the question comes later. Often there's one person that's much more articulate about some of these things than another. So find other mediums, other vocabularies, and other settings. Start with that.
Yeah, I love that. One of my favorite.
Here we go, Yellow.
Me and
Here
my
we
wife
go.
went on
Another sus comment.
We got our sus comment of the day.
On the horizontal, what they call it?
Like doing all my talking.
Tango.
Laying down. Hey.
Okay. Hey, that worked too.
Yeah. What did she say? Oh, shoot.
Early on was this activity in England called Go Ape. And what it is it's like a ropes course that's high up in the air. So it's like 80 feet or whatever up above in the air. And you've got all these different like activities and things. So you're like swinging, you're like trying to walk on these steps. It's challenging, but it's fun. And I remember having so much fun because there were activities that she found easy and I found hard, and activities that I found easy and she found hard. And we could help each other. We could talk while we were doing it. There was a sense of support. And I think what you're saying is so true, that I find that doing activities where we're both novices are really fun, because when we're both getting a chance to see a new, fresh, unseen side of each other, we really get to play and really get to understand. If I'm in a position of strength, if I know a sport really well and she's never done it, then I'm not really learning anything new. I'm kind of just being there and trying to be the teacher, and same vice versa. But if we both have no clue about something, like me and my wife took a surfing lesson for the first time in our life, like a couple of years ago when we went to Hawaii. We'd both never surfed in our life. You know, we're both from London and that wasn't accessible there. And we went on a first ever lesson and it was just hilarious. It was fun. It was silly. We were both learning about how much tolerance we both had, and there was humor coming in and what skill set we had. And you're so right that adding movement to being together, especially.
I just want to say real quick, I think what he said and what she's talking about was so important. Like even in the dating phase, forget like, oh, great in a relationship, but even in the dating phase, I think people need to do something that each person is kind of dominant in, so you can see how they carry that energy, and how like with the opposite person, the other person is like novice in. It's like you can see how they inhabit all the energies, and it's something that you're both like completely foreign to. Like I think you can learn a lot about people by putting them in different power positions, but in a safe thing, not in a moment of conflict and contention, not in a life-threatening situation, but like in a moment of like play or recreation, you're seeing them dominant, and then somebody else where they have to lean on your expertise, and then where you both are like completely ignorant. I think those are good, safe ways to see how people handle the ups and downs of power dynamics.
I agree. Gotta do variety.
I find
get that early. Get that early. Oh, yep. See, that goes back to the name. Put them in different positions. Now we're talking.
Ways where you're not familiar provides a real opportunity to see someone vulnerably.
So you added more than just movement. You added risk. And you added playfulness. There's a beautiful book by Eli Finkel called The All or Nothing Marriage. And he talks about really what creates a sense of aliveness in relationships. And one of the things he highlights is the importance of doing new things. Not just doing things that you both enjoy, that you're comfortable with. That's good, but that breeds friendship. Whereas when you do new things that also involve unknown, mystery, risk, curiosity, that's where you actually bring in excitement and, in my language, also desire.
I love that. Yeah, that's beautiful. That makes complete sense. And I love those
That's
words. Those words we don't often use
losing because everybody wants to be comfortable, and we end up doing a lot of things that we're comfortable with. We don't do a lot of new stuff. Man, I took a girl to an Indian restaurant, and it was like the worst thing ever. She was like so afraid of everything.
I'll see.
And I was like, and I could tell. I was like, you only listen to this one radio station, don't you? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, no.
Boring. And I think that happens in long-term relationships. People settle into a comfort, and it's like, well, I don't want to. Man, I'm telling you, don't nothing get lady tingles going like some shit. I don't know what's going to go down. I get to be scared. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm a little chaotic and crazy, but I just love a situation where I can't predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's my thing. I need no.
Hence why, like, it is gonna sound bad, but hence why men are cautious of not even just like the high body count thing, right? But I'm cautious. That's one of the reasons I'm cautious. Like, yeah, I like to travel. There's nothing we would be able to do. There's no new experience that we can have together because you've already went out of your way to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
you've been everywhere.
It's like
right. You've been start going to swinger parties and shit.
Right.
Keeping in.
The escalation. The rate of escalation.
That's when people start getting to we got to be doing some deviant stuff because we done did every fucking thing.
Because you done did everything, right? That's you know what I'm saying. That's kind of towards the whole like body count or sexual because that works in that way as well. But I look at it as life experience, right? Like I do like it as life experience. Like it's cool if you haven't seen a movie that I saw that I like. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you ain't never seen that? Man, come on, I'm finna put you on. I'm gonna watch that motherfucker. Like that's gonna be the movie where you can be like, well, what happened here? And I'm gonna gleefully tell you what the hell happened instead of the oh fuck, dude, we watching the movie. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Or like she said, them new experiences together. Right? Like we gonna go try this new restaurant neither one of us been to. And yeah, we both might end up ordering the chicken tender and fries, but we gonna go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
doing the same thing over and over again all the time. You try to find new environments to try for people do we'll do a date night, but you going to the same restaurant or you do a restaurant in same cuisine or just your comfort, like you said. So you gotta add some newness in there in another way, but it ain't gotta be nothing crazy depending on what you already doing, like you said. So and yes, I understand what Esther Perel says without subtitles because I listen to people when they talk.
Ooh, shots
around relationships, risk, mystery, like
I do.
puzzle. Yeah, no, I know, but you just don't hear them as much.
Not enough.
You don't hear them enough at all around relationships. You always feel mystery with something you had on date one or when you saw that person from across the room, right? Like that's when the mystery was, and there isn't any. But I couldn't agree with you more that.
But that's because people prefer sometimes to create an illusion of familiarity. As if I know you like you're the inside of my pocket.
Yeah.
Until you do something I absolutely did not expect you to do. And then suddenly I realize and I say, I thought I knew you.
I don't know about y'all, but I don't know the inside of my pockets. I found some very concerning things in my pockets at times.
The real
take them roses out, bro.
Know that whoever is next to you, who you think is already so familiar and so known, is actually still.
Hey, some of that lint, I was like, what is this? What is this?
Not
where'd that
lint.
come from? Is that a leaf? How did a leaf get in there? Man,
is there anything that we know the inside of? Well,
nah,
not like the inside of some puss.
Not like we think. It's never what we think. Like she said, we always overestimate our knowledge of something.
Yeah, think we know somebody enough.
Vaginas.
Shit, some of y'all, never mind.
I was sure gonna say I know the outside of a lot of them, but the insides is always different. God damn it, the insides is always different. They vary from woman to woman. The outsides tend to look the same, right? You know what I'm saying? It ain't too many different looking coochies, but the insides is it's like 3 houses on the block can look the same, but you go in and it's different interior. Like, oh, okay, the carpet is a different design in here, or the chandelier ain't necessarily in the same spot. You know, the back of the house might be a little further than you expected it. You know what I'm saying? You know, you might have to take a couple further steps to get to the back, though. You know?
This one has a popcorn ceiling. Not a fan of those.
That in the vagina analogy made me uncomfortable. I started itching.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No popcorn ceilings. I had to look up
no popcorn
That
ceilings.
don't sound like something you want to be in.
Nah, definitely.
Somewhat elusive. And that's where you maintain your curiosity next to the person that is with you. You know, faced with the unknown, you can either react with fear and try to flatten it and just ignore all of that and just hold on to what's familiar, or you can nurture it. And then you are actually engaging with the mystery and the curiosity that is right in front of you. And that, you know, from your spiritual work, that is very much taken from that notion. How you then, because that allows you to sit like this when you're talking with your partner, because you're still attentive and curious, versus like this.
Yeah, definitely. Let's say someone decides to break up, or maybe they're broken up with, and we can talk about both sides of that. If we talk about the side of someone's decided to break up with someone for their own reasons, and of course there could be a million reasons for breaking up with someone, so it's hard to be specific there. But if someone's broken up with someone, but they are having those feelings, as you said, the consequences will be you'll still have that grief of what could have been. You have the consequences of maybe it could have worked, maybe we should have tried. There's still a feeling of, I wish they were still around. I used to talk to them every day at 7 p.m. at night. I used to, on a Friday night, we'd always go to this favorite restaurant, whatever it may have been. We have these memories. What do people do with that feeling? What do you do with that feeling of craving?
You know, you do a lot of different things, but it's so interesting. I literally edited a new episode for the podcast, for Where Should We Begin, of a guy who leaves his wife, who he had been very close to for quite a few years, has a young child, moves in with another woman, is on the verge a few years later of marrying that other woman, and can't do it, and has felt guilt and remorse and regret and longing for all those years, and starts to meet the mother of his child again, not just as a mother, but now they're going on a first date again. And it's like, I left you and then I came back to you. It's an incredible story to see one person, because that is a question that doesn't have one answer. But in this case, he couldn't leave her fast enough, but he could never leave her fully.
Okay, Yella. Anybody you would spend the block on?
Not no more.
Nobody you would reconsider? Nobody. Not one. Man, that's
nope.
Nope. He said, all right. Yeah, there's a couple people I kind of miss. A couple people, just a couple.
And I can't tell you today if he's back with her or what, but I have a sense that something when he was about to marry this other woman held him back, that he couldn't necessarily put into words, and that made him feel like he had to examine himself, which is what this whole conversation on Where Should We Begin is about. And I've never had that particular version of it, but it is the one that most responds to your question. But you're going to have to go listen.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I recommend everyone go and listen to that if that's a question you've been asking yourself. I think that heartache that people feel often feels endless. As you said, it can just go on and on and on forever. People feel like, we've always heard, time will heal all wounds, but
who instigated the breakup really changes a lot. Or if it was mutual.
Is it ever mutual?
Yes.
Thank you for asking that.
I think that it is often mutual, where two people say we evolved into something else, or it just didn't work, or, both people.
Because, Yella, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one that really, I think you're the first person I heard mention that. Like, it ain't mutual. One of y'all, was it either you or Kevin Samuels? I don't even remember. But somebody
It's
pointed
me,
it out.
me, all the Kevins. Any Kevin you think of. Me, Kevin Samuel, Kevin Duckworth, Kevin McAllister, goddamn it, Kevin Durant, goddamn it, fuck. All the Kevin said it. We all said it.
It's very Kevin
They ain't never a
centric
fucking
ideology.
mutual. Yeah, it ain't never a fucking mutual breakup. Somebody wanted to break up and the other person went along with it. What they gonna do? Make them not break up with them?
Yeah. I'm about to say, I don't know. I can't imagine two people arriving at the exact same feeling at the exact same moment. That just feels off. But I do agree.
Right.
Someone
The two people who spent the last 6 years that didn't agree on what to eat for dinner agreed to break up at the same time. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's stupid as hell. Fuck out of here, bro. Somebody went left first, nigga. And the other person was just like, fuck it.
Yeah. I would say, like, that first person that decided, their behavior probably changed. And that's probably what makes it feel like it was mutual, because you felt the energy of the first person pulling away. And like, I don't want this. If this is what it's going to be, I'm out. So then it feels like by the time y'all had a conversation, it feels mutual, but one person definitely resigned themselves first.
We decided to break up at the same time. Get the fuck out of here. Mutual breakup.
What happened?
They're finna get into some bullshit. That's why. They're about to agree on some bullshit. And the system was like, nah, we're not finna do this today.
Dang, I can't even. Yeah, that was dirty.
It is shattered. I thought I knew my life. And this has nothing to do with where I thought I was at. How can this be happening to me? You're in a state of confusion, in a state of disbelief, and in a state of shock. And in a state where you feel like you've been just ejected from your life. You had value and you have none. That's all part of betrayal. It's not just the lying. It's the fact that somebody could toss you away like that and that you think I don't matter. And that's what makes you much more afraid. Will I ever find?
I'm gonna skip forward.
We're gonna have 2 to 3 relationships in our adult life.
Oh, okay.
And they could either be with the same person or, of course, with 2 to 3
with the breakups,
different people.
And
I think
the intersection of relationships, technology, and mental health.
Okay.
This idea of choice and selection.
I wanted to skip past breakups because I know everybody that comes to Critically Drinking and all of us up here on the panel, nobody would ever break up with us. So we don't really need that kind of information. We're just going to get rid of somebody if we choose.
And it was their fault.
Yeah. Obviously their fault.
Yeah, I'm going to make you dump me, goddammit. Watch this.
Hey.
Lean in.
Toxic. With me.
Toxic.
Lean in.
Toxic tours.
You seem unsure. Let me support you.
Right. Let me support your decision to leave me.
Exactly.
Obviously,
you want to break up? I'm gonna give you a reason. Watch this.
Technology and apps and the amount of people you can bump into. You know, I looked at studies saying that 25 years ago, most people ended up with someone within a 5-mile radius of where they grew up. We know that that's not the case anymore. People are moving countries for people, moving states. People are living in different parts of the world. We both live in different parts of the world than where we grew up. And so when I look at that, one of the biggest challenges I find or that I hear from people is because there's so much selection, there's a sense of like, I'm not feeling any spark. I'm not feeling any chemistry. I don't feel a connection with this person.
Rush of excitement.
I hear that a lot, and let's address that. And then the other thing I hear is this idea of like, this guy didn't have as much as the other guy, or, and you start comparing it because you're just exposed to so many more people now. And you're almost comparing resumes of people that you've heard about, spoken to, seen on a dating app, introduced through your friends. So this idea of choice and the paradox of choice, as it's always been called in studies, from products to people now, we can get stuck at a grocery store wondering which product to buy. But in dating, it feels like you can keep going because you can just keep swiping. Let's talk about both of those. The idea of how do you choose? How do you select? And when you're choosing and selecting, How do you not feel that sense of there could be more?
I said choice comes with loss. I'm actually very excited about this question because I'm very interested in this at this moment, right? I'm interested in the intersection of technology and relationships and mental health. And I've just done a bunch of episodes with people in the dating scene because of exactly this. So we have a frenzy of romantic consumerism in which, in search of the perfect, people are no longer happy with the good. We have people looking for a soulmate on an app. That's an interesting combination between spirituality and capitalism. And how do we even think that a partner is a soulmate? Soulmate used to be God, you know, and now we want transcendence and mystery and wholeness and all of it, and ecstasy almost with a person. You know, the stuff that people looked for in the realm of the divine, they now want with their person. And at the same time, they're doing it with a checklist, so that many dating experiences are like job interviews. So all of that combined, right? I do think we have more choice, but we also have a lot more uncertainty and a lot more self-doubt. And we are a lot less capable of handling uncertainty because we live with a host of predictive technologies that are all meant to take away uncertainties, obstacle, friction, you know, rough edges. So we don't rub anymore with stuff that helps us deal with uncertainty, unknown.
Don't
and
you
not gonna say
say
that.
it.
I'm not gonna say
I've
that.
seen her do that social.
Stand in line and you start talking to the person that is behind you in line, and after that you go and have a drink with that person, and after that you find yourself exchanging numbers, and a story starts spontaneously, unprompted. So I think that the commodification that people feel is real. It's not just because of your childhood. It's part of society at this point. There is a way in which we talk about ourselves as products. And there is a way in which we talk about ourselves online with followers as if we are religious leaders. You and me, for that matter.
The language.
So the first thing, don't go in thinking that you have to find somebody at the first meeting. That's not the way it works. And that you go down your list and, you know, and then if the first thing that goes wrong, you go, ick, and you just go on to the next. You know, what I'm doing now, when I address this very question, is I show a very famous clip. It's classic in psychology called the still face experiment. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't.
It's a 2-minute clip on YouTube. In the still face experiment, the mother is playing with the little one, and the little one is cooing and showing her things, and you know, and then at some point the mother goes still face, and the kid continues to point and continues to call her attention, and within 30 seconds or less of the mother not responding, the kid goes into a panic, a frenzy, loses its body composure, starts shrieking. And basically, you understand that we are relational people from... And what this clip shows me is that this is what goes on in ghosting, in breadcrumbing, in checklisting. This is what is the experience of many people at this moment. You go, you have a hedonic treadmill, you meet someone, you think there's possibilities, and then they disappear on you, and you're left like this, and then you unravel. And you do this sometimes 20 times a day with the same person. This is kind of the experience of modern dating in this moment. I haven't seen many people say, I love it. You know, maybe 65% of people meet on an app, but I don't see people saying, I love it. Actually, it's the number one complaint of people dating at this moment. So try to bring back something that is more humane. You meet somebody or a friend introduces you to someone, don't go and meet with them alone in a bar to have a face-to-face conversation to go down an interview. Do an activity. It's exactly what you were talking about. Do something you enjoy doing. Bring that person to a thing that you're doing with friends. You want to get to know somebody, put them in a social situation. See how they interact with people, how they act, how they respond, how they engage with people. If you think that you're going to have epiphanies with clarity like an app, forget it. You will be exhausted and you won't meet anybody.
Really well said. and I couldn't agree with you more. I'm always trying to push people away. I'm like,
man, I do think, man, I keep hearing everybody complain about the apps, but everybody keeps using the apps. Or not everybody, but you know, they said 65% of people are using them. That's a lot. That seems like a lot to people avoiding like real life interaction. And how did that? I didn't even touch anything.
You say something.
Wow. I didn't even touch anything.
And then the genders are definitely using it in two different ways. Like for the percentage of people, like most men are on there hoping to match.
Man.
Women are on there disqualifying the men that match with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So for a lot of women, it's almost like an ego. It's ego swipes. It's swipe. I could pick any of these dudes I want, and the dudes just on there looking like, yeah, I hope my profile picture look good enough so they can choose me. So yeah, I mean they complaining about it, but then they go on there because it's like Candy Crush to them.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? Which the largest player demographic of Candy Crush is women 30 to 40 years old. So if she tells you immature for playing a game and she got Candy Crush on her phone, take her phone and throw it out the fucking window.
Wow.
I know that escalated so cool.
There you go.
So in the app, you're basically saying it goes from instead of playing Candy Crush, they're playing iCandy Crush.
That's cute.
Yeah, basically. I like it.
All right.
I love what she said. I think it's true. I think people don't know how to date anymore. We don't have the social lube. So people want commodification. I think it was what I was saying. Everybody wants a curated experience. Everything's curated. And so people don't know how to deal with the unknown. People don't know how to be humans anymore. I mean, so I loved everything she said right there. Yeah. And actually, like, yeah, even dating, people do dating wrong. It's like I like you, I go out, and then we exclusively almost date immediately, and we don't do shit but go to dinner until we go to enough dinners to fuck each other, and then we something, you know. It's like people don't even date right. So it's like, you know, very interesting.
That's why I try to smash on the first night. Get that motherfucking
offer, and maybe if you actually go do something like she said, interesting, and you know, the movement will continue to the bedroom, you know. Maybe because so it's but you taking her out to dinner and stare across the table and do the job interview. I mean, I've never wanted to fuck anybody doing a job interview with me. I've had ones at restaurants, so you know, people don't know how to date. People don't know, they ain't got the riz.
I know Yellow's
see what he talking about after that.
Nah, I actually lost it, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip to the I don't know how, but it keeps like taking me back. So I just went ahead and skipped because I want to see that with the false relationship narrative that failed us is. I want to hear what she says of that. I'm not even gonna listen to old boy. I'm not gonna try to go back and find it because it's doing some weird stuff. But real quick, I disagree with you, Greg. Now here's the
don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Here's what I would disagree with Greg. I don't think women should bring them to the person they're dating into their female friend group, and a guy should not bring the girl to their guy friend group. You bring them to a co-ed friend situation. Like,
yeah, but most people don't have that. So
then that's a problem.
And that's why Greg automatically went to his toxic ass life as why her advice, the person who's been married for 40 years and actually counsels couples for 40 years with actual letters behind her name. He's finding every way to invalidate her opinion. And of course, that says nothing about you as a person. It says everything about how right you are about a person you've never fucking met and have said yourself you actually don't even understand what she's saying. So, I mean, it's just interesting.
God dang. Oh, the Greg Bryant roast.
I think that the commodification that people feel is real. It's not just because of your childhood. It's part of society at this point. There is a way in which we talk about ourselves as products. And there is a way in which we talk about ourselves online with followers as if we are religious leaders. You and me, for that matter.
I'll let it play out because I keep accidentally going back.
The first thing, don't go in thinking that you have to find somebody at the first meeting. That's not the way it works. And that you go down your list and, you know, and then if the first thing that goes wrong, you go ick and you just go on to the next.
I feel like I'm about
5 minutes what I'm doing now when I address this very question is I show a very famous clip. It's classic in psychology called
I'm gonna take this minute to go get something to drink. In like 2 minutes, I'm gonna let it play.
It's a 2-minute clip on YouTube. In the still face experiment, the mother is playing with the little one.
Oh yeah, I think
and
we
the
had got
little
to
one
the end of
is
this thing.
cooing and showing her things, and and then at some point the mother goes still face. And the kid continues to point and continues to call her attention, and within 30 seconds or less of the mother not responding, the kid goes into a panic, a frenzy, loses its body composure, starts shrieking. And basically, you understand that we are relational people from. And what this clip shows me is that this is what goes on in ghosting, in breadcrumbing, in checklisting. This is what is the experience of many people at this moment. You go, you have a hedonic treadmill, you meet someone, you think there's possibilities, and then they disappear on you, and you're left like this, and then you unravel. And you do this sometimes 20 times a day with the same person. This is kind of the experience of modern dating in this moment. I haven't seen many people say, I love it. Maybe 65% of people meet on an app, but I don't see people saying, I love it. Actually, it's the number one complaint of people dating at this moment. So try to bring back something that is more humane. You meet somebody or a friend introduces you to someone, don't go and meet with them alone in a bar to have a face-to-face conversation to go down an interview. Do an activity. It's exactly what you were talking about. Do something you enjoy doing. Bring that person to a thing that you're doing with friends. You want to get to know somebody, put them in a social situation. See how they interact with people, how they act, how they respond, how they engage with people. If you think that you're going to have epiphanies with clarity like an app, forget it. You will be exhausted and you won't meet anybody.
Really well said. and I couldn't agree with you more. I'm always trying to push people away. I'm like, get out of your inbox and your DMs and your messages and get out there. There's no way talking to someone over a couple of messages is going to help you figure anything out. But you've probably spoken to so many people who've had chemistry, lost chemistry, never had it. I feel like a lot of people today that I hear from, they're meeting people, but they're like, there's no spark, there's no chemistry. I'm not feeling anything. What should we want to feel, if there is anything we should want to feel at all with someone? And what is the difference between chemistry, compatibility, and connection?
First of all, I think we need to differentiate. Are you looking for chemistry for a love story, or are you looking for chemistry for a life story? Lots of people you can have chemistry with, have a fantastic night with, for that matter, or more, but that's not the person you necessarily want to make a life with.
Facts. Real quick, based on this. Yella, Bree, I want to know, in your Bree in your dating time, and Yella now, or whenever, what's one of the biggest icks that you ran into? And in the chat, what are some icks that y'all ran into when you were dating?
Icks?
If you're married, back when you were dating, like something like, ew, they just turned you off, and you were like, I never will date anybody that does this or says this or looks like this, or
like I wrote off a whole
like it became like a thing. Like, yeah, like if I see that, nah. I'll tell you one for me. Anybody that wore those sandals with the flower, the big flower, or the jellies as an adult, like in your 30s, nah. If you wear them jellies or the big flower, nah, can't do it.
I think I look at people too separately, where I would say I had an ick for like a whole group based off somebody. I think it was more so just like ick about how normal the date was.
Yeah, normal date ick? Like
not like it had to be crazy, but it was like so like, because like I had an understanding of the formula. Like, it's not saying you got to take me somewhere crazy, but even like the cheaper dates, I had some really good cheap dates, like a dive bar where we played darts and pool and stuff, which is fun, but it's not typical, I would say. Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that formula, gotta do this, gotta do that. Because then it wasn't that it was an issue. Like, I like to eat, I like to talk, I can talk to anybody. It wasn't really that, but it just was like the insight it gave me into the person. Like, when I would follow that path, like I just dated enough people who kind of just did the expected thing. And for me, for what I knew I needed, like I need engagement. I need you to be able to think outside the box. Like, I need that for me because I'm so open. Not to say there's anything wrong with it. But so for me, it kind of became a personal, like, taste thing. Like, it was just like, I already kind of, maybe I try it, but then usually there'd be like no chemistry anyway. Yeah. So it just kind of became, I didn't have like a superficial ick. It was just more so like, if you taking me somewhere, like on date 2, 3, it's like kind of the same. Like we go on 2, 3 dates and they all kind of the same but different. Like
yeah, I get you.
All American cuisine, but just in a different place this time. It kind of became an it.
It's like vanilla bean, French vanilla.
Yeah, right. And then a vanilla milkshake, and you like, okay,
like,
I'm picking up vanilla here. You know, like I'm getting the vanilla. So maybe I might just head out chocolate girl. You know? Yeah, it was kind of like that. Yeah.
I feel you. What about you? Yeah,
I was gonna say one is if she had a baby blue coat, I ain't going.
You did say that, man.
A baby blue coat. Huh?
Yes. Most hoes wear baby blue coats. You either was a hoe or used to be a hoe. Way too recent because you still wearing that baby blue coat. Along with you though, like if I take you, like I get the always going to eat the American cuisine, but I'm definitely turn offs is if I do take you to a particular place and you do something like order the chicken tenders and fries, or if you act is because like when they was talking about the do new stuff, like if I take you somewhere and you act like you can't adjust to the environment, you're not as flexible as you think. And that's gonna not make me, that's gonna really turn me off. Like for real.
I'm gonna tell you, being rude to the wait staff or something, like any employee at a place that we go to, that is an instant ick. Like I'm done. Like that's a wrap. Don't even do that. And they says lack of ambition. Yikes! I'm out. And Greg Bryant.
But nope, I ain't gonna say nothing. Oh boy.
Come on, don't be constipated. Don't be thought constipated. Come on.
I'm trying not to just be like that every time I hear that. What does that even fucking mean? Lack of ambition.
It means a lack of ambition. It's a vague term. And can you specify what a lack of ambition looks like to you? Yellow boy. I want to know.
I'm not trying to be like that, but it's so
It said a lot. It said a lot. You're right. I mean, we listen to Kendra G, and it's like a constant thing. I need to add that to the drinking game.
Yeah, like ambition for what? To accomplish the goals that you think they should be accomplishing? Because if they cool with themselves, then that's enough ambition for everybody.
All right, cool. Just added that. I'm actually compiling terms for the misogyny drinking game. So listening to like the dating shows and the things women ask for, I'm listening. I'm compiling some things. So you tell me. So one is 100K or just below 100K. So like there's basically saying 100K. A baby mom with like multiple kids with multiple baby daddy. She wants a tall man that's above 6 feet. Travel, celibacy. She doesn't want to be his mother or have another child. She can't name the 3 flaws on Kendra. She directly contradicts herself, like from one sentence to the next. She had a narcissist ex. She's looking for a provider male, and I'm adding lack of ambition. So if somebody on one of these shows does one of those, you got to take a shot.
Don't forget, I outgrew my partner.
Outgrew. Or evolve beyond or something like that.
Yeah, I evolved past my partner.
Ooh, okay. So Greg said, mouth breathing, saying in the moment. Ooh, acting helpless for male attention. I am way too ugly to be this picky. Not finding me funny is my biggest red flag. It ain't gonna work. You know what? I don't think you have to find me funny, but man, you can, if I annoy you or I'm too corny for you, just don't do it. I'm corny.
You gonna find me funny because I'm gonna be funny from the jump. And if you laugh, I pretty much talk you out your draw. So if you laugh, you in trouble. You better not find me funny. Shit.
It's a thing, Greg. That a lot of them just can't let a man be happy. If he's sitting still and he's just okay, it's an ick. It's an ick.
I'm not gonna do not gonna do the back and forth, but complacency in somebody else is a you problem. If you're worried about the complacency in somebody else's life, that's a you problem, man. People don't have to be as ambitious as you need them to be. Try going to find a man who got those things already instead of going to, if you want somebody to have those things, go find a man who got them already. That's the trick. That's the trick. That's the trick. And that be the problem. Because he don't have your level of ambition. Lazy. Might telling you be with no lazy man, but don't nobody got to jump off the bridge because you want them to.
Okay. So I mean, but that might be more clarification on what the complacency and, in her mind, ambition means. Somebody that's lazy, not a hard worker.
Oh yeah, but we know that's not the case.
I mean,
we know that's not the case. Nah, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not. Benefit of the doubt this in 2023. Most people who talk about complacency and ambition mean that you got to strive for excellence, or you got to be something. Pregnant. You got to be something way above average for them. Oh, you're not gonna want more? No, I'm not. This is what you get. I know it's your thing. That don't mean I ain't finna criticize it. Shit.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna disprove the patriarchy and explain why complacent men dry up vaginas like a roll of paper towel. All right, yeah, we are gonna talk about patriarchy Friday. So yeah, Greg, appreciate that. Greg will be here Friday. Rico will be here Friday. Yella is non-committal. You know what I'm saying? He just wants to decide on the moment. He's a spur of the moment kind of guy.
Project will determine the nature of the chemistry, right? That's number one.
Yeah.
So number two is curiosity, a desire for more. I want to, it's like you read a book. A person is a book, right? Or you can use other metaphors. Do you drag yourself through the next page?
Yeah.
I should, let me see where it goes. Or like you can't wait. It's a page turner. If the experience of the page turner with the person, you want more. You want to have the next conversation. You want to ask them that kind.
We got a question. Who has ambition at nearly 40? We have survival. Take it or leave it. And they wants to know, Yella. I want to know. Now, I'm not even going to read that how I read it the first time. You seem to have a sore spot for that. Why?
The reason I have a sore spot for that is because you met him how he was. If you can't take him how he was, then go find a person. That's the thing about it. Most people I'm trying to be nice. Most women want to get the man that they can get and build. Most women want to get the man they can get and then build him into the man that they can't get. If you want them to have ambition to have all those things, go get a man who got all those things already. But if you can't get a man who got all those things already, get a man who don't and be happy with him.
And see, now that's why I say I got to get a benefit of the doubt because I need to know what this looks like. Because not having ambition is an internal trait. So even if he had all those things and if they don't have ambition, if they were like resting on their laurels and not trying to do anything, what does that look like? Because I have a hard time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have a hard time believing that if a dude was successful and was like, okay, I've made my money, I'm going to just sit around and just go on vacations now because I've made enough money where I don't have to work again. And that's not ambitious. I have a hard time believing anybody will leave that.
They won't.
So I don't think when people really say that, I don't think it's ambition in my mind. I think it's more success. Like that's what I think. Like, yeah.
Exactly. And then the problem I have is that we want to equate lack of ambition to lazy niggas. No, he doesn't have enough ambition for what you want him to have, for what you think he should have. We're not talking about that's kind of what derailed the conversation last week about the we can't keep saying that he lack of ambition equals he ain't got no ambition. He got complacency means he's lazy. No. At some point the job is done. especially at this point in life. What else do I need? What else would I need to accommodate for you to make you feel like my ambition is high enough? Right. That's what I'm saying. Ambition. What is my ambition leading to? I've already accomplished what I'm going to accomplish in life.
Yeah,
you're meeting me now.
Enough?
Right. You're meeting me now. Why do I need to have ambition for any future gainings? You're meeting me now. You're saying that you're going to be with the person here today. You're choosing if you want to be with me now. I don't need to, because that's what I'm saying. A woman needing a man to have ambition means he needs to get more because she's going to be around. I'm not let's clear one thing up. For me, listen to a lot of women say that same thing, and in a roundabout way, is what he needs to accomplish to make her feel more better.
Yeah, I think there is a lived experience of what the underneath ambition usually means. Mm-hmm. And to say, well, when you say, what do you mean by ambition, is like laziness. So now we're not talking about. So if ambition is synonymous or close to laziness, I think there is a little bit of a problem in the sense of that could be relative. From what they're hearing, that's relative, because laziness can be relative. Because if you say ambition means he doesn't have goals, okay, right? Like then that's like, okay, you want him to want more, and some people don't want more, right? So they're and complacency would mean not happy with life. So, but contentment would also not usually be ambitious. So I think there's a lot of vague language there that makes it feel like there's something underneath that the speaker isn't aware of, because a content person wouldn't be ambitious. A complacent person would theoretically, they should want to be more ambitious. So that means they don't have the things they want, therefore they're complacent, which then leads to Yella saying, well, you're getting a man who's not where you think he should be because you think he's complacent. And then you want him to want more. Right? So I think that's how we get to the end conclusion behind what you're saying. Now, I'm not saying that's what you're saying. There may be better language for what you're actually talking about. But you have to understand, if you say he's complacent, therefore he is not ambitious, then that means he's substandard. Because you didn't say content, you said complacent. So then if he's substandard, that goes to what Yella's saying about, well, you think he should be somewhere he's not. And then therefore, then you have decided that he should become ambitious. Now, because if he hasn't expressed that he's complacent and he's not happy with his life, then why do we decide he's complacent? Does that make sense? Like if you're determining he's complacent, he may be content.
Right.
So I think that's the whole problem with it. When men hear that, it's like that. Well, that's relative to how you feel about it that day. But satisfied with things the way they are is contentment. That's not complacency. So she didn't say content. She said complacent.
Right.
Yeah, she said complacent, which means he is not where he should be, or he's not happy with where he is. He is just settled with where he is. But that's not satisfied.
And to another point, I'm not the definition dude, right? But I want y'all to get an understanding on what this means. Ambition, a strong desire to do or achieve something, typically requiring determination and hard work. Mm-hmm. So you want a man who's already at a certain point of life to have this determination and this drive to want to be something so much better or so much greater. Like, that's what ambition sounds like. But a man can't be complacent. I mean, a man can't be content, because to women,
that's him not having ambition. Dude, I am who I am. My need to achieve something great only satisfies your need to have a man who achieves something great.
But like, what are you saying that's like, what's the disagreement? Because it sounds like y'all, like, I think your disagreement is not in the words itself, is that you disagree with her that she should even have that feeling.
I'm not disagreeing that she should have any feeling. My thing is this: it's unrealistic at our advanced age and at this point in life to be asking people to have ambition, because that's either telling them A, they're not good enough for you, or B, their life isn't in a place where you think it should be. And the unfortunate part is for a lot of women, there is no level of ambition that's satisfactory, because he's always got to be in that mode. So he can never be content with who he is, because he always has to have this strong desire to achieve something that typically requires hard work. He's supposed to have that at 60? He's supposed to have that at 50?
Yeah, I mean, but that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, if that's what somebody has chosen for themselves, though, like, they don't have to partner with anybody that lacks the trait that they desire.
No, I get that, but you're also not getting the things that you desire either, and that comes with that, and that's just me being straight up honest with you. Women impose that on the men that they can get because the men that they want have that. You see what I'm saying? They impose having.
It's like the hypergamy thing.
Right. So hear me out. Let me flesh the whole idea out first, right? Yeah, women impose men needing to have ambition because they talking to that's why they look at the lazy dude as not having ambition, right, or the contentment as lack of ambition, because they can't get the men who already have the thing that they want. So they shame the men that's under them, or they shame the men that they can get into not having the things that they want from the men that they can't get. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you. I don't know. I think I got a slight. I don't know. I'm off. Like my shoulders turn. Like I'm not catching it straight on. It's like because what you said, you gave a definition, and part of the definition was hard work, which is like the antonym for laziness. So to me, what she's asking for is somebody that's working hard towards a goal, which is fine at any age. If you want somebody, if that's what you want, I'm not saying it's likely at every age. I'm not saying you have the same chances at every age. I'm not even saying it's fair ask. I'm not judging the ask. I'm just saying if somebody's asking that, I get it. And if I'm not that person, like, I would move on. I just don't care. Like, so right, like, but you care. So because you care, I'm trying to figure out which part of it that you care about. Is it you care about the fact that men are being asked to be hard workers towards a goal, or is it the fact that they even have an ask at all as women, or is it the type of ask? I'm trying to get to like that part of it.
It's the how can I put it? It's not the ask, it's the why are you asking for that? What are the results? What are the results of him having? Because guess what? Him having ambition is going to be there whether you're there or not. Right. You feel what I'm saying? So and that's the point, and that's also what we was going. That's also what we was talking about the other day. If that man reached a goal and the point in his life where he okay, how dare some woman come by and be like, you lack ambition because he doesn't have the thing that she thinks he should have? That's really what we're talking about. We're not talking. That's why I'd be like, I can't have a conversation if we gonna talk about ain't shit niggas, because they don't fall in this conversation. Like I'm talking about a reasonable dude. I'm talking about a dude in a reasonable position in life, but because women look like, oh, well, he should have, or he should be striving to get more, he doesn't have ambition. When at some point you earn the complacency. You right? So to sit, it's it's damn unfair to sit up and ask a man at our advanced age to be shooting for this. That's why I went to the definition. This strong desire. I need to want to be something extraordinary. For who? He needs to have that need for you to feel better about him. Because it's not for him. But then, like, we play, every man should feel that way. No, they shouldn't, because every man's not going to accomplish that. He should only feel that way so you feel better about him being a good partner. But like you said, if the motherfucker was at a certain level of success where he never had to work again, never had to pursue a certain venture again, never had to have that ambition to make money, they wouldn't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't give a shit.
I would say they wouldn't leave. Now I'm gonna say that I think they would care because again, there's something about seeing a dude sit around.
A need for ambition, right? Right, but that's what I'm saying. If he's already like, say he retired early, you know what I'm saying, and he's not going to pursue another career. He's not going to find something else great to be at because he was already great at something. Mm-hmm. Well, they're not going to have a problem with that. They're not going to look at, oh man, he need to be ambitious because he's already produced the results of how far his ambition got him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So needing a man to be ambitious is only because you as a woman feel like he's not where he should be. When in turn, you should probably go get a man who already has the things that you want, instead of shaming men who haven't reached this level of ambition that you feel like they need to or should have.
Yeah.
So at this point in life, chasing ambition is a pipe dream. Chase results. You're looking for ambition. You should be looking for results at this point. Now, this ain't just a name, because we hear a lot of women talk and they say this, but they're looking for somebody to evolve and keep. At this point in life, you should be looking for results. What have you done so far? Because everybody ain't that success story. But like they saying right here, the internet has everybody believing that they're going to be Oprah, whose show kicked in at 50, or Sam Jackson, whose acting career didn't kick off till 40. Everybody thinks they have this late in life resurgence and just become this. It don't happen like that. But we see the internet and shit has given us access to the 1% of people all the time. So we think we can be them. We think we're going to have the same results as them.
No, I understand what you're saying. I also get what Anae saying, and I just have I'm in between. Now, Anae, you don't mean to shame anybody, but there's an inference. Like they were telling me earlier, there's an inference to what you were saying. That is a shaming thing on men, because any man that doesn't have ambition was classified as lazy, as opposed to being unambitious. So instead of falling to a neutral space of like unambitious, he became lazy, which is a negative trait. Like that's where the shaming comes on. But I mean that you're entitled to have that feeling. Real life has shown me that I am not wanting something far-fetched. Yeah, and that's my thing. That's like for me. That's why I say with the shaming part, though, what men have to do is get past the hearing the language of women, because we want totally dissimilar things. And now the culture is pushing women and men further apart. We can't hear the language of women and judge ourselves by it, because we'll carry shame for something that's beyond our control in a large degree. Like it's okay for a man to want a certain life and to want to just have a home and to build a family. That's okay. And to want to just be that for the rest of your life. There's nothing wrong with that. No matter how many women say something different, that's cool. And I think that's what Yellow's pushing back on. If a dude just wants to be a normal dude, there's no shame in that. But the language of the got to be ambitious, and that it puts an onus on men to want to continually strive for more. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. No, yeah, it's but even if that's what you meant, You know what I'm saying? It's not just you. And like, so again, like, make sure you understand, like, this, the language you use is because it's very common and connected to, I'll say, the zeitgeist. The current moment has a lot of repetitive language coming from people from all walks of life. So it lands in a very way, even though it's very general and non-specific. Like Yella said, what does that mean? Even though it's general and non-specific, the men are ingesting it in the worst possible way. The men are going to take it the worst possible way because it's not said in good faith. It's said as a judgment. It's perfectly valid for a woman to choose who she dates. Absolutely. The shame comes from women not wanting men. If you are content, why do you want a woman? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't really care what they say. Because I'm not trying to impress upon somebody else. I wouldn't care to impress upon anybody else. Like when I said that thing to Bree earlier, when I stopped caring, I stopped caring. Like, I would never again in my life try to impress upon them what my value is for their satisfaction. That's never again something I'm going to do. Either you see the worth in my humanity to want to be around me, or you don't, and we'll just not be around each other. If I have to have some secondary set of traits to how I operate in the world, yeah. Does it seem a bit like y'all are shaming me? We specifically told you that it wasn't about you. So you're feeling shamed. So now you know how your language feels to men. Because you weren't talking about us, but it sounds like we felt the way about it. You even asked Yella. And we've explicitly said all women, a lot of women say these things, and it's in the zeitgeist, which is all the current culture, and you still feel like we're talking about you. So I think we can all unpack that and say we're not talking about each other. We're having a general conversation about something that's generally available in the area. If we're on the internet, oh, you're joking. I can't stand you.
I mean, if we was. I was gonna say, if you feel like we talking about you, we probably are.
I'm not. If I was, I would say it though.
I was talking about women. I was talking about women who said it. So if that includes NA, cool, we could talk about it.
Yeah, but I'm not excluding NA. I'm just saying I'm talking about women in general. Yeah, I'm not excluding anybody. I'm not talking about her specifically. This is a trend amongst people. I can't go into everybody's head and determine what they meant when they said it, because I'd have to understand what everybody's picture meant. So I can only go with the generalizations. Yeah. Oh, she ready to fight too. She got her gloves up.
Oh, we gonna get to that. They can't never. Never mind. I'm not gonna give it away. Never. Go ahead.
Okay. Nope. Let me hit play. We'll see.
Kind of question. You want to go do something else with them? You're on a good track. You know, this notion of this instant combustion of emotion that fills you up. You want a religious experience. That is not always the case. Sometimes people fall like that, you know, as we say, fall. But the majority of the time, things grow. You know, they grow through the interaction. You get a good text. You like what you just read. You find yourself wanting to answer a sentence, and you've just answered 2 pages. You know, you wanted to go and meet them for half an hour, and 3 hours later, you're still sitting on the floor in the hallway having an enthralling conversation. That's the stuff that breeds the feelings. If you sit there like this and think that some, you know, Deus ex machina is going to fall from the heavens, you're off. You know, it's this false certainty that is not the majority of people. And there's many ways in. Some people start hot and then they become lukewarm. And some people start lukewarm and the heat grows over time. There isn't one narrative. This notion that Hollywood has sold us, that just like, and I can't wait, and I just have this, I fall for you on the spot. That's one plot. But there are many plots, and if you constrain yourself in thinking this is how I should be feeling, and I'm not feeling it, then you are limiting your options.
Yeah. Well, one thing.
My only issue with that, like, I agree with her. My only issue with that, I think the general person who's talking about that plot, I don't feel this. They don't even know what this feels like. That they're trying, like, I want that feeling. They haven't experienced it. They've seen an image of what it feels like to somebody else's portrayal, but not having experienced it. How do you even know what it feels like? Like it's hard to connect for me. Like how people are so determined to find the thing they've never felt before. How would they know? So I think what they do is they see visual cues or verbal cues, and then they know how they're supposed to respond to those visual and verbal cues, and then they act it out, but they don't have any of the subsequent feeling behind it because it's like scripting. Because that's where they got it from. They got it from like you said, the romanticization of Hollywood, like reading this, that, and other. And not everybody is wired the same. So not everybody gets the same emotional response from the same stimuli. So a whole bunch of people get that feeling from the little back and forths and all that. But not everybody. How can you know what it feels like if you don't experience it? I can't see it. But everybody doesn't have the same level of emotional, I don't even know what to call it, like being able to, you know what I'm saying, like to immerse yourself, like emotional immersion is probably the best way.
Well, a lot of people aren't getting what the movies give you, you know, I know from the women's side too, like it is this literal thing of you have an experience, you have crafted out. And that's what she's saying. You're playing yourself if you're getting it from that, because a lot of times you're not going to get that perfect storm of he takes you out on a date and he's so deep and he's a philosopher and he's rich and he is like, a lot of people are looking for the whole like perfect storm of a man to come through and sweep them off their feet. And you're never going to experience that, like, because it's not real. And a lot of that stuff that you see in movies or that perfect storm will require, like, where you're saying also for you to give a lot of yourself, and a lot of people aren't even willing or able to do that. So it's kind of a double whammy, because it's like, one, you probably never going to experience, and then two, even if you got the perfect storm to come along, you probably wouldn't trust it because, you know, it's not realistic. So it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Has really come up a lot with people I've spoken to recently, is this idea of they find someone who makes them feel safe, who they feel cared for by.
Oh, they're going to get bored.
And the person seems to be, they consider them to be good-hearted.
Oh, yeah, definitely bored.
That person makes...
I'm waiting for the but.
Yes, exactly. You're right. You already know. You already know. This person, in their words, makes sense.
Oh, yeah, bored.
But they feel like they're settling because there must be someone else who has all of that, plus the other three things that they want.
You are a perfect candidate for romantic consumerism if you think this way. You've been had. You've become a good person that we can, you know, your mind is set for somebody telling you, this is the product you need, the perfect fit. And then you are going to be the perfect patient who comes in thinking, I thought my person was like this and this and this, and they're not the deal that I bargained for. It's not what was written on paper. You can learn the language. It's like business. You know, capitalism enters romantic life. It's really crippling to people. You know, the more you have this notion of perfection, the higher you can fall. You know, are you perfect? Are you that great? Do you think that everybody falls for, like, what is this notion? So then there is this idea that there is the sense and settling with the passion, you know, and you should have that passion. Passion is a wonderful feeling to have. It's maybe not the best thing to decide if you want to have a life with somebody on. It's not the most important ingredient for that. You know, that doesn't mean you don't want excitement, intensity, you know, draw. But this idea that there is reason and passion, that's a very old divide. That is the divide of the 19th century, the rationalists and the romantics.
And why do you say that? Why do you think that? And I get that you're giving a balanced approach there, but to enlighten all of us in what you've seen, you compared the love story and the life story.
Yes.
Why do you think it almost feels like what we've been sold is for the love story, but the life story requires a different set of skills?
Yes, skills and values and compatibilities. Because there are many more people that you can love than people you can make a life with. I can have many love stories with people that I meet on a trip that with whom I have a beautiful short story with. But would that be the person with whom I can do we share anything else in terms of how we see life? With everything else that life brings, that's a different thing. That doesn't mean you don't want love in the life story, but many more love stories can exist without life story. Not that many life stories will exist without a love story. You know, you can call it an adventure, you can call it, you know, and it is what people used to do when they date before they're looking for someone with whom they want to have a more committed relationship. It's very important that we see that a lot of the things that we're looking for are the things that make for a real love story. The things we want to feel.
She did not say
the things that are on the checklist.
Yeah, she did not say
are the things that
that's why I had to go from no to maybe. I was like, wait a minute.
Hey, she might get down like that.
She did not say it. She did not say it. You're right.
40 years.
Kind of create
40 years.
I'm
ain't no
fucking
telling.
other people on vacation. I don't care what y'all say.
That's
fucking other people on vacation.
Man.
Even if we got to pay for it.
An impossible situation. It's really so you don't settle.
Ridiculous.
If you see that language says what? I am fantastic, you know, or I am not fantastic, but I'm going to find someone fantastic who's going to make me rise.
Elevate me.
And it is a kind of
elevate
use
me
of people that really is creating such a psychological paucity. It's really eroding people's sense of self-esteem and sense of self-worth. It's not good.
Okay, now eroding people's sense of self-esteem and self-worth. This is what is triggering men when we hear the whole
ambitious, be better.
Yeah, that thing.
Potential.
That thing. Yeah, it's that. It's that's right there.
Yeah.
But I, like guys just got to not care. Like guys just have to. That's the only solution to this.
Be content. But it does erode. I like what she said. This constant. You got to be excellent over time. Everybody's saying it. You like, God damn. If I want to be content or if I want to be normal, I got to feel like I'm not good. It's like
got to feel like a failure to be normal.
Yeah, I got to get comfortable with being seen as a failure just to like. But it's still a lose because you're just like, I'm a failure. It's like, but you might just be normal. It's kind of shit.
It's a wild part of the culture, but I think and it's sad. Like, I think this is sad. Like, I know in previous times, guys have had to go through all kinds of stuff, drafts, all kinds of horrific things, and further back you go, the worse men had it. But I think part of the thing the men are just going to have to do in current times, because most of us are not going to war. We're not doing anything crazy. We're at least going to have to be able to withstand the crazy notions of women. But no matter how crazy it is, we can't base our self-esteem on what women say. I think that's going to have to be part of the path of masculinity going forward, is being able to withstand the social pressure of women to conform to their ideals, which shift based on whatever
relative.
So men have to be more resolute than the women are.
Yep. Don't nobody give a fuck about no drywall, boy.
Yeah.
Where are you at in your life? At 23, you're going to think differently from 33. You know, at 33, it's likely that you're going to think of a few people that you said no to at 23 that were perfectly fine. And you kind of didn't because you kept thinking, I can do better. And this I can do better is eating people up because it creates constant restlessness in relationships, in life, in pursuit. And then they need to go and meditate. To get calmer.
The way she laughed, that was so fucking loaded.
Oh, look, that was funny.
That was so loaded. That laugh.
That made me fall in love with her. I swear that made me fall in love with her.
I know.
Oh my God. The way she then they got to go meditate, intentionally stressing your dumb ass self out, and then be like, I need to go find my peace right now. You creating the fucking chaos. And you think everybody's so anxious too?
Why are we so anxious?
Right.
Because we chasing ambition. That's why. Because we got to be ambitious. That's why we so damn anxious.
Chasing joy, man. Chasing joy.
Oh, that laugh was loaded. If I could have been inside Esther Perel's head when she laughed, that laugh was.
Thank you.
Heavy.
I love her. I love her.
She had a client in mind when she laughed.
She did.
I got several people in mind when she said shit.
Yeah. I had to go back. I want to hear her say it again.
You kind of didn't because you kept thinking I can do better. And this I can do better is eating people up. Because
Strive
it
for
creates
excellence.
constant restlessness.
Striving for excellence till you 80 years old and shit.
Then they need to go and meditate to get calmer, to be less restless. But the restlessness is this constant pursuit of more, better, younger, and therefore living with the feeling not enough. I don't have enough. I'm not enough. And that's the crisis that then follows around self-worth. Because you constantly want more, you end up constantly feeling not enough.
Yeah.
You're
and
always
someone
short.
else will make me feel more than enough.
You're always healing. You're always on a healing
the
journey.
meaning of finding the love partner today is that it will end.
That's why it be a journey.
Sense of constant self-evaluation.
What's the word for aimlessly wandering? Aimlessly wandering. It ain't even a journey. My bad. I know I'm talking over the video.
Wanderlust, I think. I think wanderlust is the feeling.
Wanderlust, yeah.
Just aimlessly wandering. You ain't even journeying. Because a journey would include you having places you want to go. You just aimlessly wander.
Yeah, that's a vagabond too. Y'all some vagabonds. Y'all relational vagabonds. We need to start saying it.
Okay.
You're not an asshole, Greg. You're a goofball.
Niggas be backpacking. Niggas be backpacking across
life.
Fucking backpacking across self-help and shit. Self-work backpacking.
Asshole. Hey man, Jarrell.
Myself, I'm presenting myself, I'm selling myself, I'm trying to compete on the market. It's like language, you know. There's the romantic language is about the market, you know, the meat. And then when I find you, my beloved, I will finally stop the process of evaluation. This is a thing from Eva Illouz, a great sociologist that studies love relationships.
That's such a beautiful language as well, that you want to end your process of evaluation when actually a life story is an evolution of self-evaluation. It's only going to come with more. Do you see there being inherent value in long-term committed relationships? Or is that also a construct of society?
I see, look, I work very cross-culturally, right? So I don't think the answer is the same if I am in Belgium, in India, in Turkey. But I think there is a lot of value in a long-term relationship, but the long-term relationship has doubled in lifespan. So 100 years ago, we lived half of now. So the long-term keeps on getting longer. But there is also tremendous value in having had the possibility of finally being able to end this and to start anew, or to never have had it and to start anew. People who marry for the first time in their 60s, or people who realize that they had a beautiful relationship for certain things and that now they needed something else. Marriage was an institution that you couldn't leave. You got in, and you got in for life. And if you didn't like it, you could hope for an early death of your partner.
Blood out.
Because that was the only way out, and especially for women. I mean, marriage has not meant the same for men and women. Marriage for same-sex people is very recent. So the question has a lot of different pieces. I think that there is something very beautiful in a long novel. And I think that there are beautiful short stories. There isn't a one-size-fits-all at this moment. And the interest...
She definitely has some vacation stories.
Yeah, 40 years? Get the fuck out.
Talk about these short stories.
Bro, if I do 20 years, if I do 20 years clean,
after
decade 3, we getting to it, bro. If you don't know I'm trying to be with you after 20 years, because I need little extra flavors, get out of here. Get out of here. And I'm mad because you wasted my time. 40 years? Ain't no way. I got married at 30, so 40 years, bro. 70, clean 70, potentially out of here. I couldn't imagine getting married at 18 to about 40 years. Bitch, I am 58th birthday. maybe 48. We took everybody. We're going to get out of here. Absolutely not. I'm not going through my whole life. Whole life. 48th. Sorry, I'm 10 years off. 48th. You can come. You can come too. I ain't saying you gotta be left out, but I'm going.
And he watched from the corner.
We can do this as a team.
Do this the easy way.
We can have this, we can have a shared experience. What they been saying, we can have a shared experience right here. But hey, I'm about to have a bad week.
It been Hey, that callback was hot. That callback was hot. Oh, yo, no, you didn't just do that. I'm about to have a bad week.
I'm just saying.
I'll let you know.
Respect it, though.
I'll let you know. Might be a little short on time.
Decade 3. Y'all tripping out here. Nah, bro. Ain't no pee that good. Ain't no puss that good. Get out of here. Esther Perel is fucking off on vacation. I already tell.
Oh, okay, Sergio.
Interesting thing is we've been creative about a lot of things. We disrupt, we are creative about even family life. We have blended families, same-sex families, single-parent families, accordion families. But when it comes to...
They kind of looking at her. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's out there being nasty.
I catch Esther on a cruise ship, boy. It might happen.
Man, you already know Esther got the pool boys. Like, come on.
I've been saying,
I like the way you clean that pool.
She got the Riz.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yella, see, Yella. Another problem is she been speaking to Yella's heart, man. So he's getting wooed. He's swooning over here. Like,
you go home.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I am a sucker. Goddamn it, fuck you talking about too.
Yella like, what she be at the Maldives? She be in the French.
Right, for real. What she be? Look, I found a new ambition. Goddamn it, shit. I'm trying
to where the old rich white ladies.
Get to where the old white bitches is. Yeah.
She said people like constantly chasing more. Yella started rubbing his nipples. He was like, oh.
And she'll take you being mid too. She'll let you be mid.
Hell yeah. Shit.
Like, it's all
she
right.
Understand. She understand. As long as I'm happy, she'll understand.
You ain't got to desire nothing but to please your mistress, Esther.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's a beautiful short story. Yeah, look, go right back home. Like, yep. Had a nice little short story.
You gotta start using that language. People stop saying affairs. I just had a short story.
Short story. Oh man, that just entangled. That just is so entanglement. Now that you done said it, I don't like it. I was good.
I just had a short story, baby. You my novel. What's up?
Yeah.
You finna have this short fall out this window.
You about to have a short stay in the hospital.
You gonna be short of breath.
Novel.
Oh, y'all dirty.
Terrible.
Man, little short stories, man. Ooh, that's dirty.
Romantic couples, romanticism, the exclusiveness, the monogamous long-term model has been the dominant model for 2 centuries and is quite strong.
Oh.
So I think we can be more creative.
Everybody got herpes.
Rethinking relational arrangements and relationship arrangements that are more diverse.
I worked in
and
the
that
hospital.
bring in other people as in the community. Because what is happening in the long-term relationship of today is not only that it is much longer, but it is also much more isolated.
Longer and lonelier. Yeah.
Longer and lonelier. One person to give us what normally an entire village should provide. And that is crippling the relationships under so much weight and so many expectations. So those who do it well, do it better than the relationships of the past, says Eli Finkel. But the majority of them don't manage to climb the Olympus.
Yeah, and I often think about that because I think what we were talking about earlier, when I first met my wife, I definitely say that there was so much of the romanticism of the perfect relationship. And I often talk about in my book as well about
I ain't believing
I proposed to my wife, which was basically based off of Instagram and YouTube videos, how I invented a proposal that was so not personal or not.
She liked it?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. So And if anyone's heard this story before, I apologize, but I want Esther
I
to
don't know it, so
have
you
the
can tell
context.
me.
Yeah. So we'd been together, I think, at that point for like, maybe I proposed after like a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'd been together. I decided I was going to propose. We were walking down the bank of the River Thames in London.
Oh, man.
I had an a cappella group jumped out and sing Bruno Mars, Will You Marry Me? Like, marry you to her. They gave her a bouquet of flowers. They performed this amazing number. I got down on one knee. I proposed. We both shed a tear. She said yes. We then had dinner on the side of the Thames where I had to kind of finagle a table from a restaurant. I had food that was brought in, but it was cold because everything had gone wrong on the timing. So we ate cold food, which was, we didn't mind. My wife is amazing, so she didn't care. But I was looking at that going, And then we walked around the corner and we ended up on a white horse-drawn carriage that I'd booked that took us around London on this beautiful carriage. And it was a beautiful trip. And then we got on the train to go back to her parents. And we got home to her parents. Her parents opened the door and they said, what happened to you to her? She had hives all over her face because that was the day I discovered that she was allergic to horses. And I didn't know that and she didn't know that. And I've always looked back and reflected at that story because my wife said yes. She's never complained about it. She was happy with it. But when I really look at it, and as I've got to know her more and more every year, and like you said, I feel like I get to know more of her, new things and old things every year. We've been together for 10 years now. And I still feel like every day I'm discovering something new about her. I realized that that was the most impersonal show of love ever. It wasn't, the song wasn't specific to her. The horse-drawn carriage wasn't specific to her.
Wow.
The food was the only thing my wife would care about because she's a big foodie and that's her world. And it was cold. And I look back at that event and I go, I'm lucky she said yes. But actually the hives were a reminder to me of how little I knew my wife at that time. Or
how eager you were to impress.
Hey,
how eager, exactly.
Dang, he did the Will Smith.
Yep. Yeah.
He did the Will Smith, the grand gesture that was not what the woman wanted. Man.
To be fair, she didn't know she was allergic to horses.
She didn't know either. That's
They
true.
learned together that day.
Right, so it was a shared experience. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
A new shared experience.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of thinking about. It's like, and I know how you feel because it's like, damn, that wasn't.
He feel bad,
but at the he felt bad about the presentation, but he would have to understand that horse thing is the shared experience that. Neither of them would be able to experience with anybody else ever again, right? Somebody can propose to her the same way. You know what I'm saying? But that's the part that stick out. Well, shit, you know, he didn't even know we didn't even know I was allergic to horses, and I got home and was, but I wouldn't have it no other way.
That'd be that story Rashawn would be at the house mad about when she started talking about that time. Like she found out she was allergic to exes. Well, you know. My other ex, he took me on a horse-drawn carriage. So I found out I had allergy to horses. Now you got to find a new allergy for her to discover.
Poking her with a bee. Yeah. Rub a strawberry on her face or some
we
shit.
going to a fucking honey. We finna go cultivate some honey out of a hive. Get her stung.
Chuck a bag of peanuts on her and see what happens.
You dirty, man.
But I also think it's good because it also on the other side you could say, well, no one's cared enough to even impress her and do the romantic gestures for her to know she was allergic to horses. So she was having a whole fairy tale moment in that moment.
Yeah.
The horse-drawn carriage is like, you know, that's romantic movie, 101. So it's like the fact that she never had anyone else care to impress her enough to even know that, and then that's their shared experience. So that's another way of looking at it too.
Yeah, and I would say that she was enjoying herself because she didn't even notice the hives that were obviously evident as soon as she was seen.
Right.
And she probably had other physical manners. She might have had like the itchy throat, but whatever.
She just thought he was taking her breath away. He's like, oh, he's taking my breath away. That's great.
Yeah.
I feel like I can't breathe.
Anaphylactic shock. Talking about,
wow, you really took my breath away.
My whole body has sensations.
I feel like I'm on fire when I'm near you.
She died. She died.
Oh my God! But he didn't notice.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Like, but how didn't he see the hives? But maybe I don't know.
He was raising her up. It's like, damn, I got the juice.
Man, that's interesting. Man, I wish I had more information now. Y'all done made me think about like I wish how did he not see the hives as soon as they saw her? They saw him.
He might have thought she was blushing or something.
Ah, man, I don't know.
A little red, little bit red flushed, you know.
Maybe.
He might have thought
they probably could have hit late.
Yeah.
Man. Whew.
That's fun.
It is. But he went all out though. Come on.
How I was a complete show of ego. I was 20, maybe 6, 27, yeah. And just what a show it was as opposed to.
Did you come from traditional families?
I would say we come from, I would say we come from more traditional families. Yes, definitely. They're modern thinking, but generally traditional overall in the world. And it was.
Were they arranged marriages or were they?
My mum and dad were, and pretty much hers was as well. Yeah, pretty much her parents were as well.
So that's a major transition. So when you ask me about long-term relationships, I think people who are in an arranged marriage system answer that question very differently.
Yes.
Than people who start with the romantic. You know what the research says, right?
What does I've seen bits, but please clarify. Yeah, I don't want to assume.
I think it's Dan Ariely's research that people who start with romantic and falling in love and passion are much more likely to then experience a dissatisfaction in the relationship
start too high.
Than the majority of people who start in an arranged situation, which is much more rational. Actually, their satisfaction rises as they get to know each other and develop the fondness and the relationship. And I think this is true if the relationship is good.
Yeah, if it's good.
But for those for whom it was really not a good match, it must be
horrific. Yeah, and I think the reason why I was sharing that story was because I think what I've realized, and you were mentioning this earlier, is that I feel like I found the person who has helped me continue self-evaluation in a way that I would have avoided with someone else, or that I would have tried to avoid if.
I want to hear that question again. But I want to answer Anae's question. Once upon a time, I would have. I'm definitely too old now and set my ways. I wouldn't even consider marriage at this point.
In America?
Of any kind.
I'm still black from America when I was born. No.
If I got a choice, I wouldn't be open to any type of marriage.
And I also don't think, like, if I was actually who I am today, let's just say some years earlier in the community I grew up in and the family structure I grew up, same, but just like some years back, no, not.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was younger, because again, I have a lot of I don't even know where they came from. I have a lot of collectivist ideals. I would have preferred that at most earlier ages in my life, because I just believe in the family, the village being involved in that process of all that stuff. But I just believe in that kind of stuff. But no. What about you, Yo?
Like you said, yeah, it's probably younger because that seemed like a younger thing, but I wouldn't. No, you're not finna arrange me to get married. None of these heifers out here now. I'm gonna arrange myself there to deal with this baggage nobody actually wanted.
It'd be a deranged marriage. Deranged.
Yeah, fuck that. Might as well arrange my funeral too while you arranging them.
Dang. It ain't gotta be that bad, player. It ain't gotta be that bad.
I think the only thing I would say is, like she said, a lot of people dated perfectly fine people in their earlier years, and they just convinced themselves they could do better. If anything, I think it would just be more useful to like have some kind of agreement with, like, oh, everybody's like, this is a great person, you should probably tough it out. You know, like kind of more of that, but not like arranged. Because I think, just more input about this person you're with is actually really great, and you don't have a life experience to know that yet. And by the time you realize it might be too late. Like, if we could just get that, probably be helpful.
Yeah, because there's somebody I had one of them type of deals with, but they went and got married and had a kid. I mean, it all turned like the crap. I'm sure they loved their child, but like the marriage went to, but like you can't. No, after that, like you've made that life path decision. So like, if we were both single and chose like, okay, at a certain age we'll get married, cool. But that whole thing, like, nah, like you went and kind of lived the whole life, and then I'm supposed to come in and like pick up where somebody else left off. Like that's where it gets hard. It's like, man, I gotta live with somebody else's decisions, and it's like, I don't want to get arranged with that.
Yeah, I don't think arranged marriages wouldn't have much use in our current society. But just younger people just need to know when they're dealing with with somebody who's good. Like I got lucky that King gave me another chance, but he was one of the first people I dated, like in my early 20s. So, and my dad was like, he's great, you should marry him. I was like, ugh, ick. That's my ick. My dad liking people. Automatic ick.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, yeah, but I think that's useful though. But it did, in the end, it was good. I think because, everybody around me was adamant about it, and it helped me like self-evaluate later. Because the risk, despite what I wanted to think in my own reality, everybody's like, no, he's pretty great. Just needs to grow up a little bit. But y'all are like young, so it's moot.
Let stuff settle. Like let stuff settle within yourself.
Yeah, it's like it's moot. Yeah, he needs to grow up, but so do you. So like, what's the issue?
Yeah, that makes sense in your 20s. It's just weird as hell hearing women in their 40s, damn near 50, talking about some.
Yeah, I felt like I outgrew him, and I could do better than that. You finna get the same version of that nigga, just different. Like you finna get the same version of him.
Yeah. Okay, you got rid of Coke. Now you about to get a Pepsi.
Right.
You about to get an RC Cola.
It's like my vanilla dates. Friars. Now we eating Mayfield. Now we're eating fucking Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah, but it's still vanilla.
But I would say to him saying you have it right. I learned a lot of my long-term relationship survival skills from Esther Perel. Like year 2 or 3 of my marriage, I discovered Esther Perel, and she saved my life.
That's what's up.
Because I was determined to crash it. So chaos. She actually is, she actually saved, I'm gonna say, more than just my marriage. Not that it was like bad or anything, but I had a lot of delusional and bad and unhealthy thinking patterns that I think I wouldn't be here in year 7 if I hadn't ran across Esther Perel. So
yeah, she is definitely goated. But I'm gonna hear what old boy had to say again, because I thought it was, I wanted to hear, I don't know if it felt, well, I was like, when the health continued self-evaluation, I wasn't sure how I felt about it. So let me hear it again. I'm gonna try to listen better, because first time I was like, what?
Me continue self-evaluation in a way that I would have avoided with someone else, or that I would have tried to avoid if I would have had multiple love stories. Whereas this life story that I have with my wife currently is just the most purifying and cleansing, detoxifying process internally, but in the most fun, loving, and caring way. And I look at that and I think about that often, where I think to myself, I would have had to learn these lessons with anyone, but maybe someone else may not be able to challenge me as much as my wife does.
That's real.
With the lack of criticism and complaint and judgment in a safe space with humor, which actually makes it accessible to me. And it's one of these really interesting reflections that I wanted to share with you, to hear your thoughts on that. Because I don't think I would. There are
they
so
done
many
been through
skills today that I
therapy,
have
so
only because
he
of
probably
this particular person. There are so many emotional parts of myself that I've been able to discover because of this person. There have been so.
Because like what I think when I hear him talk, what I hear is, because I do believe every person reflects a different piece of you back to you. But depending on the depth of your relationship with that person and your level of commitment to them, you may not honor that reflection. You may dismiss it as being indicative of them. That was them. And I think that's what a lot of people do in dating, because they're serial daters. They see their reflection. The last 5 guys I talked to were narcissists, or now all these women out here are hoes. All these women are hoes. No, you're seeing your choices reflected back at you.
Yeah, but you can always write it off with something.
Feedback. Exactly, because you don't have a commitment. and a steady relationship to see that same choice reflected back differently. And that person that's staying in the fight with you to rephrase it and restate it. And then you see the families kind of like, I don't think you're coming at your relationship the same. I see how it's hurting so-and-so. And like, you don't have the depth to actually accept the accountability, because you can always walk away or blame it on somebody else. And I think that's what he was saying. He was locked in with one person, so he got the depth of feedback that he accepted because he accepted her. And I respect that. I think that's a true thing that a lot of people, because they're not in long-term relationships, we're missing a lot of that feedback, and we're offloading it. Like, we're blaming other people for our shortcomings.
And also, like, I think when we were talking about, I think we had that conversation in Discord or something. But if you really give yourself into a relationship, it does help you better find yourself in some ways. A lot of people ascribe things that aren't them to themselves. And I think when you, and that's why a lot of people don't trust themselves or know themselves well enough to even self-evaluate effectively.
Yeah.
But if you really give yourself into the relationship all the way, you will remain. I don't know what this whole thing, y'all act like y'all out here dating Pac-Man or some shit. Y'all don't know monsters. Like, you will remain. Like, you will still, you will be there, and you will actually have a better idea of who you are, especially when you can go through the different phases of life with the same person and be kind of different.
Yeah.
Be yourself in so many different situations, and also have another steady, consistent person to see in those same things. I think it does help you be able to better figure out who you actually are in a deeper way than dating a whole bunch of different people and doing all this fighting for yourself. And that's a control thing. And so now you're controlling a lot more than you realize. And so I think that's also why the benefit of a long-term partner.
Yeah.
You know what you're telling me in some way is you didn't succeed in impressing her.
I have never succeeded in impressing my wife, and it is the best lesson.
That's her power.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not that you're not impressive to her, that she doesn't appreciate and admire, but you didn't succeed
till this day.
Right. And therefore, her opinion matters.
Yeah.
And therefore, she can keep you on your toes. And therefore, she doesn't let you sit on your laurels and get away with stuff.
It's starting to become intentional now.
Okay, she is.
It's starting to become intentional now.
The force of the relationship to stretch her. Okay, as far as she can be stretched, she wants.
Now, if you trying to get stretched,
she's trying to get stretched.
We can find out some limitations now. We can find out some limitations. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shoot. Hey, listen, you agree with the French lady, and I love it. Y'all are bad. What you mean?
We bad? You talking about getting stretched out?
And you like communicating when you lay down, and you want to get stretched out by the person you're in a relationship with. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that. You're in a relationship with them. Get stretched out
to the max.
To the max.
To the max.
Yeah, let them figure out every limit.
You already got dirty talk down. Just say that stuff to them in the bed.
Yeah, y'all good. While y'all laying down, I want you to stretch me as a person. Why you laying down?
Also tell them you scared. They'll like that. It'll tap into that dominant energy. They'll say, "Oh, I got you, baby." You know, like I'll talk you through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Every comment sucks.
Every comment. It's on purpose now.
And therefore, she can see you in a more humble way when you come home from having done 40 stage events after another, where you get, clapped the whole time, and you kind of lose a sense of, proportions.
The world clapping.
That is an extremely. I think that you're very lucky,
and not just lucky. After 40 stage shows, he's getting clapped.
This interview has turned in a weird direction.
Hey, y'all started with them vacations.
Hey,
I like it.
Yeah, after the audience, you get clapped. Okay, you getting clapped. I like it. Go ahead, sir. What's his name again?
Jay Shetty.
Jay getting clapped.
Because you found her, but also because you knew that you did need someone who challenges you and who can hold hers to you, but do it in a way that doesn't feel authoritarian or humiliating or ball busting, etc. And so it creates the right friction. She cares and she can criticize. She loves and she can challenge. You know, it's both and that holding those tensions in a relationship is, in my mind, very important and very gives a lot of strength and energy to a relationship.
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry. Please go.
No, that's it. I think it's your self-awareness of it that is really good. It's like if you had somebody who just looks like that, it would have been a problem. If you had somebody who just did that, it would have been a problem. But you knew that you needed that.
And I don't think I knew it before we started having that experience, but it just became really evident to me that she loves me for who I am, not what I do and what I achieve and how I try to impress, for example. And I think that's a great reminder for me to love myself for who I am and not love myself for what I achieve or what I do or what I create. And I think that is a really, I'm like, that's the great.
It's very important.
Yeah, to have some, and it's also how you perceive it. I think what you're saying is true. Like I've talked about it with people. I could easily perceive it, and people could perceive it and say, "Jay, you're just a pushover. Jay, you're just making it up. You're making sense of something, and it's bad treatment or whatever." And I'm like, well, no, because I can see that it's done from love and care, and it's humor, as you said. Like it's done from such a special loving place that I feel that I know it's a knowingness that it is liberating and it is wonderful. But it's interesting because I think a lot of people may have that experience, but they don't want to be humbled. They don't want to.
He's getting abused at home.
I'm fortunate that my monk training kicks in there and allows for that vulnerability and self-reflection and not thinking I'm perfect. Whereas I wonder if we're scared to do that because we almost want our partner to make us feel perfect.
No.
People don't want to be humbled.
Nah, you're right. She definitely puts the gag in my mouth. Yeah, he's getting abused.
That's not abuse. He might
Did he say a man getting love for who he is empowering to him?
And then he started getting accused of being gagged, abused, and pegged. Wow.
No, it was something else that he was talking about. Because he was talking about people that are concerned about the way she treats him. He's like, no, what she does is from a loving place. And I'm like, ooh.
And also, he's like with Indians, so they generally be like, "Why is she talking in your presence?"
Why? Right. That's right. It's probably a whole different other thing.
Yeah, it's probably just like, why is she talking while why are the men in the room? She's
why is your wife talking, Jay? Does she not in the room? Why is she not in the women's room?
Why is
she in here with the men?
But see, Greg's doing the very thing. He doesn't.
Haram.
Why his sexual status got to be questioned because he's being loved for who he is.
Greg sees it as soft like his balls.
So there's no better.
That was so Dave Chappelle. Telling that little Nas X dream.
Oh, no.
The real definition of self-confidence. Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, we were somewhere right around there.
He did monk training, so
this thing of perfection is, I think we want our partners to recognize us and accept us, but it comes in imperfection.
But it comes in the form of, at least in the beginning, demanding adoration and
but the beginning is only the beginning. It's one phase of a relationship. I think my friend Terry Real has this beautiful
he doesn't strike me as a
self-esteem or self-worth or self-confidence is seeing ourselves as flawed, imperfect people and still hold ourselves in high regard.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. If you actually need to see yourself as perfect, you lack the confidence. Confidence is the ability to make mistakes and not sleep over it for 3 weeks because you feel such shame and such, intense attack on your identity, but I have a question for you that from what you've just said, do you feel that these days on both sides of
hold up, I love her questions. Every question she asks when he says something and she redirects it has been so insightful. I just want to like tap in for this question. Okay, stands you great.
Why it's got to be one or the other?
He
might. And why it's also got to be one or the other?
Yeah.
And why they might not even be in no crazy dynamics like no dom and sub. They might just be,
normal
in the middle.
Mid.
They might be equal.
Yeah, vanilla.
Equal pleasers. Or equal pleasers. Yeah.
What you've just said, do you feel that these days on all sides of the spectrum, of the gender spectrum, that people are so enraptured with the notion of identity and holding on to the self that they find accepting influence from another person an instant threat to their identity, like pushover? Pushover is
I
like,
didn't know we were at this moment. Give me a second, because I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Ooh, and when we talking about this with the orange peel, I had not seen this video when we had that conversation. Like, I had not heard Esther Perel talk about this at all. But when we had the orange peel conversation, I said, yeah, influence. Like, yeah, I want to know I can make you do some shit you wouldn't have done if I literally wasn't in your life. Like, does that make me a terrible person? Like,
yeah, I'm about to go back and I'm about to play it again because first of all, it's a trigger point. This whole autonomy, agency, identity thing it's become such a trigger thing. The more I've been listening to women talk, like every now and then I need to take a break from listening to women talk, but I enjoy it so much because I'll be like, it's so fascinating. The things that y'all like come up with, it's amazing. So I love like listening to people like Real Talk with Yannick. She was like, the delusions that women can come up with in their mind. Woo! I was like, man, yes, girl, you know what I'm talking about. I was like, man, this girl is speaking to my soul.
But she spends the next 2 hours being delusional.
But
okay, cool.
Yes, but just having that admission, like, girl, you gotta be careful because we be making up some crazy stuff. And I was like, I'm not crazy. Because women will gaslight you, like, nah, we don't make stuff up.
Gonna gaslight.
No, we don't make stuff up. No, we're not delusional. We're not. I'm like, nah, man. I know what I'm seeing. Y'all be making stuff up. Whoa. All right.
Again, did your ears get hot when she said it?
I got it clipped when she was talking about the delusional women. I'm like, I'm gonna keep this for the rest of my life.
Just
I'm
when
not
you
the
need
only
to,
one.
Just when you need to really ground yourself in the truth,
man. In the truth, yeah. Y'all be gaslighting, and I don't mean lying or disagreeing. Y'all protect an image better than anybody I've seen. Y'all are the biggest
That's so
coordinated PR firm. Like, y'all are the best PR firm.
It gets disgusting at a certain point because
why? Thank you. It's so nice.
Like, you're not even fooling nobody. No, you're not even fooling nobody. Like, I was watching this panel the other day, and it was just like, I understand trolling, and I get this is what you do, but the women was being so trolly because they were wrong. And then instead of just like admitting to trying to get an understanding, they became trolly, which in turn became irritating, which in turn basically made them bitches to me. So it's just like it's only cool if it works. Once it stopped working, like, you understand the trick don't work no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you trying to do the thumb trick. I know the trick already. Like, I already know the trick.
What is it, time for that refresh? What's happening?
But this whole question though was basically what I was talking about earlier, and that's what I think, man. Oh man.
Yell about through his keyboard. See, told you.
Yeah,
I'm about to throw my phone.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about it though. Like, I know now that more than likely dating a black woman, I'm gonna have to date a black, and I'm gonna have to date a woman, and I'm gonna have to date a black woman, and I'm gonna have to date a black woman in 2024, and I'm gonna have to date every identity that she possesses. If she's a vegan, I'm gonna have to date a vegan.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to date everything within her identity. I'm gonna have to date her identities. You know what I'm saying? Her identity is going to be imposed on the relationship. You know what I'm saying? It God forbid. No. We're gonna keep going. No.
Little cook.
Yeah. We both got a little trigger. I had to pause for a second, but I want to hear that question again.
To make mistakes and not sleep over it for 3 weeks because you feel such shame and such, intense attack on your identity. But I have a question for you that from what you've just said, do you feel that these days on all sides of the spectrum, of the gender spectrum, that people are so enraptured with the notion of identity and holding on to the self that they find accepting influence from another person an instant threat to their identity, like pushover? Pushover is like, it's a power dynamic instantly when you use that word. If you accept what your wife says, what kind of a man are you, right? You're just a pushover. That's more in the masculine version. The women have it but it is along the whole spectrum. Something about the way we are so busy protecting our egos is making everything that involves letting someone else actually have influence over us, which is part of what being in a relationship is about, as an attack.
Yeah, I mean,
man, but I don't even care what he got to say. Man, I'm ready to rant. I'm ready to rant. One of y'all want to rant? Y'all go ahead. What y'all say? Because I got rants.
I mean, she just basically said it. We out here having to date vaginas with egos. That's basically what the hell is going on. Like ego-ridden vaginas is basically what it is.
No, I think ego. I think it's I think it's something that everybody has taken that on. Yes, I think that, like she said, across the gender spectrum, because we've talked about dancing around ego. Women have said, "Oh, we have to play to your ego," and it's all, but women have it too, and it's usually autonomy and all these identities. So, yeah, it's just crazy to hear. I think I've over time talking to multiple people and all sorts of things and listening, I'm starting to I finally got a feel of what you're talking about, and the autonomy is just an anxiety. Your loss of autonomy is just a phobia. It's not a real it's not a real thing. Nobody's coming for it, especially the nigga who fucking married you, because it's just dumb. Even in patriarchy, that's dumb, because him marrying you gives you the most autonomy you would have had. So even still acting like the guy who gave you his last name is trying to attack your autonomy. It's stupid.
It is so stupid. Oh my god.
So
I'm thankfully letting y'all talk. Let that little bubble up burst, because I had a bubble up and it was there, and now it's past. But yes, I'm so tired of the framing around identity and the self. Those things are important, but I feel like a lot of those people that use those terms don't understand how they should be applied. And I don't think women, in general, I don't think women and men recognize what aspects of themselves are ego, because it's still just you talking. Like it's Rashawn, I'm saying something, and you're like, nah, you're in your ego. Like, no, it's just me talking, but that's the ego. And a lot of times the ego, when people are pointing towards the ego, which is just the self. So you're really always in your ego, but sometimes you get into a defensive posture. And that's what when people are typically pointing to your ego, they're talking about when you go to defend the self. Because again, if I say I enjoy feeling competent, that's my ego, but nobody would push back on that. Like, yeah, it's reasonable to want to be competent and to know what you're talking about, but that's ego. But if I started to defend, I know what I'm talking about. Your ego is, you know what I'm saying? That's when. So it's the defense of something that typically doesn't need defending. That's when it gets off-putting. Let me read the next comment because it's long. Am I correct in my understanding that she was saying that a person who is so settled in who they are that they are not open to or scared of someone else offering them an alternative perspective?
It's not even change. It's even changing your perspective, like
influence at all, influence at all.
Yeah,
because it threatens who I am. And I would say the way it comes across in men, like I said earlier, like she just wants to change me. And here's the thing: if you found somebody that you want to spend your life, why wouldn't you want to tailor your behavior to also please them? And I know women have this grand thing about autonomy and agency. And the way y'all say it, instead of saying change me, y'all say he's controlling and manipulative. But why would you not want to augment your behavior to suit the taste and sensibilities of the person you're choosing to spend your life with? Why would you not want the person you're going to spend a lifetime with and build a family with and have, I say, investments like a home, share these things with, and not have them have any influence over you? So you're going to intertwine your genetics. You're going to share a household and assets and liabilities. But what you are not going to do is tell me how you like my hair, or what the style of dress, or what verbiage you use in certain settings, or any number of things. It could be anything. Why would you not want some influence so that you're not so that you're the most desirable version of yourself for your partner? But again, the most desirable version of yourself, not the most desirable version that they can fictitiously make up in their head. The version of yourself that has the most traits in line with what they want to see in their life.
It's weird. Man, it's a weird but the thing is, a lot of these people who are fighting for all this self ego is self-esteem and self-importance. So self-esteem is ego, but will be influenced by people they don't know on social media, though.
Man, listen, no.
An influencer can influence you, but not the person you're with. It's
right. All these red pill dudes will throw all this money at Patreon, but can't take a woman on a dinner date because she's trying to eat off of him. Like, are you serious, dude? So you got a dude eating off of you instead of a woman because she's trying to get over on you. Okay, that makes sense. Like,
and I think also what influence feels like in action is sometimes someone kind of putting you through hoops. Like, there's like this weird thing, right? Of everything has to have I have to agree that this is reasonable for me in order to do this for you. Like, and that's weird. Like with the orange peel thing. It's like, well, can't you do it? Yeah, but maybe I just want to see you peel an orange for me. Like, what's, you know what I mean? And like, well, why would I do? Yeah, you wouldn't do it. That's the whole point. You wouldn't do it if I weren't here. Yeah. Like, I want to see that I'm an active force in your, like, I'm a force in your life. Like, maybe you would never do something if I wasn't here. And that's kind of the point, isn't it?
Okay. So I'm gonna wrap up a couple conversations. I want to explain. I want you to explain what the orange peel theory is to the people that were not privy to that conversation. Yeah. But there was a conversation we had a while back, and everybody didn't agree. Nobody agreed with me. Because I'm saying I don't want people that want to get married unless it's like to me. And people kind of really I can't even remember the whole context of the conversation, but that just kind of tapped on it, like the orange peel thing. That part bothers me a little bit because, like, why do you want to see? And this is just my ethic. I'm imposing my value set. I'm projecting my value set because I wouldn't just date anybody just to date. It would have to be somebody that really impressed me. Like, I see myself with you, and nobody. It's not just me just being in a relationship. Like eating. Sometimes you want to eat something specific. Sometimes you eat when you're bored. A lot of people get into relationships like they eating when they're bored. I'm bored. I want to get into a relationship to entertain myself. I want somebody to choose me. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see relationships. So conversely, if I'm in a relationship with you, I chose to do something for you. I don't need you to hand me an orange to show me that I did something for you. Like if I got married to you, I don't need to peel an orange to show that I did something for you. I took the task of doing something I never want to do and married you. It's like that. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. But a lot of times once people are in, they're like, that's the thing. You've influenced me to marry you, and that's it. But I think influence is a sign of something else, like deeper than just influence. It's not just like dance monkey, right? When people are doing it, it's like bids for connection. But a lot of dating in the early days leading up to marriage is you know, we understand this, or we do it willingly. We let our partners influence us. You curate, even in dating, you're curating a whole experience that you would literally not be doing if I wasn't here, right? Like,
well, that's the point. Some people
right.
would just do it for somebody else. Like some people would do it, they're just going to replace you with the next person. So they will do the action. The person doesn't matter.
Right, but that's kind of what Jay was talking about. Like, it wasn't personalized. Like the whole proposal, I just did what I had to do to impress you. But there's still value to that. Like the fact that this person wanted to impress you. If you weren't around, they wouldn't be doing this. And to say, well, you might be doing it with somebody else. Yeah, well, maybe, but you know, it's like it's not approvable. You know, it's kind of like not believing the best in them, or it's projecting insecurity on them. Well, you might do this for somebody else, and it's like, I can't do anything about you feeling that I might do this with somebody who maybe doesn't even exist right now, or you'll never believe me, right? So that's an insecurity, which is valid, but I can't do anything to make you not feel that way if that's the insecurity you carry.
Yeah.
But like, people, you know, get married, and then it's like, yeah, you don't need these big things, but I think there's something in us that just understands that if you admire, respect, value those three things she was talking about with someone, you should be able to influence them. Now, if you're not a terrible person, you're not going to try to influence them to their own detriment. You're not going to try to influence them to cross their own boundaries. You're not going to abuse that. But I do think it's realistic that in relationships, you like to believe that your partner would just do something simply because you wanted them to and you love them. Like, I don't know. I don't know why that's such a scary concept. Like, there are these little things that you do in a relationship just to see, like, oh, can you do me a favor? A favor is influence. Like, hey, like, can you go? Will you go upstairs for me and get this thing, even though you're like comfortable on the couch? Like,
okay, so when you hear influence, you're thinking more about that guy that got upset because he told the girl there was no toilet paper in the bathroom upstairs. She still went to that bathroom, and he didn't want to bring up toilet paper upstairs, even though he had toilet paper. She didn't have the sway over him to get him to willingly bring toilet paper upstairs.
Yeah.
So you're talking about that sort of influence.
Yeah, and I think that that's a smaller version of influence that comes to play in the relationships. And over time, you know, if you are connecting and stuff, you should be able to influence your partner in those smaller ways. I think when we were having the conversation, I was saying it's like the sex and the sandwich thing. You know, like, I put it down so good that, you know, it's 2 a.m. and I can influence you to get up and make a whole sandwich because I understand it's out of the way and it's ridiculous and you don't have to do it. And even if you said no, I probably would feel like, okay, that's fine. But if they do get up and make the sandwich at 2 a.m., then you're like, like, we cooking with grease.
Got you.
You may not abuse that, but I think it's a nice feeling.
I got you. I hear what you're saying. If you don't mind, I'm going to answer Anae's question. Anae, I'm going to come back to your question. I remember that's about the red pill bros, but I wanted you to explain when you talked about the orange peel, not P-I-L-L, orange P-E-E-L, for anybody listening.
P-E-E.
We tell them about the orange peel theory.
Okay, so I feel like I should read it, but I think it was the theory that, like, a candidate brought it up, and I'm just going to read it. The challenge calls for participants to ask their partner to peel an orange for them. If their significant other says yes, that means they're willing to help a small task, and if they say no, it might signal that they're less likely to offer support throughout the relationship, the theory suggests.
Okay, so that's when Bree was referencing the orange peel theory, because I hadn't heard of it until the other day, so I figured y'all might not have heard of it either. That's the orange peel theory. So I feel like it's a version like of the shopping cart test. Like, will the person just do this thing that doesn't have high risk or any reward
or meaning,
simply because just will they do this for me?
Right. So, and I'm capable of doing it. I'm perfectly capable of doing it. And free.
My hands aren't tied up. Yeah, my hands aren't tied up. It's just we feel this.
I mean, yeah. Right. I think it's a good test though. I think it's a good test.
It's flawed, but it's useful.
If
you know how to pair that with other demonstrations. But unfortunately, the internet has made a lot of stupid people, and they'll make that the sole determinant.
Oh, well, yeah, people
what I'm saying?
are going to misuse the information, but I think it's just the idea of this meaningless task that that the person is completely capable of. And like the fact that they're not going to be willing to help you with, what did it say? They're not going to be willing to offer you support throughout the relationship. See, people aren't able to support each other. I think that goes back to what we were saying about the people isolate, they avoid, they don't lean on their partners. And a lot of times you have to fight for support because that sense of self, that self importance and self-confidence thing, that identity, you have to justify to them why they should support you a lot of times.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you're a grown person or you're an adult, it's really no good reason that they have to. Like, really. But they, that's where the influence comes in. So, I mean, I don't know. I do think it's connected.
Yeah, I think it's connected, but I just think it's a looser connection. But again, I would suggest anybody that's looking at that, because again, it's still a small thing. So here's the problem with extrapolation. You're going to take this very non-serious, like this non-consequential orange peel and extrapolate that out to support in your most vital times in your relationship. Like, that's problematic logically. That's just, it's something I can do for myself. I just don't want to do it. And if you don't do it, that means when I actually need you, you might not show up. Like, that's problematic thinking. Like, that's not even good logic.
Sure,
but
I was reading it. I was reading a little bit, and it said they signal care, love, commitment. But I don't know. I've seen a lot of people in long-term relationships. Once again, I do think this is like one of those long-term relationship realms where you start to get to over time, because it's really hard, over time, after some years and years, then that some of that stuff starts to fall off. And really the core of what drives someone really starts to come out more the longer you're with them. Yeah. And there's just not a really good reason to do a lot of stuff the longer you're with someone. Like, it really isn't. And so that's when a lot of this stuff, I think, starts to, kind of affect the relationship. The stuff that that like Ester Perel said, you can have a lot of short stories with people, but that lifelong partnership, I think this orange peel theory is one of those things that, like, it's one of those lifelong things that you're like, this is stupid and mundane, but relationships become kind of pointless and meaningless after. Like, they have bigger reasons, but a lot of the smaller interactions are really no good reason to do.
I don't know. When you say that, like, when you say, I don't know. I have a hard time even hearing that and accepting that.
It's just true.
I mean, you could say it's true.
It gets into a realm where you just end up like, well, one, you either you build a life together where you both do a lot of things because y'all have come to this place where y'all have this shared life, and y'all hit a place where y'all are just kind of existing in your shared life that you've built up. And then there's like these lists, like you become less extremely different from each other. So then it kind of hits a plateau, like, like a lot of normalcy in the relationship.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I think it's just, that's when the toilet paper fights be the whole thing. She deciding if she gonna go chase Joy over. Because toilet paper and dumb stuff.
But that be the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, that part right there. Like, you should be going away from that being a problem. Like, as you're growing together, you should be moving away from orange peels and toilet paper being determinants, because you should have such faith and trust built up over time. And again, anytime I've had a long-term relationship and influence, but I also wouldn't use that influence for like micro testing, like orange peels, because there are actual tests that pop up in life. And that's what I was talking about. Like, the orange peel should not be the sole determinant. And I'm not saying that's what you were saying, but again, I know a lot of idiots will use that.
Yeah, they'll take it literal. About me. Like, I'm going to give him
the last piece of chicken. It was the last piece of chicken once upon a time. Well, if he won't give you the last piece of chicken, then he don't love you. Or that's stupid. Because sometimes as a guy, men and women don't think about the same things or value things the same way.
Yeah.
We we might get a little more territorial over food than we would other things. So again, it'll be the same person that'll sacrifice their life for you. But because they didn't peel an orange, you say they wouldn't support you and you can't trust them. Like that's part of the
Hold on.
delulu.
It wasn't supposed to be you can't trust. It said it's likely.
No, they likely. Look, let's go
less
with the
likely.
words. It's less likely. So hear
Yeah.
what you're saying, Bree. It's less likely that they will support you. What does that mean?
What are you? Because when I hear that, I don't think that means that you can't trust them. I just think some people have the inability to see past themselves enough to really, just like the whole J thing we were talking about with the I'm gonna have a bad week thing. I took it as it's still talking to that same dynamic, that sometimes that's showing you that you're gonna have to fight through that ego to get the support you need. That's what I hear when I hear it. That's
Okay.
all I hear.
I hear what you're saying, but that goes back to this thing right here. Because they're a human, you're going to have to fight through the ego to get what you need at some point or another. That's just, there's no Jesus that you're going to date that has the perfect emotional pitch at all times and never is in their own head, mind, or emotions, or has their own circumstances going on. So yes, I agree with you. A person is going to have to fight to get their needs met or addressed at some point in time. Absolutely. I agree.
I mean, but I referenced the conversation to give exactly like what we were talking about with the whole I'm gonna have a bad week.
Exactly.
Versus understanding that your partner is going to be affected by that, or getting better because you understand the effect it has on the other party. So I'm not
that
saying
doesn't change
that,
anything.
So
well, but my point is that's the whole thing of the orange peel. It's just kind of one of those things to see, like, does this have to make sense for me to do this for you? That's what it's testing of. It doesn't mean you can't trust them. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna kind of interject because you had used a good point. The person who is preempting you that they're gonna be how they're gonna be for a week probably wouldn't peel the orange. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we're talking about. It's like if I can't count on you to do something as simple as peel the orange, then I really can't count on you to support me in those, because the person he's asking is peeling the orange. You see what I'm saying? So he's asking his wife to peel the orange for the week. But I guarantee you that it would be an issue with him having to peel the orange if she asked him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's never had to be, so he's not reliable enough and it's not him, but I'm just kind of using that situation as an example.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get it. And just for me personally, the people who have reacted so strongly to peeling the orange makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It makes sense with their archetype, how little of supportive people they are. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I know what you mean though. Like it's like this is a mundane. I get it. It could be a bit of a shit test.
Yeah, especially if real people start, because this is like an experiment. You know, I think when it was brought up, it's in an experiment environment. So I don't think using it in your real relationship, like as a deciding factor, that's goofy. I don't think that's what you should take from it. But I do think it says it's supposed to give you an idea of what would it take for you to get support from your partner. And that doesn't mean you can't trust them. You may just have to always convince them of why it's important for them to support you in the way you need. And then there's some people who you don't have to do that. You're just like, I just need this thing right now. And depending on the other person out, they might just be like, okay, I'll do it. I don't need to know why. You don't have to justify it to me. You don't have to explain why I have to do it and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are people who do. I've met people like that. I know people who would just be like, okay, I don't. You don't even want to know why? No, I don't really. What? Just give it to me. I mean,
it would probably be me because I'm looking at it like there's nothing that you could ask me that if I'm with you, there's probably nothing you can ask me that I wouldn't do. That's kind of why I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And like I expect the same. There's nothing that if you that would also put you in a position where you're doing something that's going to make you feel like less than. And it's just like, oh, what I'm supposed to. Well, he can't peel the orange for himself. He probably could, but what are you there for? If you can't do something as simple as peel the orange, then why are you here?
My issue on the surface, with
Greg,
what you're saying.
right.
If you can't peel your own orange, why are you here? Like this cuts both ways with the ask. I understand everything y'all saying.
Like, and that's why the experiment works, because it's such an easy thing, and you know in yourself that they can do this. Like you can do this, and that's why the experiment works, because it's something that you absolutely know your partner can do. There's no reason you should have to do this for them. There's none. There's no reason you should have to. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll move on.
He's like, this is dumb. Well, so why you ask me? There's no reason you should have to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know that. Like that's baked into it. Like so that's why I'm leaving the cow up there. Like because you're reiterating to me the things that are given in the conversation. So that's not where my hang up is. But I don't think we're going to be able to. I wouldn't be able to find the language to articulate my point in a useful way. So when I was talking about the red pill guys, and what word would you call that? I don't know what that's called. For me, it's more like indoctrination. Like there's some sort of there's a group think or some sort of indoctrination, but I don't know if that's the dynamic you're talking about. The thing that makes somebody like the Stanley Cup thing where women are like chasing the Stanley Cup, they'll invest in certain things, but not the men or whatever, vice versa. There's some sort of indoctrination or mass hysteria. I don't know which word is best, but that's one dynamic. Now, the dynamic where you'll put the value in one thing over the thing that you say is more priceless, like I value my family and relationship, but I won't invest in building it, but I will spend money over here on this fruitless and frivolous thing. I don't know a word for that either. I don't know a good word for that dynamic either. So I'm not sure which dynamic you were speaking of, but both of those are a part of that. But I don't have a good word for either one, honestly. Do either of y'all have a good word for that dynamic?
Or
So there's two things. Like when we were talking about the person who will give, like I use the example of the red pill. The guys that won't invest in a woman, like they won't. I won't spend. She's just trying to eat off me. She just wants money. She just wants somebody. She wants a free meal. I won't spend the money there. Right. But then I'll go and spend the money on red pill Patreon courses,
that influence thing,
stuff like that. So it's like the hang up was never spending the money. It's spending the money on this person, but it's also the person you're pursuing. You know what I'm saying? So there's some like built-in like cognitive dissonance, but I don't have a good word for that dynamic.
I think it comes back to like it's still, I don't know if there's a word, but it's still speaking on that influence thing, because a lot of people have a lot of ego, it's self-important and self-esteem, and there's this feeling of if I'm, the simping
thing.
Thing.
I think she wasn't even talking about that. I think she's talking about the identity, that you talking about the identity and autonomy thing.
What was our question? I was trying to find
that was a while ago.
Read the last.
It starred.
Is it okay?
Oh no, it was. I started, I guess. What word would you call that? That fits what I mean. But I don't know. I must not know exactly.
On both sides. She said, am I correct in understanding that she was saying that the person who is so settled in who they are, they're not open to or scared of someone offering them an alternative perspective? I think that's what she was saying to what Esther was saying. And from when she said, I said, no, it wasn't about an alternative perspective. I think an alternative perspective would be more along the lines accepting you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like a person who is so fighting for the self would not accept that they're wrong. She said that earlier, but in this case, she's not talking about accepting that you're wrong. She's talking about being influenced, which
where the orange pill came in.
Which is where the orange pill and influenced doesn't necessarily. It's different. It's slightly different than accepting that you're wrong. Like it could just be meaningless and capricious. Like it's just, you know what I mean? Like it's something that has no utility. It has no value for you. And the Stanley Cup thing fits that too, because a lot of women are being influenced. She can be influenced by Instagram to get a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Something she don't need. It don't mean nothing. If she had never been on TikTok, she may not even know what a Stanley Cup is. So she's been influenced to get a Stanley Cup. But you can't influence her to wear something she don't want to wear.
Right.
So yes, you have to be being open to be influenced to change. Yeah. You should be influenced to change by the person you're in a relationship with. And the fact that they would say, well, a different perspective, your language is already telling me it's gonna be a fight.
Right. But here's where
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your language is already telling me it's gonna be a fight. Because I'm being influenced to change or alternative perspective. Those are loaded words. So it already sounds like it's about to be a fight.
Yeah. So my issue with the being influenced to change thing is you as an individual are responsible to know if the person is trying to change your core being or some traits and characteristics that you exhibit through your behavior that it wouldn't cost you to modify. So that's the responsibility of you, because I believe that people should kind of adapt to their environment. We do it everywhere else. You change your dress, tone, posture at work, at church, at certain restaurants. But then for the person that you're talking about, you're going to build a life and family with, you're saying, no, I reject that notion completely. That doesn't make any sense. I know someone asked about sports. We'll go to a sporting event and dress accordingly, act accordingly. But we will not modify our behavior for the person we're planning to spend a life with. That's insane. The Stanley Cup is a thermos, like Greg said. Now there is a Stanley Cup in NHL. That's the grand trophy. But the Stanley brand cup and thermos is an item that people are being pushed into buying through influence online. And that's also part of. I'm gonna have to work out why the orange peel theory bothers me. I'm gonna have to figure that out, but I gotta find words for it because I'm not gonna be heard without words. I gotta get the right words.
Yeah, I think it just feels like a shit test, which is I understand you hate.
I say shit test. I say testing people is possible. I say that's necessary. I think life does most of the testing. That's probably where my thing is. It's such a low level thing that's unnecessary. So I guess shit test would be the right word, because there are ample tests in a life. And now if you're so stupid that the orange peel is the only way that you're going to figure out if this person is going to support you, I really don't have too much concern about your outcomes. But for anybody else, if you can't observe through their behavior, what was y'all talking about with the guy? If you haven't seen how somebody's work and stuff affects them, there's a problem there. So if you haven't seen the other demonstrations of something mundane and useless that they go out of their way to do for you, that's a you problem. So I can't. That's why I don't like it. And again, I know it's not for everybody, and maybe a normal person to do it, whatever. I really don't. I mean, personally, I'm not super invested in it. I don't like the concept because, again, life shows you more important ways if a person is willing to support you or not. There's going to be something that you ask them to show up for that they are not necessary for. There are things that are going to be higher costs. And if you're going to say that they're less likely to support you because they won't peel an orange, but they did all of these other random, unnecessary, they drove across town to change your light bulb or to take a spider out. But no, you didn't peel an orange, you're less likely to support me. That's where in my head, that's where the problem's coming at.
I think a lot of people are finding it hard to get the support that they desire as well in relationships because a lot of people are very avoidant and go their own way. I don't think a lot of people are actually experiencing emotional support a lot of times, or the kind of support that they would desire in relationships too. So even with the whole support thing, I don't think people know how to reach out to the people that are close to them a lot of times to actually be there to support. I see that a lot of people don't have, like they're close to a lot of people, but they're not actually leaning on other people that are around them for support. They're going off on their own. They've learned that, when I'm feeling away, I have to go off on my own and deal with it, where you go off on your own and deal with it. So even with the idea of support, I think people aren't actually even experiencing it a lot of times because you feel like you have to fight for my life, fight for my life. Because a lot of people are so adamant that it has to make sense to them to do it. So yeah, I think it is a shit test, and but shit tests work sometimes. So what she was saying, I don't know. I'm really still not sure why NA was confused.
I think she was just asking about that last point about the influence and losing your identity and people pushing back on that and feeling like pushovers if they allow you. Like again, we modify our behavior in so many ways. Okay, great. Here's the thing. Like, here's my philosophy. I'm okay with shit tests where life tests aren't possible. Because sometimes you're at a stage in a relationship where you're not going to have demonstrations of somebody's temperament, and you might have to throw something in there. But in the context of a long-term relationship, which is what we've been talking all this time, in the context of a long-term relationship, and maybe even marriage, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, if an orange peel is the metric of support, like that's problematic, man. Like, that's so problematic. Now, dating, you want to throw that as a shit test? I don't really care. You're dating. Y'all don't even know each other. You're going to throw everything. You're going to throw oranges, shopping carts, cheesecake. You're going to throw everything at each other to see what sticks. But in a long-term relationship, I know Bree keeps talking about this mundane stuff later on. If that's how you got to see if I value you, like, we're just leave. Like that. I mean, don't.
Oh God, yeah, I don't even think a long term. When I even heard that, I don't think this is a test that would make sense for somebody in a long term partnership. Yeah. So if that's what you were saying, then. But when they said it, I think they were saying early on it could. That's what they were saying. It's like you could probably, if you were to be able to trail it out, it would show the same trend. Like that, I never was looking at this is what people in long term relationships are using. This is something that, through the research, through the methods they use, they probably got people who've been together long enough to say, do they feel supported? And then they probably ran this test, and then they could compare the results to say the people who felt supported in their relationships, we found a correlation that their partners more often than not peeled the oranges. So they probably use long-term relationships to come up with the data. But I don't think it's something that a long-term relationship would need. I think a person in a long-term relationship would know if their partner supports them or not. So if that's, I don't. Yeah, that would be dumb for a long term.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, cool. All right.
I'd love to discuss this with you. And my reflection from what you were saying, and I was nodding along because there's so much of it that I agree with. I think that what I see is most of us struggle to know ourselves when we get into a relationship. So I think I'd propose that I don't think most people have a lot of self-awareness when they get into a romantic relationship. So they don't actually have a conscious sense of self-identity. We have a subconscious sense of self-identity in the sense of what our parents taught us and what family and media, we have all this mix of stuff, but we wouldn't, if I asked someone to lay out their top 10 values, they wouldn't be able to do that because they'd be like, I'm not sure.
Yep.
And what ends up happening, I think, in that scenario is you adopt the values of the other person.
Boom. Everybody in the chat, what are your top 10 values? You got 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Dang.
No, 60 seconds. Top 10 values. Okay, 2 minutes. What are your top 10 values? Start typing. Bree, what are your top 10 values?
Respect. I don't think I can list 10 though. But respect, that's a lot. Peace is pretty low, but it's probably top 10. It's probably just down pretty low. Respect, communication. I just said one the other day and I still can't even fucking remember it. Openness, vulnerability, being able to choke me out sometimes. That's pretty high up there. Stability, dependability, and kindness. I don't know if that's 10, but that's a lot.
That's a good list though.
Yeah,
that's some good ones.
Horniness at the end of the list, he said.
Yellow, what's your 10 values?
Courtesy, respect, patience, understanding, loyalty, understanding not to cross-contaminate food. That's a value.
Food safety, yeah.
Food safety.
Food safety.
Yeah. Like I said, if I had more than it's a decent list.
Yeah. I know I like that. Let me see. I know I like loyalty. I love communication. I need communication. I need not just communication, but I also need personality. Like that communication coming from a personality I don't like. So I don't even know what to call that. So I'm one of those people that's a little subconscious. So I need mental, what is that called? Intellectual. Okay. Intellectual communication.
Stimulation.
Reasonable. I need somebody reasonable. I need somebody that's honest for the most part. Morally ambiguous. Respectful.
That's a good one.
Yeah. A sense of humor. And assertive. Oh my God. Oh, you have to be able to speak up for yourself. Oh, and some directness too. Oh my God. Yes, directness. Okay.
He's describing a man. Let's go.
I'm describing a man.
Nah, he might be describing a dummy mommy.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. And feminine.
Yeah.
And
what did they call it?
Assigned woman at birth.
What they call it? Gynophilic.
Yeah. Gynophilic. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like the woman.
Greg Bryan said loyalty, horniness. That's it. Risa needs more time. And they said faith, love, integrity, honesty, respect, sense of humor, and adventurous. That's why Bree doesn't recognize sub dudes when she sees them. She's a dummy mommy.
I'm not a dummy mommy. I don't like sub guys. Let's not go there.
Man with a vagina. See, that's dirty.
He wants the man.
I can't stand you.
But yeah, okay. I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, we got some good stuff. At least we were able to say stuff. Okay. Ooh, yes. Let me do this with y'all too. 3 flaws. Everybody name 3 flaws. Because man, people struggle with that on Kendra.
Really?
Brie. Man, they struggle with naming 3 flaws.
Yeah.
And see, I got like 30.
Right. 30. Y'all tell me when to stop. Lazy. I be I'm wishy-washy. I be dissociating.
That's stop.
Okay.
Yellow, what about you? 3 flaws.
I'm angry. I'm self-conscious. And I need validation.
Okay.
That's cute.
Woo, man, I have.
Hold on, I'm a little negligent too. Let me.
A little negligent.
I'm okay. Cool. Yeah.
Man, all right. Yeah, you were negligent enough to leave that off the first time, so that makes perfect sense. I am definitely over analytical, so I think instead of moving. I definitely live in the extremes, so it's like all or nothing. And even the bots have told me that that's a problem, which is extremely sad and embarrassing. Man, I'm also lazy. I'm definitely also lazy. And sometimes my creativity is used for excuses as opposed to actually constructive behavior. So that's 4, but that's an extra.
There we go. We knocked that one out of the park.
Yeah. Have you spoken?
Can I just refer back to something real quick? We was having the experience conversation talking about traveling, and y'all mentioned the word wanderlust. And yeah, I've been over here kind of IG scrolling and listening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this chick that I follow is like, wanderlust, one again. Guess where I'm going? And it's just like, bitch, nobody care.
Restless.
It just she immediately became unattractive. Like I just immediately got turned off.
Mm-hmm.
Guess where I'm going now? Somewhere you probably been already.
Mm-hmm.
Going somewhere, just going places, just going.
Somewhere. Here she go again.
Just fucking going somewhere.
Yeah. What did brother? He says that there's a genetic code for like DRD4 gene. I was like, I need to look into that. Like, I don't really need to, so I haven't. But I'm like, I'm not the person with that problem. But like, who that gene is? It's got to be real. And I said 3 flaws, and they only came up with 2. Greg only came up with 2.
Wow.
Yeah,
red
they
flags.
came up with 3 flaws. Red flags.
We
can't
gonna
come up with 3
pretend that
flaws.
YouTube symbol is a red flag.
Man. But an old French lady on vacation and Yella's ready to go, man.
I'm on vacation. It's a different.
He's trying to be a short story. He ain't just going to go.
If you spoken to me, was a flaw.
Right. That ain't the problem. Her traveling ain't the problem. Shit. I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine being with somebody and they always talking about going somewhere.
Oh my God.
Man, I get mad if we got to go run an errand too many times.
Bro,
my God.
You know,
we just went somewhere yesterday. Can I take Sunday off?
Okay, before we finish this out, let me ask y'all one more question about the people when y'all do travel. When you do travel, are y'all like relaxation people or recreation people? Like, do you feel your itinerary or do you leave it completely blank and just do what you feel? Because I can't, I can't stand itinerary people. I hate it with everything in my soul.
With the kids, like, okay, for a Disney trip, I'm like, it's a loose itinerary though. It's a loose itinerary, so it's not like down 2:30. It's just like Monday we going to Magic Kingdom. It's very loose.
Gotcha.
It's fluid. It works.
That's an activity. That's not like itinerary.
But me hubby, we be going to hotels. Like, we gonna get room for 4 days. We be in there sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it'd be the best. Sleeping and watching movies.
I'm not do nothing. I can stay at home and save money and not do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm going somewhere, it might not be an itinerary, but it's gonna be a bunch of shit. We doing some shit. Even if we get down there and wing what we doing, I'm not. And that be why I be looking at these motherfuckers crazy. Y'all want to go? They be wanting to go travel to sit and not do shit.
Yeah, like out the country. Yeah, I'm talking about going to like Orlando, like going to the next state over. We might do a little shopping. You know, we go eat. For us, it's more like our days before we had kids, when we could just lay in the bed all day. That's what we're seeking, and we can't do that at home. Right. So when we go on vacation, we act like we 21 again, and we just lay around all day and don't do shit. And that's we can't do that at home unless kids ain't there. But so I can see that. Yeah, usually you're trying to get the opposite of whatever your dynamic is at home. So you can sit at home and not do shit. And why you gonna go travel to not do shit?
Yeah. No, I just can't stand the itinerary people. That's like, okay, you starting at 6:30. The first activity is at 6:30.
We
at
not
7:30 we're over here for the shuttle. At 9 o'clock we're doing this. At 11:30 we did break for lunch, and lunch is going to be here. Then at 1:30 we got to be here.
You making my ass itch.
Yeah,
I'm not waking up before. I'm not waking up before the sun on vacation.
Yeah, but but people be trying to feel all that, like get to maximize their time. Like we're going to maximize our time while we're here, and I get that. I get that idea. But in practice, every time it's happened, I've hated it.
Yeah.
I
gotta be somewhere a long time to get that. Like if I'm there like 10 days, maybe the first couple days we chilling, and then like day 3, because we the travel day we gonna rest. Next day we might chill. Then day 3, we start going out and doing stuff. But them people that hit the ground running, I can't stand them.
Man, I feel you.
I miss all the hotel breakfasts. I'm talking about I'm sleeping.
Man, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one hotel breakfast.
Hotel breakfast.
I'm gonna get me one.
I'll wake up to eat that shit and go back to sleep. Like I'm in jail or something. You know what I'm saying? They wake you up extra early to eat, and I'm gonna hit the bunk. I'm going right back to my bunk, nigga. I'm gonna eat. Even if I gotta walk down there, one eye open, goddamn it, I'm getting that kind of.
I've seen yellows at hotels. I've seen the yellows, like they come down and looking like a zombie. You like, man, he look like he ain't about made it down.
Because I probably just got back. Right, I probably just got back to about 30 minutes before they served the food. So yeah, I still got the stench of last night on me. Shit. I say, I put you on my mustache, Mom. You
Oh,
know,
that's a flaw. I don't sleep in. If I'm bored, you
Ooh,
don't
you don't
sleep in
sleep
either.
in. I can't stand no restless people, man. If you don't,
Yeah, them motherfuckers get on my nerves, man.
I can't sleep because of you. You can't sleep because of me.
Okay, we all finna be sleeping in death. In
Oh
death.
shoot. Oh, I can't stand y'all. I love it.
We
We hit the last 10 minutes. I did skip the breakup section because again, nobody that watches Critically Drinking, nor the people that participate on it, would ever be broken up with. We do the breaking up in, so we never have to worry about that. So let's get to the last. Oh, you've been broken up with?
I don't know.
Oh no, you said you make everybody break up with you. That's different.
I don't break up with nobody.
He's a
you said you make people break up with you, so that's different.
He a genie.
Yeah, that's different.
Because this is either you either gonna
that guy cut him off.
Yeah, God cut him off. You about to self-incriminate.
Don't be
He's about to self-incriminate. He's about to self-snitch.
No, I say again, no, I don't break up with people because either we're gonna make this work or I'm gonna make you fucking go crazy, one or the other.
See,
he said, I break people. I don't break up with people.
I don't break, I break their soul, I break their fucking spirit. Goddamn.
See,
you gonna break my soul. Yellow, you sound like that crazy nigga in my role play. He told me, I'm gonna break you. I was like, can we just break up? Why you gotta break me all the time?
Nope.
Oh shoot. Oh my god. That's too crazy.
This man's crazy.
He's a psycho.
And then at some point you go, wait a minute, I've just been doing what you want. And you think that person made you adopt their values, but actually you just didn't know yours. And so I think you see that happen in some relationships. In other relationships, I think what you're saying is true. People are so definitive about their own self-identity that they go into a relationship going, I'm not going to get influenced at all by this person. And I think that also happens.
You know what? I think they actually backed into something they said earlier. I think this is just the playing out of what Esther said earlier. She said one person fights to not be abandoned, and that's the person who doesn't adopt any values of their own, so they give everything over to the other person. And that's the first person he mentioned. That's like, it's not that they not that they force you to conform. You just never had anything of your own established because you've probably always been in the role of giving yourself over to avoid people abandoning you. You've always been like a people pleaser.
Yeah, you perforated.
Yeah. And you fold.
You made a fold.
You fold. But then this next one is the other one, which is like in my space, which is that I don't want to concede ground. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, it may be from an insecure thing. Like, there's certain parts of myself I will not give up. And I think that's what he's talking about now. It's like you're fiercely protecting your identity. And he's probably getting ready to say it's fragile or something, but I identify more with that than the people pleaser side. But I think it's the same dynamic, just spoken about with different language, different. One's the behavior and one's like the feeling or something. But this feels like the exact same dynamic, just with different language.
Because we're getting into long-term relationships later in life. So if you're going into a relationship later in life, chances are you actually have, you know who you are and what you want to do and what you're building and what's important to you. When you're younger, you're less self-aware. When you're older, hopefully you're somewhat more self-aware. And so you're more concrete in your ideology.
But the opposite can be equally true.
The opposite could be equally
when
true.
When you're young, you think you know everything and you're certain about stuff you have no certainty about.
Totally.
And when you get older, you actually become more flexible because you realize that there isn't one way for everything.
Totally. Yeah. Exactly. So it can be both ways. And I think overall, I think the point that at least I think we're trying to get to, which I like, is that it's a bit of both. It's almost like I'm trying to find this poem and I can't find it ever since.
And see, that also kind of mirrors what she said about the types of relationships. You can start super passionate and it kind of like wanes or whatever over time, or you can start kind of like that. We're starting somewhere on the ground floor and it can grow. Like people grow, but you can grow in different directions. Like you don't have to start in the same place, and you don't have to grow and end in the same place either.
Yeah, they call them burn bright or slow burners too. Is another way they can describe the relationship. Some relationships are slow burners. Oh, I love a good slow burner romance. And then there's the burn bright because there's like a lot of passion in front of it. Burn out a little quick, and then or the slow burners.
Yeah.
Inside.
Yep. Sorry, Yellow. Real quick question: the woman that tried to murder you because she thought you were somebody else, was that a slow burner or was that a burn bright?
all my relationships be burn bright. All of them.
Yeah, they burn out quick and go down in a blaze of glory.
God, all of them.
Explosive.
Except for my mom, but we started off the same way. Like we every time, like we was off and on for about. If we was off and on most of the time, and every time we got back together, it was that burn bright. We got back together, and it was super. It's a supernova.
Oh, so y'all was gaslighting a lot.
No, it wasn't even that.
It was like a lot of explosives.
It was that much explosion of passion, but it burned out so fast. Like it gave off that much energy. It was just that exciting. It was like the reminder of why we were together. That's why I'm like, I wouldn't double back on nobody like that, because I had to learn that the reminder of why we're together. Yeah, the reminder of why we work together started to hide why we weren't working, and we never really got around to that. We just kept trying to reignite the fucking burn. You know what I'm saying? So it was like break up, get back together, the fucking shit's ignited again, but we can't figure out why it's burning out. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, yeah, most of my relationships been I mean, I've dated a chick with red hair. It wasn't hers. Does that count?
So you've never had a slow burner, huh?
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, nah, not really. No.
Interesting. You gotta get that slow burner.
I don't dick around. Like I'm not about to. If I'm interested in you, I'm gonna pursue you. So I'm not finna play the friend
so
zone.
You just explosive. You don't have to be friend zone. I don't think it has to be like.
I'm saying like I'm not about to do any of that. Like I'm not about to do the friend zone or the slow burn or the. Well, let's figure. No, I like you. Let's do this.
I want you.
I see you, and I want you. Right. I'm not finna do all that, because typically that's the response I get as well. You know what I'm saying? So I've never really been put in the friend zone, because any woman that's been attracted to me was like, let's go.
Yeah, he's a short story type of person.
Yeah,
gotcha.
A lot of short stories.
Hey,
short story type of person. Get to it quick.
Love story, not life story.
Not life stories. Yeah, life stories a little bit more.
Yeah.
East of Eden.
I've tried life story with somebody, and didn't work. So I'm cool with that being the case now, because I'm never going to have that life story with anybody, because it's things that go into that life story. Now I'm just going to have the extended love story. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to be building a life with anybody ever again. So
like a Wattpad story with a bunch of chapters.
I like it. Man.
Read it. It's one of those. I'm sharing it here because hopefully someone finds it. I read this poem while I was researching, and there's this beautiful poet, and I can't find it. I've looked.
What?
Overall, I think the point that at least I think we're trying to get to, which I like, is that it's a bit of both. It's almost like I'm trying to find this poem and I can't find it ever since I read it. It's one of those, and I'm sharing it here because hopefully someone finds it. I read this poem while I was researching, and there's this beautiful poet, and I can't find it. I've looked for it and everything, but this poet was talking about how when you are single, you've been building your home with the bricks that you were given, and your home is broken and some of it's beautiful, because that's how we are as people. Some parts of our home make sense and some part of the bricks are falling out. And he said, when you come into a relationship, you want the other person to move into your home. You want them to come to your home, and the other person wants you to go to their home. But actually what you need to do is take the bricks you both like from your own homes and build a new home together. And I really love that visual, the idea that this
Jay.
unified agreement, which is the language you use, or this idea that you're saying of like, how much do I allow the influence without feeling powerless, but to feel like we're co-creating something.
Yeah.
You know, my wife and I have a lot
co-creating.
of agreement.
That's wasn't you using that word, Bree?
Yep.
Like even before you saw this, you was talking about co-creating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I didn't know where he was going. I was like, okay, this story is not going to make
structure. Because if you keep it the way he was talking about the poem, like that's why you have the power dynamics. All that self. Okay, that's you. I got to come into your house to engage with you.
Yeah.
And
we just go back and forth between each other's houses.
Go back and forth between each other's house. So we're not really connecting. That's I'm like a lot of people aren't really actually connecting, supporting each other. It's I gotta come in. That's why you feel like they trying to consume you. Because you gotta leave your space to go into theirs because y'all haven't created a new one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, both of y'all are represented.
Yeah, and like not to say like I understand what people when people say I need space, and it's like, what do people think? Try to be patient. I'm working on that. But
appreciate you, P9.
What do people think people are doing? Because like I'm married, I live with a human every day. We be at the house together a lot. Like if you have to see somebody all the time, you're gonna get sick of them. What is it about coexisting with somebody that you think that mean they live with your asshole? I don't understand. Like how me being in there are people, but those people are called clingy.
Oh my God.
So like if we're not saying that I'm clingy, but you still like that's why I be looking at y'all crazy, like low key. Because it's like if the person ain't coming at you clingy and you still like, I need space. You the problem.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because I'm just in the house, like, bruh. Like you could sit in the room and I'm trying to keep it focused on the bigger picture and not just say inflammatory things. But it's just kind of like it's just weird. I'm just gonna leave it there. It's sometimes the language be weird. Yeah. I need a peace room in my own house. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I can't. And I'm not picking at you, but that was just like the language. And I've heard this kind of language in various ways. Yeah. Like people, you wonder why people need man caves or she sheds. And it's like, cause like y'all doing the thing Jay talking about. That's why you need a she shed. That's why he need a man cave. Cause y'all doing the thing Jay talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but if you can just build something together, then like maybe some of that stuff would be moot or not needed as much. Or if your partner respected you as a human, you would need to run away into something else to be fucking human. Like, it's just weird. I don't know.
I get you. I think that might be a temperament or disposition thing because I know with me, it's not that I wouldn't have a problem co-creating because again, I have a collectivist ethic. I believe I share and collaborate pretty well. My thing is every now and then I need to be reminded of the me that exists independently for my disposition, my mentality, because I can become, I would say almost like what do you say? I think you would say codependent. I could get to a place where I would over rely on somebody simply because they've been reliable. So I have to remind myself to, and I may not need to do that. Like if I were in a relationship right now, I may have a partner that's completely safe and reliable for me to emotionally be able to like that whole I'm having a rough day at week and I can bring you into it and I can include you in my sufferings as well. Maybe that's the case. But I have a almost a half century track record of not finding that. So it's much safer for me to have that space I can, like you said, retreat to. I'm not even running away from you. I'm actually keeping you safe because you're going to do something because of your nature and possibly your neediness. And I'm going to have a moment, like Jay was talking about. I'm going to have a moment.
Yeah, you're not
and
gonna
it's
be your
not
best
going to
self.
be my best self. I'm not going to be my best self. And it's not going to be indicative of how I truly feel in all of my moments. It's just in this moment, there's going to be an aspect of your nature that's going to rub an aspect of my nature raw.
Ew, you don't have to say raw.
Because the social lubricants have rubbed off because of what I'm going through.
Bro. I mean, and it's cool. I love that. And when you said it that way, I'm like, okay, so y'all just got trust issues. Like, I just wish we could just say that. God damn it. Can we just fucking say, I got trust issues. I don't trust that I can lean on people. And I just I need space to be able to know that if shit falls apart, I can still handle it myself and I'm capable because I can't trust that, if I lean on you, that I won't be left like a chair without legs. Like, can we just?
Okay, here's the thing with that, Brie. Here's I'm gonna give you two things with that, Brie. One, it goes back to what I said earlier about men and articulation. That's not something that we practice. So even when Esther gave up that really great reframing, if it's hard for me to even get to that point about the trust issues and how Candid Ann had to pull out that y'all want acceptance and stuff. If it's that, and again, I feel like I'm more emotionally expressive than most men. So if I have to get those things pulled out of me, that's the first problem. The second problem is once you say something like that, and the gaslighting starts. Of course you can trust me.
Right.
You are safe with me. Blah 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 blah. I would
but you're never gonna believe them.
Blah 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 blah.
Right, but obviously, if a person has trust issue, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm speaking it more to point out that yes, I understand the norm is for people. People do not communicate that way.
Yeah,
I understand that, but I have to say it out loud that there is there is another way you could communicate the same vulnerability, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying that that's gonna happen, but at the same time, like people pick up on that, like people are feeling underneath the need to. People feel underneath your need to announce your need for space that you have trust issues. We pick up on it, right? And like that's cool because you never have to say that out loud. So it's just that, like, if you're self-aware, like you're saying, like, I know for a lot of people that's too much, and I'm not gonna put that on someone. So like someone who's at that place where like I can't put that on somebody. I know I'm walking in with all this stuff, and that's just like unfair to ask of people. Like I'm cool with that. But there are people who looking for relationships who's saying that. Yeah. Then when someone's like, you got trust issues, they're like, I don't have no trust issue. I just need to color by myself.
And you can't touch my crayons.
And you can't touch my crayons. And it's like, okay. That's my problem. It's just like, okay. I don't think people are realizing that why they're asking for some of the things they're asking for. Right.
And that's what he talked about with the subconscious behavior. There's like a subconscious level and a conscious level. Most of us are I have done a lot of work to recognize where my flaws are. Right. Now, obviously, I still haven't tied them all to the behaviors I use to defend or to guard. Like we just saw that. I haven't tied one to the other, even though I'm conscious of the problem. And I'm conscious of the behavior I use to protect myself. I had not connected to the two until we were in conversation. So again, if I'm further advanced than most guys and I'm still having struggle connecting them, that's why I say like what they were asking of Esther, like we're asking an impossible ask. Well, because as much work as I know I've done.
Yeah. But
if I still desire a relationship and was still trying to get in a relationship, I wouldn't have gotten this much work done.
But if no one ever says out loud the norm, you know what I mean? There's a responsibility to some degree. Someone has to say it because then people have nowhere to compare their what they're doing to say, oh, there is another way. There's a lot of people who have no idea there's another way. And they've never heard it said another way. And so I think sometimes you got to have somebody who's like, hey, there's another way to do this. Let me tell you how. And in that way, you can kind of start to get a better idea of where you are on the scale. Like potentially Jay could have thought he was communicating or creating an environment of support to the best that he knew how. And maybe Esther saying that, he's like, wow, there's another way. There's a different way I can frame this. So a lot of times if I'm saying it, it's just for that reason, because I know a lot of people do it the other ways, but sometimes till you hear somebody say a different, or you could do it a different way, you don't even know it's a possibility.
That's facts. No, that's definitely facts. And it's definitely a trust issue. The space is a trust issue. It is definitely. Trust falls, man. Trust falls.
I don't be trusting people either.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad about it.
They're not rules or contracts, but they're agreements of how we deal with certain things. And it's something we've created together. It's not something we adopted from my parents, her parents, or anywhere else. And I feel that if we walked into a relationship and said, what do we want to build together? What do we want to create together? What does a good, healthy relationship mean to us? Mm-hmm. To me, those questions at least feel empowering as opposed to draining of power.
One of the complementarities in relationships is that we are often drawn to a person who brings characteristics that we are trying to get away from.
So true.
So true. You understand?
Yeah, so true.
So it's when it's dynamic, it's really a very beautiful, kneading of the dough.
Yeah. So Esther, throughout our conversation, you've been referencing this new course of yours, which I'm so excited for people to do, because I feel like so many of what things we've discovered today, we'll get out of here with your books and your work.
Practice.
Yes, exactly. How do you actually apply it? So please tell us where we can find this course and the name of the course and where it is.
Turning conflict into connection. It's a 1 hour, 8 videos with a fantastic workbook that really not just helps you fight better and more constructively, but also helps you relate better. Because if you have a different attitude toward conflict, you have a whole different relationship. It's on my website, esterperel.com, and it's coming out October 10.
Okay, amazing. Well, I recommend everyone who's listening and watching, make sure you go and check out the course. If you've loved this conversation, I know you're going to get...
Apparently this is old. This shit, Esther.
No, it says 2 days ago.
I know it's posted, but it seemed like they did it a while ago. And maybe there was like clips out, or she might have posted it on her channel. I haven't seen this one before. I watched a lot of her stuff, but it's already on her site. So.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, I appreciate y'all for kicking it with me. I'm glad we did that. I enjoyed the conversation that came out of that, honestly, because we had a lot of points of contention. And I see now why y'all both are unworthy of love, acceptance, or respect.
Oh, absolutely. I'm only worthy of degradation, shame, punishment. Absolutely. I'm terrible.
Yeah, you both are terrible human beings, and I do not want to ever see you here again. Forever disagree with me the way you did. And to vocally disrespect and disregard my opinion and my feelings. Nah, it was cool. I enjoyed it.
You're a victim.
I'm a victim. Man,
You're a victim.
I don't seek to be worthy to these trifle of fucking women out here nowadays. To be worthy of that, yes, trifle. Yeah, you heard me.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, a lot of egos, man.
I do want to say this though, and I think I missed my opportunity. I was on the phone for a second.
That's what's up.
I really wanted to discuss why this nigga had that deep V-neck sweater vest on. With
I thought it was nice
with the words on it. No.
Wait, go back. Let me see it. I forgot what it was.
I closed it out.
Let me go back. I got on YouTube. Let me go see what Jay Shetty had on.
Oh my God. It was the most like I
was gonna clown the shoes.
I got money. That's I got money look right there.
Yeah, it really.
Man.
That's
really
I got money. Stated.
That's when your wife is busy challenging you on the wrong thing. Challenge that nigga to dress better, like cause
that's signaling right there. That's how them men who got money be dressing.
You got enough money not to care.
I'm definitely want to be broke rich because I gotta look good. Like
that's what's wrong with you blacks now.
Even in my mid style of dressing, I know never wear a sweater vest with a t-shirt with words underneath the motherfuckers. Like, do you know?
God don't like
who wear
ugly.
graphic tees? That's like people who wear graphic tees or t-shirts with words under them, under open button-ups. I hate that shit.
Oh, that's a whole thing. Just because you don't understand it don't mean, hey.
I'm fully on with not understanding it because it doesn't make sense. That's why I can understand me not like understanding it. I don't know. I guess I ain't trying to be that way.
He looked like the tech dudes who got money almost. Like the Indian dudes, like in Seattle.
That's what he looked like. And I don't want to be racist.
All them Indian dudes in Seattle who got money, that's how they drink.
So fucking shit, bro.
Ladies, if you want to know what an Indian dude who got money looks like,
the outfit was okay. I mean, not for me, but for what it was, I was like, okay, I get it. But the shoes,
on Reeboks, right?
I don't know what they look
like. Reeboks.
He had the 5411s on.
Oh God, they look trash.
He was a monk, guys. Come on.
I mean, he was. And his
he
wife dominates him.
But yeah, why y'all just y'all gonna leave Jay Shady wife alone? My Jay Shady wife dominate him.
that shitty ass sweater vest he had on. You're right. Shitty. That's exactly what it was. That shitty ass sweater he had on. And they had the nerve to have the fucking sleeves creased on the t-shirt.
Man, no, not perforated. See, he perforated.
Like I was raging, bro, and I was trying to be cool for the.
How you raging because of a crease in another t-shirt?
God, bro! Oh my God!
Let me see what Jay be wearing. Let me see what Jay should be wearing.
You got a creased t-shirt underneath a sweater. I mean, come on! There's a level of self-enlightenment and self-worth that I'm not ever going to want to find because I need that level of shallowness.
He be looking comfortable.
Yeah.
Man, he dressed like an Indian. I mean, he got a culture, over there that he don't dress like us.
Yeah.
Oh, his wife's so pretty.
Oh, okay.
I know I ain't.
They look like a good match. You know what I'm saying? They're cute. They're pretty.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Okay, come through cheekbones. I'm trying to see what he be wearing, when he be out. Why is this Ben Affleck up here? Yeah, I mean, he just like an Indian dude. What can you say? You dressed homeless, Greg?
I do want to see because Greg said he's camming up on Friday, so we gonna get some FaceTime.
You camming up
with the man.
Let me find out you do meth. I'm gonna know immediately.
Yeah.
If I see it, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna be like, Greg, do meth.
If you buy the dumpster behind 7-Eleven, we gonna know he really is homeless.
Deep eye sockets, them sunken eye sockets.
Look like them people on The Walking Dead.
Oh yeah,
Greg, if you look like you say, boy, when black people ain't around, I'm
not on the meth. Right. Shoot. All right, y'all. Now listen, we had a great conversation. Any last words you want to lay the people with before we get up out of here?
Y'all need help. Y'all need Jesus, and y'all got trust issues, and stop putting it off on other people. You don't need no fucking space. You need help. Bye.
Dang. Wow. That was disrespectful. Yella.
Yeah.
That was enlightening. Oh man, the emotional articulation of men. Did y'all hear that, ladies and gentlemen? How all of his feelings were expressed so deeply and with such passion and conviction. I was moved. I almost shed a tear just then. So I really do appreciate y'all, man. That
you
was
shady tear.
Okay, stand y'all. I should be back Friday. I'm not gonna lie. I want to watch the Umar on Hardly Initiated, which I haven't done. I might hop on here and do that tomorrow. I don't know.
Watch the first little bit was good. Then they asked him about white folks, and it
goes sideways.
Who we start talking about honeycomb hideouts, loosey goosey puss, demons.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably just check it out on my own. That way I can like double time it.
Yeah.
How long into the interview? Was it about 2 hours?
It was like a third of the way through. Like he was talking about relationships and he was cooking. Like the first little third, he was cooking. Then they asked him something about black women sleeping with white men, other men of other races. And, ooh, I went left. Yeah.
Ooh, Rhoda Osmond got charged in Houston.
I was just gonna say that.
Who was that?
Yeah,
the brick lady, brick face.
Oh, really?
Woman who claimed to have been attacked with a brick by a man is now charged with faking entire thing. That's embezzlement. Like she raised $42K off of a fake store. It's basically like embezzlement.
Man, pretty bricky.
You know what I'm saying? That's like money laundering almost.
And so is the internet gonna pretend that all the women who was is this scandalous? Is there conversations about it that everybody knew? Or I told you so? Has anybody done an I told you so video?
I don't know. I just saw Yanni live and I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Okay. Let's go. Let me go.
I mean, it's gonna be pointless because ain't like the motherfuckers gonna be like, damn, they found out she lied and it ain't true. No, they gonna basically still. That's the part that I'm not prepared to. Yeah, they just lying on her. I don't have the capacity to deal with trolling holes in 2024.
Okay.
You ain't got no energy for it?
No, because I got a lot of bitches loaded up right now, and I don't want to. I got them on deck. I got them in the holster right now. I got so many bitches to spread out to these bitches that it would just be like, if they definitely gonna be. He hate women. I probably do at this point. I'm
drive by bitches.
Yeah, just them be like Oprah. You get a bitch. You get a bitch. You get a bitch.
Yeah.
And then I'm just checking my notifications. Pink Book, TSA director arrested at work on her day off after a Jamaica trip. And now her career.
Oh no, we taking the L's. The season of exposing is here.
I told you it was only gonna get worse. Rashawn was like, yeah, because I see the men. No, men have taken enough L's. We're at the bottom. We ain't enough losses for us to take no more. But I guess the age of aquariums is that something fishy in the water. They keep talking about this. They keep talking about this age of Aquarius, and something fishy happening around this bitch. So
y'all really be calling the age of aquariums.
Yeah,
y'all.
Yeah, because it's a dirty fish tank. You seen the fish tank
really
on
Is it even a tank or is it a bowl?
It's the fish tank from Finding Nemo.
Honestly,
in the doctor's office.
It might just
the
be
way it's the people who keep using that term, it's like the bag that you get from the fair with the one goldfish in it. It's not even like glassy. It's got a twist tie on the top. Like it's bad.
Can't get no L.
The sandwich bag.
The
sandwich bag with the twist tie.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like. That's what it's feeling like.
Hell no. Shit.
Y'all are terrible.
Bunch of poop in the bottom of that motherfucker.
It look all briny. Yeah, it just look all grayish. Like the water, you can't even really see through it. Like, nah, this ain't what y'all want.
Man, I'll never get another fucking fish.
And it's full of sucker fish. They ain't even good fish in that motherfucker. They're full of them little.
That's what we need. We need that stupid goldfish face. That's exactly what everybody looks like when they say it with that stupid little mouth. That's what. Age of quick. Oh my god, I need that. Oh,
y'all be so triggered. It's great. Age of aquariums.
Because they keep going left for them. Like that's the it's not getting better. Like y'all, they not bouncing back from this shit. And I think, this is, no, I'm saying this is essentially the chickens coming home to roost.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's just
Aquarius. Age of Aquarius.
It's the age of Aquarius.
They looking at their third eye right there. You see?
Yeah, looking at their third eye. It's the age of Aquarius.
I'll use the age of Aquarius up there. And put a third eye on the top too.
Man,
drowning.
They ain't even in no water.
They the only fish that's drowning. Just drowning. Can't swim.
That fish dried out. They ain't even in the water.
Then they just flapping around.
Man,
that's tough.
Man, that's what it feels like. Oh, Yeah. All right, y'all. But listen, I'll be back Friday for sure. I know I quit, but I'll be back Friday. After I quit. Let me see. Since you guys believe in social sciences, astrology is strongly correlated with lower IQ. I believe that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I would believe.
Oh yeah, that's
why are you
super
thinking
accurate.
about specific
my
people when you
God.
saying it? You said that like Esther said they need to meditate.
I'm gonna tell you
the same laugh.
Nah, because here's what I think. I believe that everything that people kind of put their faith in is a variation on a theme. But there's what do you call that? What do you call that? Resolution. Candidan talked about the tree. Oh, let me see if I can find that picture. Because it was like a tree in 4 different versions of resolution. And I think everybody's trying to understand the world, but at different levels of awareness and intellect. The systems that we try to construct to help us understand the world get more and more complex. So very simple people will go for a very simple system to understand the world by. And that's why I think you end up with astrology being for the faith and belief practice that the stars and the moon and the sun were in certain places when you were born, and that governs everything. That's pretty simple on a certain level. Like, okay, there's 12 months, and then there's so many houses. Like, you can learn it, and it can become more complicated, but there's a very simple entry point. Whereas something like psychology is a deeper level of that, and they'll talk about archetypes, and that's just going to be a deeper resolution or greater resolution of the zodiacs. So they'll be like this type of person and that type of person. You know, like I know me and Bree did something about the 12 different personality types, which are just another version of the archetypes of the zodiac. And you can keep going and going and going until you have a deeper resolution. And instead of the 12 archetypes, it'd be like 100 or something. I just know there's schools of thought for every level of intellect and awareness. And I'm not really trying to look down on the people that use astrology because, again, they're doing the exact same thing at their level of resolution. So, I mean, everybody needs something.
They don't need that.
I mean, they need something.
They don't even know how space works.
They don't need to.
What do it matter? What do it matter where the stars was when you was born? You know how far away we are from that now? You probably wouldn't even be able to recognize it. We're shooting. But they don't have to look that hard. You just,
you're a tourist. You're a tourist, and I know everything I need to know about you. Like, you don't have to know about the stars because there's a simple, like a cheat code. There's a simple cheat sheet. Oh, you're a tourist. That means this. Bree's a Libra. That means this. Well, are you on the cusp? Are you in the middle? Like, it's simplified, and every system has a simplified version of it. Like with psychology, everybody's using gaslighting and narcissists. There's a cheat sheet or whatever you want to call it. There's the simplified version of psychology, pop psychology, psych 101. Like there's an entry level version of every system, and it's typically stupid, but it exists. Like there's a simple Christianity. There's a bubblegum Christianity. There's a pop Christianity. There's a pop pro-blackness. Like there's a basic entry level pro-blackness, like the Hotep kit, you know, like the starter kit. The starter kit is that's the terminology. There's a starter kit for every faith or belief system. Most people just don't go past the starter kit. They just re-up the starter kit. And they say stuff like Age of Aquarius. But yeah, didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I respect it. I respect that people need something. It's really silly when you realize the only reason we don't have 13 months is it didn't divide into 60. And listen, I mean, well, we used to have 8. What was it? 8? The Gregorian calendar was 8 or something like that. I can't remember. I can't remember the exact numbers, but
right, because we ain't never had no Gregorian calendar, nigga. Tell me one year you've been alive where you've been living off a Gregorian calendar, nigga. Please tell me.
It's built into the Julian calendar.
Ain't that old,
it's
nigga.
Built into the Julian calendar. It's built into the Julian calendar. That's why October, which means 8, is the 10th month, because we have a bastardized. Our entire culture is bastardized. We have a Frankenstein culture. Americans do, which is pieced together with 50 different cultures from all across the globe. It's like it's weird that October is the 10th month when it octo that means 8. Like I don't even know if anybody thinks about weird stuff like that, but it's weird. And then like our days, what's today? Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't remember what Wednesday is, but I know tomorrow's Thursday, which is for Thor. Thor. That's Norse. It's like we're so bastardized, man. It doesn't even make any sense. So, but again, I don't want to go off on a tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Oct Nova. Yep,
So,
December is the 10th, but it's 12. Yeah, we're all messed up.
So
Woden's
to
Day.
believe anything is naive as shit.
To believe it without anything backing it? Yeah, that's not.
I mean, to believe any of it.
Yeah. Accepting anything superficially shows your naivety, like your susceptibility to influence. If you don't start to question and reason for yourself, and that's just a start. There's too much in the world. There's too much that life is too broad to analyze every single aspect of it. But when you start to analyze, you should start to see some patterns like, man, I really don't know I don't know why we do anything. And then you can start to be like, okay, nobody really understands why we do anything. So then when you hear people so definitive about something, you can be like, how are you so definitive? When you probably don't even know why the day of the week is called what it is and where it comes from. And then you say you believe in this thing, but a lot of the things you practice are from this other thing. So like, that's one of my problems with the pro-Black Afrocentric space. How much we do is predicated on European values, even though they're talking about anti-European, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, anti-Western. But we're not speaking Swahili. Why are we not all learning Swahili as an entry point for pro-Black Afrocentric? Like there's something weird here. Like, but again, I don't want to go off into that tangent. That's just some of my issues with people. How we just dive into stuff and don't understand it. Zodiac is one. But, let me shut up. Shut up, Sean. Shut up. Shut up, Sean. Shut up. All right. Ooh, but all right, y'all. We'll see y'all on Friday. Bree, man, thanks for rocking so late. It's been over 6 hours again. Y'all been kicking it with your boy. I love y'all so much.
I'm just determined to. Yeah, I'm being negligent right now.
Hey, do your thing. We like.
I did everything. I've been trying to get this thing where I get everything done early in the day, and then I just have nothing else. Oh yeah, I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I like it too. Risa been gaslighting me with the peace sign. Don't send me a no peace sign. That's gaslighting, Risa. Man, that was so funny. Oh,
hold on, Greg. You're not finna just
Oh.
When was this? Oh, I thought it was today. I was ready to go off. Never mind. He ain't talking about me. He was. Okay.
And see, Greg, no, it actually would not be. It would not be appropriating white culture because it was like it was an adopted practice. It's not something we picked up voluntarily, having a whole different language and stuff. So
right, y'all kind of like forced it on people, also.
Yeah.
Kind of like a dominating, conquering more energy than than borrowing kindly.
It's acculturated. It's acculturated, not appropriated.
Great, Wiley.
Then why wasn't I laughing, Greg? If you were being funny, why wasn't I laughing? Okay. I was being a dick. Okay, that's cool. Hey, and speaking of being a dick, Greg will be a dick on camera on Friday. Greg will be he won't be a dick on camera. Forgive me.
Okay.
That'll get the stream. That'll get the stream.
Please.
That'll get the stream. No.
Please.
Okay. Greg is going to cam up for us for the conversation with Greg and Rico. Again, yellow. It's going to be a fellas conversation. Ladies, I appreciate y'all.
What y'all talking about again?
We were talking about the 4 deadly P's or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Some pistols, Second Amendment conversation pistols, patriarchy. Everybody loves a little patriarchy.
Okay.
So we're gonna get some patriarchy. A little Poussey Washington in there. Poussey. We're gonna talk about our porn habits. So some Poussey. And there was another one, pay gaps. Speaking of
okay. I thought it was pigging.
pay gaps, not pegging. Pay gaps, because me and Greg both believe that the pay gaps are a myth. Greg may bring some proof. I don't even care to prove it anymore. We're just gonna talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, that should be cute then. That's great.
Yeah. But again, I know it's Greg, and Greg gets spicy in the chat. So just in case he gets spicy, and Rico, I wanted to take the chains off Rico because Rico tries to be respectful when he's over here. But I want to get him 3 gens in, see what flies out of his mouth. Because I remember one time when I had to step away after the that Bane episode. I did about a Rashana log. Then I stepped away after I dropped the link, or I might have got disconnected. It might have been Spectrum. And the conversation that Rico had after there, the stuff they talked about, I'm like, what is going on? Ain't never been such talk on this channel. But just want to see where the conversation goes. Greg is probably, I know when he got on mic last time, he got very docile and submissive. So we'll see if he keeps that same energy or if he comes with the full Gregness that he brings in the chat. We're going to see. We're going to see. But I'm going to make sure that's everybody knows, like, it's fellas talking. So if it goes a little crazy or raunchy or vulgar, like, I don't want the Christians passing through with their hellos, because the Christians have mostly stopped. Not all of them. I know some Christians that still pop through here, and they Bree, but there are a lot.
What did you call me a slur?
I called you a Christian.
I'm a Jesus lover.
Okay, a Christ enthusiast.
A Christ sub.
A Christ sub. There you go. Christ submissive. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
He's my Christ is my daddy dumb.
There you go. I know, like, and every now and then I know this will be the conversation that they'll want to pop in on. That'll be so weird too. Oh yeah, well, Greg's a Christian too. I forgot Greg's a Christian too. But I know he also gets a degenerate as well. So it's hard to know with Greg. He's a Christian, but a degenerate. It's hard to know.
That sounded gay.
What, a Christian degenerate?
I'm going hard to the mat for Jesus.
Oh, yeah, that was there, you know. Jesus took Greg down. Jesus
want to take you down.
Yeah, Jesus is all up inside of Greg. Every day.
That's how you gotta bend the knee.
Yeah.
And on the tongue gotta confess too.
Yeah.
With that mouth do.
Ain't on the Bible we talking about like lying prostate.
Yeah, you gotta prostrate.
Yeah, so he be face down, ass up quite a bit for God.
With that tongue confessing.
Yeah, what that tongue doing? I did walk into that, yeah.
Speaking in tongues.
I mean that you walked into it, Greg. You walked into it. Hey.
Speaking in tongues to the Christ.
You walked right into it. That's ugh. All right. Well, you know, back that thing up, I guess. I don't know. Y'all need a reminder. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a thing on the screen. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like a parental advisory, because I just don't want. Because my mom will sometimes watch. I don't want her watching that one. I'm about to tell her, but that's typically when she wants to watch. When I tell her not to. I don't want the senior citizens coming through. I don't want the hardcore Christians. I've already offended them with the whole blasphemy thing. So we'll see how that goes. When I get on mic, you go to me to go off. Oh yeah, he does want to give a segment on white history, so there will be a white history segment on the show. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. We'll have a good conversation, or not. Either way, it'll be my last stream. Like this is my last stream too. So I will see y'all Friday, but I quit.